you a real villain?
Well, technically, nah.
Have you ever caught a good guy like a real superhero?
Nah.
Have you ever tried a disguise?
Nah.
All right. I can see that I will have to teach you how to be villains.
The human child. The main character. A human child who climbs the forbidden MT Ebot and falls down a deep cave, awakening on a bed of flowers within the underground. 100% heroism rating. In the pacifist route, they gradually gain this status with the monsters of the underground, to the point where not only do all the monsters come to back Frisk up when they get attacked by the big bad, but the same big bad later comes to befriend Frisk in the golden ending. A child shall lead them, implied in the true pacifist route if the player accepts the ambassador position offered by Ascari. All-loving hero, if you choose the pacifist route. Despite the difficulty it brings to the journey, the protagonist's empathy refuses to let them kill a single monster. It turns out that this is likely Frisk's true nature, as it turns out in the pacifist route that you and Frisk are separate entities altogether, and who you named at the start was really the first fallen human, either as the true player character controlling Frisk, your guide and narrator, or possibly a separate entity wrestling for control. This gets played for laughs in Undyne's date, which is only available on the pacifist route. When Undyne orders them to punch vegetables in order to make spaghetti sauce, the best they can manage is knocking over a tomato, without scratching it. The other option is to pet the vegetables. Undyne, stop petting the enemy. It even becomes part of the gameplay if you're on the way to the golden ending. During the True Lab, when you're sparing Snowdrake's mother turned amalgamate, the human will outright refuse any of the Jerkus Act options, either question why the amalgamate is still alive, or laugh at her suffering. The dialogue box will state what the human would have done, then follow it up with, "What? You didn't say / do that." This is also the first sign that they are a separate entity from the player. Ambiguously brown, their skin tone isn't really what might be thought of as Caucasian, Hispanic, or Asian, being somewhat closer to orange than a human skin color. This is probably for similar reasons as their other ambiguous traits. Ambiguous gender, their gender is deliberately left vague, and when characters refer to the child, the pronouns used are exclusively gender neutral. Thus fan artists and authors just go with whatever is most convenient for them. Anti-hero. If you choose the neutral route, while they just want to return to the surface and get away from monsters that want to kill them and take their soul, they are willing to use lethal force when it could be avoided. The human can be any type of anti-hero depending on how you play them. You can choose to be a pacifist but be a huge jerk while you're at it, or kill literally every monster but spare one so as not to trigger a no mercy run and not be a bad guy technically. How much of the latter is them or the first child's influence is up in the air. Anything that moves, regardless of whatever the player's gender is, they're allowed to flirt with many characters and monsters of any gender, even sentient jello molds and airplanes. The Atoner, if you play a pacifist run after a no mercy run. Too bad it doesn't work in the end. Audience surrogate, played straight, inverted, or averted depending on the route taken. For the most part of the game, the child is not specifically referenced to, nor do they have much agency. All this allows the player to play their role immersively. This is the straight version. However, the child's name is explicitly stated near the tail end of the golden ending. This is to allow the player to decouple themselves from the game as it nears its conclusion, bringing closure to the mix. There is a very good reason for the game to encourage the player to move on, and allowing the child, instead of the player, which is impossible, to stay with their friends lets the story end properly. The game wouldn't want you feel obligated to stick around. This is the inverted version of the trope. Of course, if the player decides to start murdering absolutely everybody, then a cutesy child wouldn't cut it as audience surrogate anymore. In this case, the trope is averted/defied. If the player decides to stick around and take the genocide route after the golden ending, they are subverting this trope. Badass adorable, being something of an SXP, this just follows. However, in universe, any human has the ability to be a force that no monster could hope to defeat simply due to how their physical natures differ. They're just the one who, for better or worse, achieves it. Comes to an absolute head when their determination grows so immense that not even a reality-breaking ass reel can kill them. Badass pacifist, if you choose to play that way. Every challenge in the game can be passed without having to hurt anyone, even if it comes close to ending the world itself at times. By the way, beyond flirting with pretty much anything that moves, they can also go on dates with the male Papyrus and the female Alphys. In fact, the golden ending requires that you do this, though it turns out neither of them are actually interested in you. Papyrus friend-zones you at the end of his date, and it only becomes a date if you flirt with him during his fight. If you don't, it becomes a hangout instead, and Alphys only went out with you because she thought you wrote Undyne's love letter to her, and the side quest quickly turns into the player sorting out the mess and setting those two up, instead. Blood on these hands, a variant, in a No Mercy run, Papyrus specifically states that your hands are always covered in dusty powder, which is what monsters turn into when they're killed. Bunnyear's lawyer, if you plan not to resort to violence, some of the things you'd need to do to spare monsters can come across as bizarre or maybe even border on violation of common sense if taken out of context. Getting a sentient airplane to spare you by moving towards it isn't even the craziest thing you can do. But now I must go. In the true ending, if you choose to not stay with Toriel, Frisk goes off on their own way to who knows where, though they keep in touch with everyone. Canon name, in a true pacifist run, this kid's name is revealed to be Frisk. In fact, this has always been their name, you never named them to begin with. Casanova wannabe, if the player so chooses, they can hit on most of the major characters and several ordinary random encounters. Never works out, though it's good for a laugh. Cloud Cuckoo-lander, it's very downplayed, but the fact that saving at save points reveal how the child seems to see the weirdness they encounter as signs of encouragement implies this. The comically serious, they never change that overwhelmingly neutral expression of theirs, no matter how wacky, horrific, or tear-jerking a given situation might be. Conditioned to accept horror, attacking monsters hurts them by conveying desire to do so. Frisk's empathy initially causes them to resist the player's orders to attack, and thus do less damage. But, as Sans explains, hurting people drives you away from them, making it easier to hurt them even more, and this is what your LV really measures. Corrupt the cutie, or the fallen child, see spoiler characters, cause this over the course of a No Mercy run. Their true nature as Frisk is benevolent, but a No Mercy run causes them to be overtaken by the spirit of the fallen child and slowly become more sociopathic and violent. Character level in this game is a measure of willingness to hurt others, so gaining any EXP represents some degree of corruption. Frisk, or what's revealed at the end of the genocide route, the fallen child, starts the game with the lowest LV possible, 0 EXP, and 0 AT, indicating they would have never killed anyone without the player's influence. Cowardly Lion, doesn't happen often, but there are moments where the dialogue box, during any non-genocide run playthrough, implies that they might be scared of having to face certain monsters in battle, like Undyne, Final Frogget, Metatron, Ascari, and the Amalgamates, but soldiers through facing them anyway. Decoy protagonist, in some playthroughs, Frisk is taken over completely by the sociopath only known as the first child. Complete a genocide run and you'll unlock the secret playable character forever. However, in a pacifist playthrough, they will manage to reel in the secret character's villain protagonist tendencies and work as a team. Unless you're playing as the first child, at which point they are screwed no matter what. The Determinator, to the point that determination is an actual metaphysical force, mostly for humans, and that save points exist because of it. Using a save point shows that something interesting in the room makes the protagonist determined. However, killing as many enemies as you can drops the fluff, and the protagonist now simply is determined. This goes so far that eventually Frisk's determinator tendencies in the true pacifist final battle reach the realms of anti-magic, being able to recover from fatal blows simply because they refuse to die. Dirty Kid, played for laughs, as it's possible to flirt with just about anyone. Easily forgiven. Heavily zigzagged based on how you play. The only thing that can get Toriel mad at you to begin with is one of the particularly cruel ways to dispatch her. Papyrus offers his forgiveness and support unconditionally, even as he dies. Undine refuses to associate with you if you kill anyone, locking you out of befriending her. Metaton only legitimately bears you ill will to begin with on No Mercy, where he can forgive you as you kill his neoform if you hadn't killed everything in the area yet, since he knows that, at least, humanity is safe. Ascari also bears you no ill will. You're just the next human he needs dead to complete his plan, that he doesn't even want to carry out. On top of all that, while Sans can certainly be displeased with you in a given run, he'll only despise and refuse to associate with you if you killed Papyrus, which also removes all of his scenes until the final corridor from that particular run. On a true pacifist run, they're a practitioner rather than a recipient, where they're willing to spare, and even date and hang out with, some aggressively homicidal monsters. Subverted forever if you complete the genocide route. After destroying all monster kind, the fallen child won't let Frisk go back unless they sell their soul to them. Even after getting the pacifist ending again, the fallen child will yank away Frisk's happy ending every time from then on. Enfant terrible, if you choose the genocide route, good God, are they ever? They'll even try to murder other children in their demented crusade to purge all life in the underground. Evil virtues, should they choose the genocide route, they possess determination. They are determined to kill absolutely everyone and will accomplish so. Eyes always shut, in both the sprite art and manual illustrations, though strangely not in official art their eyes are basic black, for the curious. Face, heel turn, it's possible to pull a No Mercy run after completing a true pacifist run. Given the revelations about the child's character from either route, however, it may not be done entirely willingly. Fragile Speedster, during a pacifist run, you'd be playing this part, as not getting any EXP means your maximum hit points remain 20. And while getting more powerful armors helps avert the fragile part to a certain degree, you'll still need to have some skill at dodging attacks to survive most monster encounters. Good is not nice, some of the choices that don't lock you out of true pacifist are outright mean. For instance, you can spare a snowdrake by telling them that their father never really loved them, beat most of the random encounters into submission, though this runs the risk of killing them, or eat the snowman piece right in front of the snowman himself. And of course, the most heinous crime of all, taking as many as 4 candies from the bowl that says to take one, knocking it over in the process. Guile Hero, a less violent protagonist ends up as this trope, taking advantage of the enemy's mindset to end fights without bloodshed. Happily adopted, by Toriel in the true ending, if it is so chosen. The last shot of the ending is Toriel bringing Frisk a slice of pie while Frisk is sleeping quietly in their room. Heel, can play the part in the Metaton battle, since he naturally plays the face in this equation, which is an easy way to rack up the ratings. You can do this even as a pacifist, and in fact doing so makes the least violent ending to that fight much easier. Posing dramatically also helps to this end. Heel, face door slam, you can turn aside from your goal in any boss fight in a No Mercy run, up until you fight Sans. By the time you fight him, you're too far in. If you lower your guard and accept his offer, he'll kill you. This is also a callback to his more innocent brother's, genuine, offer earlier in a No Mercy run. If you complete the genocide run in its entirety, the Fallen makes sure Frisk remembers what they've done by taking their soul and ruining their happy ending in all subsequent playthroughs. Heel, face turn, is offered many chances to pull one on No Mercy, first explicitly when Papyrus stops them, then when the monster kid confronts them just before Undyne, then they're pretty much forced into one if you don't immediately waste Metatron Neo. Sans offers one during his boss fight, by getting them dunked on and telling them not to fight him again if they really wanted to put an end to this. The hero. Hero killer, 5 of them, no less. In the No Mercy route, they kill Toriel, Papyrus, Undyne, Metatron, and Sans, all monsters who are the most heroic in nature. Heroic Mime, the version where dialogue with other characters is unspoken or picked as a menu option. Monologues are written in the second person. It is commonly believed that the fallen child, who you name yourself after, is the one writing the monologues. In the pacifist route, they playfully explain everything to the main character. However, in the genocide route, they begin hijacking the narration. For instance, inspecting a mirror will read its me, name, instead of its you. Hidden Depths, Floey, and by extension Asriel, heavily suspects and verbally speculates that Frisk desires a happy ending above all else. If so, it would speak volumes about their reasons for choosing to go to MT Ebot, and it would make a player's choice to pick the genocide route suddenly much harsher. Hopebringer becomes an unwavering beacon of hope that everybody in the underground looks to during the pacifist route. Even Sans. Implacable man, the human child is full of determination. In No Mercy, nothing is able to impede their rampage. Even if they are killed, they'll just come back and try again. Improbable weapon user, starts out armed with a stick, and moves on to a toy knife, a single leather glove, ballet shoes, a notebook, a frying pan, and finally a gun with no ammunition. The final weapon, bucking the trend, is an actual knife, but of what use it will be depends on your route. Ironically, the knife becomes a valuable weapon for the final boss fight of the pacifist route, described as a worn dagger used for cutting plants, while it's purely cosmetic and useless in the genocide route, only described as a real knife from the Fallen's tainted narration. Also, an event at the very end of the game implies that everything but the stick and the actual knife were possessions of each of the 6 people who came here before you and didn't survive. Interspecies adoption, Toriel attempts this with the child early in the game. Later on, Ascari gives Frisk this offer should they spare him, but he's killed before Frisk can make a decision. It's only at the end of a pacifist run that Frisk gets to choose whether or not to stay with Toriel. If Frisk agrees, this time it takes. Jerk with a heart of gold, you can be quite mean to everyone verbally, but still refuse to take a single life. Jerk with a heart of jerk, unless you decide to embark on the genocide route, to which a number of characters find this out the hard way. Kid hero, while the child's age is never specified, they are just that, a child and one who braves underground caverns full of monsters while armed with a stick. Kleptomaniac hero, during a No Mercy run, the buy and sell options in empty stores are changed to take and steal. The former lets you help yourself to the store's inventory for free, while the latter lets you empty out their registers at your leisure, although the latter option only gives any noticeable amounts of cash in Snowdon, presumably because it's the shop that had the least amount of time to evacuate, whereas Bratty and Catty operated out of a literal back alley over 3/4 through the game. Lightning Bruiser, you become one in the genocide route, as you'll be able to kill most monsters, including bosses, in one blow, easily survive damage thanks to having high HP and defense, and you get to stay as fast as you'd normally be. The genocide battles with Undyne and Sans, however, can and are very likely to be challenging despite said powers. Magically inept fighter, all damage they dish out is physical in nature. This doesn't bring too much of a hindrance fighting monsters except with the Mad Dummy, who, as a ghost possessing a dummy, cannot be hurt by standard means. Magnetic hero, you can befriend every boss in the game. Even Floey. Martial pacifist. While sparing monsters is the encouraged option, the child is more than capable of fighting back if pressed. Metatron and Ascari are 2 crowning examples, the former being a killer robot and the latter being the king of all monsters. Even after these fights, they can elect to spare them, and they acknowledge that the child's unwillingness to kill has no effect on their overall strength, neither of body nor of character. Even on a pure pacifist run, Frisk will need to fight the king. And they will win. Meet Puppet, in a rather spoilery way. Frisk is not truly a cipher for the player character. They're an individual with their own will, but extremely little ability to act on it. Rather, they are possessed by what Sans calls an anomaly, either it's the fallen child or the player themselves, depending on the interpretation. This isn't actually too horrible on a pacifist route, as Frisk's desires mostly match up with the player's and they eventually gain enough autonomy to assert their own identity. The player can be thought of more as a guide than a controller. For No Mercy, one can only hope Frisk isn't aware of what they're doing. This trope becomes inverted if you complete a genocide run, as Charo will snatch control of Frisk away from you, permanently. Muggles do it better, because humans are physical, not magical. Like monsters, their use of physical force is far stronger than any monsters, as evidenced by a No Mercy or a high casualty neutral run. However, this means that humans are vulnerable to magic, hostile or benign, that monsters are generally immune to. Mysterious past, we don't know a single thing about the child's past, only that at one point they ended up on Mt. Ebot somehow. Only in the playable epilogue to the golden ending does anyone think to ask why a young child would visit a mountain rumored to kill anyone who climbs it, and they uncomfortably change the subject before getting an answer. Nice guy, play your cards right on the pacifist route, and the child can become a hero who solves nearly all of their problems with friendship, befriends and forgives everybody, including a tragic and soulless floral monstrosity. Not so stoic. There are only 2 times outside of the No Mercy run where the child acts, somewhat, independently of the player in expressing themselves, both of which happen in the True Lab. Should the player tell them to laugh at or heckle an amalgamate, they will be described as doing so in a very insensitive way, but the flavor text will then follow up with what you didn't do / say that. They also display hesitation in the bathtub area, as their walking movements suddenly slow as they approach it, and re-examining suspicious areas appear worded as if reassuring themselves. Note that this area is only available in the true pacifist route, where Frisk later asserts their identity as separate from the player. There's an additional one in the True Lab. While watching the tapes recorded by the Dreamer family. After each one, Frisk will turn around, as if aware they shouldn't be watching it. Or, given how each video has to do with the fallen child, who you named yourself after, they're looking back at you. To a lesser degree, during the encounter of Muffet, she will ask why the child looks pale, implying that the human child gave Muffet an "oh crap" expression off-screen. Oedipus complex, who else but one would flirt with an old goat lady after calling them mom? Omnicidal neutral, it's possible to get a kill everyone ending without triggering the No Mercy ending. One-man army, on a No Mercy run, the child's determination, LV, and EXP are so high that they can effortlessly massacre countless monsters. Possibly a subversion, as these stats are really the fallen child's and not Frisk's. Frisk only supplied the determination for them to gain power. Red is heroic, the child's soul is red, a color that invokes determination, their virtue, and they are also heroic if they take the pacifist route. Replacement goldfish. For Flowey, of the fallen child. Poor guy couldn't let go, and up until just before the end of the game, he addressed the protagonist like their long-lost friend. This is most evident in a No Mercy run, where Flowey treats you better, more like an old friend, because you're acting more like the fallen child. An Easter egg message you can find in an Echo Flower is from Flowey suggesting that Toriel tried to make you into one for the fallen too. He seems to believe she also did this to both of them with the other humans and resents her for it. How much of this is the truth is this questionable, though, as Flowey's very much an unreliable narrator. Perpetual expression, retains a neutral expression no matter what, even in the face of emotionally powerful events so that the player can freely project their own emotions onto them. Person of mass destruction, in the no mercy route, they murder their way through the underground. Player character, because of the way the game handles player and protagonist integration, the human is explicitly made out to be a separate entity from the player. This gets touched upon much more in the pacifist and no mercy routes. The pacifist ending, for instance, reveals that the character's name is Frisk, regardless of what name you picked at the beginning of the game. Plot allergy, to Temis. Unfortunately, because they also like to pet humans, and without the allergy they'd be completely harmless. Power of friendship, in a pacifist run, this is the only weapon they need. Retroactive precognition, they are able to remember any and all activity that happens in the game except for a true reset, regardless of whether you saved or if it's part of the same playthrough. Although this usually does little except change some dialogue here or there, e.g. expressing boredom during Metaton's performance because you've already seen it, the fact that Sans is able to pick up on these subtleties and guess that you're a time traveler is a critical part of his character. The runaway, this, and maybe worse, is implied as a possible reason why they climbed Mt. But as real, Frisk. Why did you come here? Everyone knows the legend, right? Travelers who climb Mt. But are said to disappear. Frisk. Why would you ever climb a mountain like that? Was it foolishness? Was it fate? Sad expression, or was it? Because you. Technical pacifist, the pacifist route requires you to not kill anyone, but there's nothing saying you can't fight, and an actual pacifist cannot reach the golden ending on the first no mercy run, as doing so requires Ascari and Flowey at least be fought, though not killed. You can spare several of the minor battles after thrashing them within an inch of their life. However, by doing this, you risk accidentally killing them, since the way that some enemies' health bars work, they can take more or less damage when they're already hurt. Thou shalt not kill, naturally possible, the ability to play this completely straight in an RPG is one of the selling points of the game. Doing so is even necessary for the golden ending. Tomato surprise, they have an identity that is not the person you named at the beginning of the game. Their name is Frisk. You named the fallen child, and even they, depending on the interpretation, may or may not be you. Took a level in Jerkus, in the No Mercy run, the protagonist becomes remarkably less friendly with everyone. They become absolutely silent when before they would at least respond to questions asked, and by the time they reach Snowdon, they turn completely murderous. It goes so far that comments they make about monsters go from funny or informative comments about them to a variety of dismissive and cruel insults. Upon talking tutorial, not worth talking to. Upon checking papyrus, forgettable. Initiating battle with the monster kid, in my way. Checking monster kid, looks like free EXP. Took a level in kindness, when you play a pacifist run after a no mercy or particularly dusty neutral run. Flowy lampshades and taunts you to take this on your second run after a neutral. Flowy, remember. Don't kill anyone. I can't believe this is a real thing, I have to remind you. Transformation of the possessed, while it's not evident by looking at the sprite, their appearance is implied to become disfigured over the course of a no mercy run due to the influence of the fallen child, and / or the player. Ascari won't even recognize them as human by the time they reach new home. Troubling unchildlike behavior, one has to wonder where a kid got so good at flirting, and / or knife fighting. From you, the player. Vague age, they are never given an age and only ever described as a child. This means they could be anywhere between 5 and 12 years old. This is probably done for the same reasons as ambiguous gender. A large amount of the fandom seems to assume they are 8, however. Villain protagonist, if you choose the no mercy route. They go out of their way to kill every monster they can and are clearly satisfied when there are no monsters left in the area. And depending on your choice in the ending, is a co-destroyer of their world. Wholesome cross-dresser, whether you imagine them as a boy or a girl, either way, they have no problem wearing ribbons, tutus, or manly bandanas with ABS printed on them. Considering those things, somehow, raise your defense, it's probably just for the sake of practicality. A living flower who is the first creature the player character encounters. He's your best friend, and has a knack for funny faces. Note, as a main character, this page has the potential to give away major spoilers. Proceed with caution if you have not finished the game. Aesop amnesia, Flowey ends up nearly orchestrating his own demise, and later calls out the player for preventing the scheme that would kill him from going through. Spifically, near the end of a genocide run, Flowey finally realizes that kill or be killed means not even he is safe from you. Despite this, if you bail out, reset, and complete a neutral run, he will complain about how you screwed up their chance at true victory, even if you got to the point where he was mercilessly slaughtered by the fallen child and reset before the final decision. You'd think he'd be grateful that you spared his life. Alas, poor villain, Flowey's optional demise isn't terrifying just because of its brutality. At that point, the fallen child has fully possessed Frisk, and in his terror, Flowey's face and voice have reverted back to his former self, Asriel. In other words, it's not the douchey flower villain we came to know getting his just desserts, it's Asriel getting murdered in cold blood by his adopted sibling and best friend. Allergic to routine, before the player character arrived in the underground, Flowey alone possessed the power to load and save. After being brought to life, he used this power an untold number of times to save everyone, to kill everyone, to explore every action and reaction he could, until there was nothing left for him. He was left with the doldrums of omniscient knowledge and no capacity for love, driving him further and further into his single-minded sociopathy until something new finally happened. Frisk arrived. Already done for you, in the No Mercy route, one switch in Snowdon is pressed down by vines, indicating Flowey solved it before you arrived. Several future puzzles are already solved as well, but this is the only one definitely solved by him. And I must scream. Flowey threatens you with this by overriding your save states in the Photoshop Flowey boss fight so you would be trapped having him kill you again and again. You manage to persevere, but not before he maliciously abuses his save states to briefly fulfill his promise. In the more psychological version of this trope, while it was alluded to in the other playthroughs, Flowey fully reveals himself to be this in the No Mercy run. He describes how scared he was waking up and not being able to feel his arms and legs, or any sort of love for another being, no matter how hard he tried. When he discovered he could save, he tried to play out multiple scenarios in the hope of feeling something, a loop where he befriended everyone, a loop where he killed everyone, and so forth. Eventually, he grew to know the monsters so well that he saw them as little more than scripted actors, and having exhausted his options, tired into the nihilistic psychopath you come to know. Ain't too proud to beg. In the No Mercy run, the player sees Flowey begging for mercy in the face of an evil far greater than himself. Flowey will start to break down and pleads with Chara that he can help them before he is murdered himself, to the point where his voice grunting will take the sound of his past self, Asriel. Art shift, played to utterly horrific effect during the Photoshop Flowey boss fight. He looks like an animutation of actual images of human and plant body parts jumbled together with a screen showing a screaming human face in 2-bit color. Audience surrogate, though this is only really revealed on the True Pacifist and No Mercy runs, his backstory and actions are all set up to directly parallel the player's actions and motivations, in particular, those of a player who performs a True Pacifist run and then resets for No Mercy. For a substantial portion of any run, he projects on Frisk, believing them to be his friend the fallen child when they've never actually met, in much the same way that the player is expected to believe they've named Frisk, not the child, and that Frisk is just a blank slate viewpoint character. In the True Pacifist run, as Asriel, he plans to reset the entire timeline so he can keep having fun with his friends, and in the No Mercy run, he talks about how his own genocidal actions were motivated, in part, by the repetitiveness of helping everyone and the realization that they were all scripted actors. Back from the dead, as per the usual, even if Flowey dies on a previous run, the player can just reset the game and he'll be back the same as he was. If you kill him at the one end of one neutral run and reset for another. As he points out, doing that for anyone else has the same effect, so it's kinda weird that you really believed his death would stick. The bad guy wins. Prior to meeting the protagonist, Flowey had already almost completed several genocide runs of his own, but by his own comments before the neutral final boss, even if he ever made it past Sans, he still couldn't get Ascari to show him human souls. Bad liar, he tries to come off as friendly and helpful, but his smug, insincere tone and short temper means that he's not particularly convincing as far as the audience is concerned. It's a different story for the characters. Some are taken in by his act. Others, not so much. Baleful polymorph, his true identity is not a flower, it is Asriel Dreamer, Prince of the Underground and son of Toriel and Ascari. Alphys' experiments on monster souls and determination led to him being inadvertently reincarnated as the soulless flower that he is. In the genocide route, Flowey recounts how horrifying it was when he awakened to find that he couldn't feel any of his limbs. In the true pacifist route, when he regains his original form as Asriel, the first thing he does is test his newly regained arms, silently laugh to himself, and mention how he was so tired of being a flower. Big bad. While the monsters of the underground are trying to kill or capture you on Ascari's orders, it's Flowey who's ultimately the primary antagonist. You can say that he's this for the game itself, as he is not only aware of the save file, but he uses the player themselves to do what he wants them to do. He continues this on a no-mercy run, offering an alliance in achieving their goals and forming a big bad duumvirate with you. Unfortunately for Flowey, his supposed best friend and the player are two different entities with much more power than him, and the former manages to effortlessly destroy Flowey at the end of the game. Big bad wannabe, on a genocide run. He believes that the Fallen is willing to cooperate with him, but the Fallen is perfectly willing to kill Flowey. Flowey ends up trying to save his own skin, which leads to him becoming the final fatality before the Fallen destroys the world and or removes the player from control. Boring but practical, his favored attack pattern is an inescapable circle of bullets surrounding his target, which then closes in on them. Boss Remix, Your Best Friend, the song that plays when you first meet him in the ruins, gets a reprise in Your Best Nightmare, Finale, Hopes and Dreams, and Save the World. These are, respectively, the battle themes of the two phases of Photoshop Flowey and the two phases of the fight with Asriel, both of which are more powerful forms of Flowey. In addition, You Idiot, his endgame leitmotif, is also remixed in Your Best Nightmare. Catchphrase, in this world, it's kill or be killed. Also, don't you have anything better to do, for when you go out of your way to speak to him over and over again through resets? Asriel co-opts both and flips them into more positive statements at the end of the game. He also enjoys calling you and all of your friends idiots. The Chess Master, in a neutral to pacifist playthrough, Flowey shows just how cunning he can be. After Frisk defeats Ascari, Flowey kills him and absorbs the 6 human souls to become Photoshop Flowey. When the human souls rebel against him and he's defeated, should he be spared, Flowey suggests the player prove his philosophy wrong by playing through the game again without killing anything and be nicer to Alphys if they want to get a better ending, making it sound like he's undergoing a face turn. After Frisk's trek through the True Lab, they get a mysterious call that says everything is falling into place before the elevator is rocketed up to the castle and jammed shut with vines. Flowey then tells Papyrus to round all the monsters up at the castle, where he absorbs not only the 6 human souls, but all of the monster souls to restore his true form and become a god. Combat tentacles, he can sprout vines from his roots, which are thick, covered in thorns, and seem to possess a nigh-omniscient reach throughout the underground. They'll see use at least once per playthrough, whether it's pressing switches, jamming doors, or trying to kill you as one of his attacks as the final boss. Cruel and unusual death. On the worst ending, Flowey attempts to beg for mercy, only to be utterly mutilated and cut in half. Cutscene boss. If you've already completed a pacifist run but fail to achieve true pacifist the second time around, Flowey just plain skips the fight, already knowing how it ends. On the flip side, if you finish the no mercy route, the player doesn't even get a prompt to fight Flowey before he's defeated. Defeat equals explosion, subverted. When you defeat him as Photoshop Flowey, he initially starts exploding, and then instantly reloads a save. His proper defeat at the hands of the other human souls is quite a spectacle, but there's no explosion in sight. Defiant to the end, if you choose to kill him in the neutral run, he gives one last evil grin and proclaims, "I knew you had it in you." Despotism justifies the means. Before he regains his sense of self as Asriel, Flowey's ultimate goal is to take every soul that Ascari has gathered to become godlike, and not much beyond that, really. Even before that, however, he was stalking Frisk from afar along their journey primarily because, when Frisk gained the power to save, they had stolen it from Flowey and he wants it back. Devil in plain sight, he abandons his friendly facade almost immediately after you meet him. Didn't think this through. His actions after realizing Chara wouldn't hesitate to kill him if it served them in the genocide route can basically be summed up as him giving them every reason to, from selling them out to kill stealing to destroying their primary means of escape, all in an attempt to save his own stem. Dirty coward. Flowey is confident the player will do little than can actually harm him, but when he finds someone who is willing and able to hurt him, his entire persona crumbles. Revealed to be this toward the end of a genocide run. He's not afraid of Frisk or the player since he seems to know that being killed will never have any permanent effects, and that he can still try to manipulate both of you toward his own ends. Once face to face with Chara, however, he crumbles when he realizes he's dealing with an unrepentant murderer who'd happily kill him for sheer amusement. Whereas in other playthroughs Flowey has little problems fucking around with you, after this point, he's entirely devoted to saving his own neck, right down to pitifully and tearfully begging for his life. Driven to suicide, in the No Mercy run, Flowey confides that he attempted suicide after turning into an unfeeling flower, but stopped himself after thinking about what might happen when a being without a soul dies. Through this, he realized how he could save Eldritch Abomination, after he attains his Photoshop Flowey form by absorbing the 6 human souls. Specifically, he looks like a TV screen attached to an organic version of the determination extractor made up of a nightmarishly rearranged photorealistic human face, surrounded by eternally looping, photorealistic thorny vines and clawed cactus arms. Establishing character moment. The first thing he does in story is introduce himself as the player's best friend and claim he wants to help them, but there's something about the whole thing that just seems off. Then he tries to convince the player to walk into a trap, taunting them for falling for it when they do, and saying his classic line, "In this world, it's kill or be killed." Then he tries to kill you, grinning all the time. Yeah, that about sums up what we can expect from our old friend Flowey. Even evil has loved ones. Flowey still shows signs of Asriel's ill-advised fondness towards the fallen child. Even evil has standards. When you kill Toriel after sparing her, you're greeted with Flowey saying, "Wow, you're utterly repulsive." Evil cannot comprehend good. Flowey was created by giving determination to something without a soul, and so he cannot comprehend love. When you defeat his Eldritch Abomination form and decide to spare him, he doesn't know why you're being so nice to him, and starts crying that he can't understand. Evil is Hame. He doesn't even bother holding up his cute facade, as within moments of his introduction, he tries to kill the human child, and brings out the nightmare faces and evil laughs. He lets it all out as Photoshop Flowey, in which he hijacks the game, turns into a photorealistic monstrosity, and torments the player with all his might. Evil is petty. It really doesn't help his plans any to mock and insult you constantly. He's just kind of a dick like that. Evil laugh, he's a real big fan of these, belting out a high-pitched, distorted cackle out every now and then. They get even worse when he becomes Photoshop flowy. Exact words, if you complete a neutral non-pacifist run and choose to spare him, he challenges you to get to the same point from the beginning without killing anyone, promising he won't kill Ascari if you do so. Indeed, if you do so, you get to hear Ascari's full speech, which Floey won't interrupt this time around, which ends up with Ascari realizing that he can't keep you trapped underground and committing suicide so that you can take his soul and go through the barrier. Which Floey then promptly destroys, since he didn't say anything about letting you have his soul as well, since that would interfere with his plans. Explain, explain. Oh, crap, in No Mercy, Floey explains that he was suddenly not able to reset after the player fell into the underground because the player's determination exceeds his own, while lamenting about the possibilities of dying without a soul and that monsters like himself and the player wouldn't hesitate to kill each other, at which point he realizes the player can kill him for real and fully intends to. XP. Of Gigas from Earthbound. His Photoshop flowy form is an all-powerful, mind-screwy eldritch abomination only defeatable by calling out for help. He is also a tragic monster, who was not always the embodiment of evil he is now. He also has some similarities to Porky from the same series. They both pretend to be the player character's friend and become so bored after abusing time travel that they decide to effectively destroy everything. The fake cutie, he's an adorable, talking flower who introduces himself as supposedly your best friend, but that charade doesn't even last a minute. Faking the dead, if you kill him at the end of a neutral run and then restart, he is absent from most of his scripted encounters. However, he still stalks you as before, and he'll fully reveal himself if you get another neutral ending just to destroy Ascari's soul and taunt you, saying that he comes back whenever you reset. All killing Floey does is prevent him from giving you the hint for the true pacifist route, though it's still achievable. False friend, to you, obviously, but also to Papyrus, who speaks of him fondly in phone calls. He manages to manipulate Papyrus into convincing Undyne to request the protagonist to give Alphys the date invitation, telling the protagonist to go to the True Lab, and bringing everyone to Ascari's castle in the true ending route. Fast tunneling, for being a simple flower, he can burrow fast and pop up through things that you wouldn't expect, like solid rock or even metal. He uses this skill to stalk you throughout the game. There's pretty much nowhere he can't dig to find you. Faux affably evil, even after his malicious intentions are revealed, he still acts cheerful and greets the player in a friendly manner. In fact, in the monologue he gives right before he tries to kill you as Photoshop Floey, he opens with his usual howdy, and calls himself your old friend Floey before going on to tell you that he plans to save over your death just so he can kill you again. Final boss, Floey is one of 3 or so bosses the player can fight at the end of a route. Of the neutral route, he must be fought at least once to open up the true final boss for true pacifist, and in No Mercy he is a cutscene boss. Finger gun, during his boss fight, one of the possible attack is him conjuring hands performing the finger gun pose, which then launches the fingers as projectiles. Did we mention the fingers also have flower faces at the fingertips? Flower motif, he's a flower, which has a deeper meaning than it seems to have. Specifically, he's colored and shaped like a buttercup flower, which was used instead of butter in a pie that nearly poisoned Ascari, are the flower Charo loved and also used to poison himself to empower Asriel so as to cross the barrier in their plan to gather human souls, which Asriel now regrets refusing to participate in. Buttercups are also associated with childishness, and yellow flowers in general mean friendship. In the end, Floey is the reincarnation of a little boy, whose main motivation is to be with his dearest friend, Chara. Foul flower, he initially uses his flower form to deceive the player into trusting him, but quickly reveals how monstrous he is despite his appearance. Heck, he's now the page image for this trope. The fourth wall will not protect you, there's no hiding what you did from Floey. Not even if you reset. Did you kill Toriel, then reset, do her battle again, and spare her? Flowey's speech at the end of the ruins makes it very clear he knows. And that's just one of the more blatant examples of this trope. Game over man, Flowey is one of the few characters to narrate the game over screen, alongside the Ascari and the No Mercy final boss. If you lose to him in the Photoshop Flowey fight, he'll tell you this is all a bad dream, and you're never waking up, before descending into mad laughter that covers the screen and crashes the game. While this is his first and most notable hijack of the game over screen, he does have other quotes. None of them are quite as extensive, though. Gender blender names associated with flowers are typically feminine. It doesn't help that he's a literal flower. His real name, Asriel Dreamer, is definitely not this trope. Giggling villain, even though Flowey does a full evil laugh quite often, he will also occasionally just chuckle. Giver of lame names, it's implied he named himself Flowey after being resurrected as a flower. Seems like he takes after his dad in the naming department. Gone horribly right, oh sure, Flowey, go on and push your kill or be killed philosophy. Let's see how you like it to be on the receiving end on the kill 'em all route. Go out with a smile, he sports a demented grin if you decide to kill him in the neutral route. A god am I, he proclaims himself the god of the underworld after absorbing the 6 human souls in the neutral path final boss fight, and announces his intent to absorb Frisks as well to become truly all-powerful. Green thumb, well, he is a flower, after all. He seems to prefer to act out of sight, but he does press down a switch with vines in the No Mercy route, blocks access to the True Lab elevator and binds the other boss monsters in the True Ending, and then there's Photoshop Flowey. Hate sync, he has almost no redeeming qualities whatsoever, and spends almost every on-screen moment he gets either saying or doing something horrible. It gets to the point where you want to get the genocide ending, just to kill him without letting him be smug about it. Subverted when he becomes Asriel in the pacifist ending, where he regains his compassion and becomes nice again. Also subverted at the very end of the genocide route, where his evil facade breaks down right before the Fallen kills him, to the point seeing him killed is more horrifying than satisfying. Heel, face door slam, in the genocide ending. Once Flowey realizes you plan on murdering him once you're done with the rest of the underground, he tries to warn Ascari about you. Unfortunately, the kind-hearted king fails to recognize the threat you pose, and you bring him to his knees effortlessly, prompting Flowey to try and get back into your good graces by finishing off Ascari for you. This doesn't save him, the fallen child utterly destroys Flowey immediately afterwards. Heel, face turn, if you beat Flowey in the neutral path and then spare him, he comes back and begins to realize that killing everything is unnecessary, and wishes for you to prove this to him by running a pacifist run. By doing that and sparing him again, or by playing a pacifist run in the first place, note Flowey tells you how to obtain the best ending. However, all of this turns out to be a ploy to absorb everyone's souls and turn back into Asriel. It's only after this final battle that Flowey seems to honestly regret what he did, even begging the player to not set everyone back from their happy ending by replaying the game. Hidden depths, in the genocide ending, Flowey reveals why he became a sociopath. He'd been trapped in a cave with nothing to do but play God with a bunch of stale actors. And took permanent brain damage from dying. And had to do this for centuries. He even tried the good guy options at first, but a literal lack of empathy and the predictable nature of his playthings eventually left him bored of existence but too afraid of dying. It's implied that the only way to cure him is to show him what true violence is. In the pacifist ending, once you show him that there is a way out, he ends up hopeful of the new world and willing to protect it, even if he still is a heartless megalomaniac. Hopeless boss fight. His demonstration of how to acquire love at the beginning of the game is a trap that nearly kills you. Toriel intervenes to save you from his follow-up attack. If you deliberately dodge it several times, Flowey briefly reveals his true colors. The first phases of the fight against Photoshop Flowey is basically this: just try to survive until Act appears. Horrible judge of character, while savvy in most runs, it takes him all the way till New Home to realize that omnicidal maniac Chara doesn't reciprocate the friendship he so desperately wants to rekindle. If you kill him, you will be just like him. If the player decides to kill him after the first playthrough in a neutral or pacifist run, just to rub it in, his dying words will be gloating about it. Floey, displaying a slasher smile, I knew you had it in you. I just want to have friends. The fallen child was the closest thing he had to a friend, and he simply cannot let go his memories of them, to the point of projecting the fallen onto Frisk as Floey. He just wants to see his friend again that badly, and does whatever he can to keep them underground. This is part of why he is so elated to see fallen Frisk at the beginning of the No Mercy route. Immorality, Floey's been around far longer than he initially lets on. Floey possesses determination just like the protagonist, and has reset several times after being killed. Once he realized the implications, he started doing whatever the hell he wanted, including and not limited to mass murder. Interface Screw, as the first tutorial character, Floey has some knowledge of the game's mechanics and uses this to his own advantage. He says that he once had the power to save and load like the player, but lost that power when the player character arrived. However, he is still aware of yours. If you kill Toriel, reload, and replay the battle to save her, a common mistake among new players is to think you need to weaken her sufficiently before she accepts your mercy, then kill her by accident. He will call you out on it, as well as various other possible save and reload scenarios. When he becomes Photoshop Floey, his will supersedes the child's, allowing him to alter the very fabric of the game and to easily load his way out of your attempts to kill him, at first. I shall taunt you, repeatedly, especially if you're on your first neutral run. It comes to a head when he outright breaks the game as Photoshop Floey just so he can torment and kill you over and over again. If you choose to kill him after defeating his Photoshop form, he'll praise you for having it in you, and in future neutral endings, he'll tell you that killing him didn't solve anything, and that he'll take away your happy ending whenever you get within reach of it. It's all about me. Floey early on claims that he is the prince of this world's future. He's actually not wrong after all. He is an actual prince in being as real dreamer, and as the sole vessel created by Alphys, he technically does exist to determine the world's future. Jagged mouth, a couple of his nightmare faces have jagged sharp-edged mouths. Jerkus, to put it mildly. His establishing character moment alone has him attempting to exploit the player's naivete, to try and convince them to walk straight into his attacks. Killer Rabbit, in Undertale, you meet all kinds of monsters, from skeletons to fish knights. And yet the most utterly depraved of them all, is a cute smiling flower. Lack of empathy, he is incapable of feeling any love. And not for the lack of trying, he spent weeks with both his parents, separately, trying to feel something, but failed. Laughing Mad, Floey's a violent, insane sociopath that has some of the most disturbing evil laughs in all of video game history. Leitmotif, your best friend. For his first appearance, at least. His endgame appearances on neutral and pacifist get you idiot instead. The former gets a dark reprise, or a dozen insane ones, and the latter gets a boss remix or 3 in your best nightmare. Manipulative bastard, he's been talking to Papyrus for a while, pretending to be his friend so that he can exploit his naivete near the end of the true pacifist run. He also attempts to do this with the player after a neutral run, where he suddenly seems to have a change of heart and gives you real advice towards getting the true pacifist ending. Both of these are plots that further his true goal. Nice job fixing it, villain. In the demo, if you kill Toriel, he'll leave a little message for you. You didn't even try to spare her, did you? In most cases, this would be standard evil gloating, but for many people, this was the first time they realized Toriel could be spared. So they reset and spared her that time. Thanks for the tip, Floey. After he realizes that Chara wouldn't hesitate to kill him if he got in the way, he tries to warn Ascari about them, and when they still bring Ascari to his knees, Flowey takes him out for them soul and all in an attempt to curry favor. Up until then, even if Chara no longer cared for Flowey, assuming they're aware of Flowey having once been Asriel, they still had some pragmatic reason to keep him alive. Flowey D been solving most of the puzzles for them, after all. By warning Ascari about you, kill stealing him, and destroying his soul, Chara's main if not only hope of getting out of the underground at that point, he proved to be the very kind of hindrance that Chara wouldn't hesitate to kill, regardless of Chara's initial motives. Nightmare face, he can shapeshift his face into monstrous forms. The worst ones are near the end of the neutral route. And those are before facing him in the final battle of said route. Not so different, he says this during the No Mercy run. He's got a point. Ha ha ha. You're not really human, are you? No. You're empty inside. Just like me. Not so imaginary friend, to Papyrus. Sans and Undine don't believe he's real, despite Papyrus insisting otherwise. Nothing left to do but die. Flowey was hovering around this point before the player arrived, as he used his ability to save and manipulate time to do pretty much everything. He describes a state of extreme boredom, brought on by the fact that he's read every book, burned every book, appeased everyone, killed everyone, and done pretty much everything there is to do until the player arrived. Oh crap. Giving all of his talk about the underground living by the kill or be killed rule, he eventually realizes that the fallen child has no qualms about killing him or anyone else who gets in the way. Given your large body count and the creepy expression you give him near the end of No Mercy route, you can't blame him for breaking down into tears. One happens in the neutral route during his final boss fight, when he realizes that the human souls have started rebelling, causing his power to load save states to no longer work. Oh, crap, fake out. Flowey has won at the end of the fight with him. He starts to scream in defeat, only to reload file 3 with a gotcha, bitch, look on his face, and then proceed to gloat about how he'll kill you again and again and again. But then he later has a genuine oh crap moment when the souls rally against him and disable his save states. One more happens at the tail end of the true pacifist run once he sees that the entire population of the underworld have come to back Frisk up against Flowey's assault. He's faking shock before making everyone realize he has them all right where he wants them, ripe for a mass soul steal. Omnicidal maniac, Flowey is a sociopath whose first action is to try to lull the child into a false sense of security so he can kill them and take their soul. He later reveals that using his save scumming ability, he's killed the inhabitants of the underground multiple times out of boredom, but was unable to access the human souls needed to break the barrier and complete the fallen child's mission of destroying humanity. However, he mistakes Frisk for the fallen and, in a pacifist playthrough, forgoes destroying the world for trapping Frisk in a time loop so they can be together forever. One-winged angel, Flowey takes on a new appearance for the battle with him, similarly to Metatone and Ascari. His Photoshop Flowey form at the end of the neutral route. He goes from a simple flower to a horrific biomechanical plant monstrosity. Only friend, if you spare him in the neutral route, then defeat Ascari repeatedly to see all his reactions, he tells you to stop trying to be his friend, because he could only care about one person. He also points out that, without a soul, he doesn't really care about even that person, but they're the only one he's not bored of, and that's as close as it gets. In the true pacifist ending, he finally says who that person is, Chara, the fallen child. OOC. Is serious business, twice, each in a different route. There's only one moment where Flowey is genuinely empathetic on his own accord, his message to you when you attempt to restart a new game after achieving the golden ending. He pleads with you to not take away the happy ending of all the other characters by resetting the game with utmost sincerity, as he has nothing to gain from feigning kindness further, as the monsters of the underworld have already been freed. He even apologizes in case you've heard his spiel before. Given that he seems to be directly addressing the player here, it's probably justified. There's only one moment where Flowey is absolutely terrified. If you attempt a genocide route, Flowey will come to realize the depths of the fallen child's depravity and that even he's not safe from you. This realization causes Flowey's smug demeanor to instantly vanish and he becomes very meek and terrified. Even in other villainous breakdowns, such as when the human souls rebel against him, he doesn't seem so helplessly frightened, to the point where he runs to his father and bursts into tears. This is one of the more blatant hints to the player that continuing your no mercy run might not be the best idea. Perpetual smiler, almost always seen smiling smugly or in a fake gentle attitude. And, of course, he makes scary sharp grins sometimes. When he stops smiling, shit's officially gotten real. Red eyes, take warning, Photoshop Flowey has red eyes that appear to cut through his regular black eyes. Reincarnation, he used to be the monster's prince, Asriel Dreamer. An unknown length of time after he died, Alphys' experiments with determination brought him back to life in Flowey's form. Reluctant Psycho, his monologue in the No Mercy run brings up that he's genuinely upset over his inability to feel love and compassion along with the ensuing insanity, but doesn't think about a better life than toying with the people of the underground along with his new human playmate. Rewarded as a traitor deserves, in the No Mercy run. At the end, once he realizes that the sociopathic first child has no qualms about killing him, Flowey tries to warn King Ascari. When the Fallen effortlessly cuts down Ascari, Flowey finishes him off in order to prove his loyalty, even outright pleading for his life, but is brutally hacked to pieces. Sadist, lacking a soul, it's debatable whether Flowey can feel genuine joy or not. But if he can, inflicting pain and suffering on others is one thing that causes it. Safety in indifference, in one of the endings, he advocates not caring as a way to avoid being emotionally hurt. Self-made orphan, given that he claims to have killed everybody multiple times, it's all but certain that Toriel and Ascari have fallen at his hands at some point. On a less ambiguous note, should the child spare Ascari in most neutral routes, Flowey will show up, slay him, and destroy his soul, albeit only doing the latter if Ascari commits suicide or is killed by the child. Series mascot, his form is on the official site and the first page of the manual. Signature move, the most used attack in his arsenal is an unavoidable circle of bullets that slowly close in on the target. Even after going one-winged angel in a neutral run, he doesn't ditch it. Though, notably absent in the pacifist run, once he becomes Asriel. Slasher smile, when he's in a particularly evil mood, he'll break out a toothy, horrific grin. Smug smiler, he keeps his grin even as he taunts, insults, and tries to kill you. It's enough to make you want to reach through the screen and punch him in his stupid, grinning face. Smug snake, he's condescending, often refers to the human child and their friends as idiots, and is overall an unrepentant, sociopathic jerkus. The social Darwinist, Flowey's motto, which he never misses an opportunity to inform the child, is kill or be killed. The sociopath, his defining feature. He cares about no one but himself, exemplified by his philosophy of kill or be killed. His monologue in the No Mercy run reflects a more sympathetic portrayal of the sociopath than most. Flowey is legitimately upset at his lack of empathy, but years of living without the capacity for love have driven him to his sociopathic nature by the beginning of the game. The soulless, a being with determination and memories, but no soul and no compassion. Souljar, Flowey manages to combine this with the soulless due to the unique nature of his birth. Alphys created him to become this as a vessel for all the monster souls they had. Flowey was meant to be the weapon that would destroy the barrier, chosen so because a monster cannot absorb monster souls. Flowey is fully aware of this, and when Frisk arrives, he decides to finally live up to it, in the most destructive way possible. Stealth expert, Flowey can be seen snooping at the child from the entrance of some rooms if you walk forth and turn back. Throughout the game, he is aware of everything you do. Stop poking me, will eventually ask if you have anything better to do if you keep restarting the game or beating Ascari. or if you lose to him as Photoshop Flowy AF ton of times. He also gets annoyed if you try to repeatedly run into his circle of bullets after he's about to finish you off as Photoshop Flowy. Storybreaker power. Unlike the player, Flowy's load and save abilities aren't limited to singular points throughout the game, he has save states. In other words, he can save at any time, and load at any time, effectively giving him absolute control over the timeline, which he lost when Frisk, who possesses an even greater determination than he, entered the underground and unwittingly usurped this power from him. When Flowy becomes Photoshop Flowy and gets this power back for the final boss fight, he abuses it liberally, and the only way to win is to strip him of it again. Stunned silence. Flowy tends to have this reaction anytime his powers don't work. This is Photoshop Flowy's response when his attempt to load his save file fails. His face is basically a nonverbal flat what? A less comedic version if you spare him after said fight. For a couple dialogue boxes, Flowy will say nothing, just staring at you in stunned, confused silence. Suddenly voiced, if you kill everything in the ruins and then meet him afterwards, he recognizes that the child in front of him is actually the fallen child and tells them that he has a plan to become all-powerful by killing everyone, following it up with him saying oh, that's a wonderful idea. Superpowered evil side, he is one of Asriel. Take that, audience, in a rather meta sense in a no mercy run. Besides his typical you bastard moments, he leans on the fourth wall and essentially calls out anyone who watches a live stream or video of the No Mercy run because they want to see the carnage, but lack the stomach to do it themselves. Tears of fear, used to heartbreaking effect in the No Mercy route. Once the player reaches new home, Flowy tries to reconnect with his one-time friend, only to realize that said friend is now an utterly deranged murderer who is fully intent on his death. Flowy flees while the player takes on Sans, running back crying to his true father, Ascari, clearly hoping for some measure of protection. When the player effortlessly dispatches Ascari, Flowy deals the death blow to try and curry favor and, when that doesn't work, changes his face back into that of Asriel before breaking down crying and sobbing in terror while begging for his life. It doesn't work. Time Master, Flowy has a knowledge of the underground like no other, and seems able to know what each person's decisions will lead to in their future. His use of save states turn him into this, as he can return to any point in time when he created a save point. This cannot be, in both the neutral and pacifist endings, he says something of this sort, right before he springs back to full power, laughs, and calls you an idiot. Tragic monster, as revealed throughout the final moments of the No Mercy and Pacifist runs. He is actually the essence of Asriel, manipulated and possibly tainted by the first child, imbued with determination and embodied into a flower. The reason why he is so utterly evil is because, despite being sapient and sentient, he lacks a soul and a heart. He is literally unable to feel empathy for anybody or understand why anyone would feel empathy for him. On top of that, he has lines that reveal he regrets his actions as a human soul-empowered Asriel when he refused to unleash his power on the human village at Chara's behest, as this led to nothing but pain and misery for everyone. Coupled with the above issues, the experience of making a decision out of love and empathy that seemingly backfired while refusing to accept the fact that his beloved Chara was not really a good person and is actually at fault, has severely jaded him. Treacherous advisor, the manual sets him up as an ally, and he's the first character the player meets, but it doesn't take long for him to reveal that he does not have your best interests in mind. Instead, he's only out for himself. Troll, enjoys messing with you, near the end of the fight, once you lower his health to 0, and he appears to experience a technicolor death, only for him to resort to save scumming and take you back to the beginning of the fight, so he can repeatedly kill you, complete with this expression. Unexpected gameplay change, the boss fights in Undertale are all slightly different, but Flowy takes the shooting mechanics to an extreme. His Photoshop form turns the game from a turn-based RPG of sorts into a straight-up vertical scrolling shooter, though minus the ability to actually shoot. Unique enemy, of a sort. Photoshop Flowey is fought only once at the end of the neutral route and refuses to fight you again in any subsequent playthroughs because, due to him retaining all his memories across the resets, he knows how it will end. The sole exception is if you do a true reset, which does erase his memory of your journey through the underground, including his boss fight. Unwinnable by design, exploited. His favorite attack pattern is an undodgeable ring of bullets slowly closing in on your soul. Usually after he's already reduced you to 1 HP through other means. Fortunately, fate tends to conspire to keep him from actually finishing you off. Verbal backspace. If the player evades his friendliness pellets 3 times in the opening, he snaps at you to run into the bullets, and then immediately replaces the last word with friendliness pellets. Villainous breakdown. Flowey enjoys faking a freak out only to call you an idiot and reveal that he's still winning. He does this once in the neutral ending and once in the true pacifist ending. He does get some genuine breakdowns, though. The first is when his powers fail him in the final boss of a neutral playthrough. The second is immediately after if the player chooses to spare him, since he's unable to understand why the player would grant mercy to someone like him. The last of these is in a no mercy play though when Flowey realizes that the fallen child can not only permanently kill him, but fully intends to do so. And we can't forget the initial encounter, wherein if you don't play along, his saccharine facade cracks quite quickly. Villainous friendship, during a no mercy run. Flowey is much less condescending and much more genuinely kind in this route, treating the fallen like an old friend, which may not be far from the truth. Unfortunately, this comes back to haunt him when he realizes just how horrible the fallen really is. Walking spoiler, it's no secret that Flowey is antagonistic to the player, but there's way more detail surrounding his character than it would initially appear. What the hell, player, play through a pacifist run perfectly, except for killing Ascari at the very end. Flowey will not be amused and will sputter something that pretty much amounts to, "What the hell's the matter with you? You were so close." Who wants to live forever? He's done anything and everything, good or evil, through his save ability, but now everything has become predictable, so he wants your help to destroy it all. Wishful projection. Flowey truly believes that Frisk is the fallen reborn. It ends up being more than wishful if you're on the no mercy route. Yandere, Platonic example with Frisk in neutral and true pacifist, while projecting the fallen child onto them. The human's unpredictable nature and determination that dwarfs Flowey's own gives him the ability to save and reset, which means as long as they're around, every loop is different. Flowey thus does everything within his power to keep Frisk from escaping the underground and stalks them constantly, but at the same time never fully finishes them off when he has the upper hand. "You bastard," Flowey loves to call the player out for their choices since he knows you can save and reset at will. In most cases, though, he doesn't actually disapprove and is more than likely trying to get under the player's skin. "You have no chance to survive," quite a fan of this. "You really think you can stop me? He he he. You really are an idiot. This is all a bad dream. And you're never waking up? Your soul is mine." While most of the monsters strive to obtain a soul in general, Flowey almost says this verbatim when he absorbs every soul in the true pacifist route. "All of your souls are mine. You will not evade me." His favorite attack is surrounding you with pellets you can't easily evade. When he's got the drop on someone, he'll close a circle of pellets around them.
Now listen closely. Here's a little lesson in trickery. This is going down in history. If you wanna be a villain member.
The Guardian of the Ruins area. Toriel is a motherly figure who literally takes your hand through the first part of the story. Her favorite food is snail pie. Action girl. It's important to remember that beneath her gentle demeanor is a powerful fire mage. Actually pretty funny, near the end of hard mode, annoying dog tells her that the hard mode's continuation would be hard. Given her love for puns, she's very close to bursting out laughing. Adorkable, her love of terrible puns and embarrassing and overprotective but lovable mom vibe places her safely into this territory. Adult fear. Everything she does stems from her desire to protect the protagonist, since every child that has fallen into the underground and come under her wing has died. It becomes harsher in hindsight when you remember that both of her children, her son Asriel and his adopted human sibling, both died on the same day. She's also completely oblivious to the fact that Floe is a soulless reincarnation of Asriel, who she nonchalantly blew away in the first 5 minutes of the game while thinking it nothing more than a wretched predator. She becomes absolutely horrified if she accidentally kills the child during her boss fight, despite deliberately making her spells miss their soul once they lose enough health. Affectionate nickname, Sans and Ascari both call her Tori. The ageless, Toriel is a boss monster, which is a species of monster that does not age unless she has a child. So, like her husband, she hasn't aged since her son died, which may have been decades to centuries ago, the year 201X. Ah, look. They really do love each other. When you're saving her soul from Asriel, you're saving her alongside her ex-husband Ascari. Despite her animosity towards him, being unceasingly kind to him is enough to snap her out of her hopelessness too. Badass, adorable, absolutely huggable, and a powerful magician who will completely wreck you if she doesn't hold back. Barefoot cartoon animal, wears a robe, but neither shoes nor socks, unlike most of the other monsters we meet. Yet she has a sock drawer in her room. Scandalous indeed. Behind every great man, it's outright said that she was the brains of the royal family as queen. Berserk button. If you reach her house with a sliver of HP left, Toriel will be angry and demand to know who dared to harm you. Toriel is pretty much the game's sweetest character except when Ascari is around. Even after a pacifist run where everyone gets together and makes peace, Toriel still hates his guts. Then again, if you placed peace between all races as your highest priority, then found out your husband waged war against humanity on an impulse in addition to harvesting innocent human souls to free his kingdom, then chose to cowardly take a passive plan B after some second thoughts by just waiting for humans to stumble into his world for harvesting, vastly prolonging said kingdom's wait for freedom and thereby skewing such a plan into a big problem for both races, you'd probably find it hard to forgive him, too. Beware the nice ones. Toriel effortlessly dealing with Floe's attack at the introduction should be an indication that she is as powerful as she is kind. She also does the same thing to Ascari in the true pacifist route. She is also willing to beat the player character to near death to stop them from leaving the ruins. She's doing it to spare the child from what she believes to be a certain death, but still. Big damn heroes. In her debut appearance, she erases Floe's unavoidable attack and then blows him away with a fireball. She does it a second time when you face Ascari after exploring the true laboratory. She even uses the same line. Bookends, "Do not be afraid, my child," is said by her when she first saves you from Floe. Provided that she lives, she says it twice more near the end of the true pacifist route, first when she stops the fight between you and Ascari, then when all the ensnared monsters protect Frisk against Floe. The chains of commanding, defied by Toriel. After Ascari decided to restart the kill all humans policy, she left him and went to the ruins to save any children that would fall through the hole on Mount Ebot. In any ending where she is the queen, she will undo Ascari's policy, even at the risk of angering the other monsters and denying them hope. For her, not killing is more important, even if she's forced out of her position. Chekhov's gag, her attempts at puns are adorably bad. They're also the primary reason why Sans didn't kill you as soon as you left the ruins. Comically missing the point, according to Jerson, Toriel once wore a light blue dress with a floral pattern on it and people kept telling her that she had a nice Miu Miu. Toriel mistook the compliments as her being called a cow and never wore it again, although she can be seen wearing it once more in the golden ending. Commonality connection, bad puns is how she became friends with Sans to begin with. Cool old lady. Certainly has the attitude of one. While her age is never even hinted at, She prefers to spend her time cooking and reading. Subverted in that physically, she and Ascari are both physically rather young. Boss monsters are explicitly stated to only age beyond adulthood as their child grows, so now that Asriel's gone, she'll be where she is for keeps. Cute little Fangs has a very prominent and very adorable pair whenever shown in the dialogue box. Death Glare, Toriel can be surprisingly intimidating with her eyes, as the first Frogget can attest. Do not call me Paul, she kindly reminds a character to not call her Dreamer, which is also likely her wish of not wanting to be associated with Ascari. Do wrong, right, one of the reasons she wants nothing to do with Ascari anymore. She didn't condone his plan to begin with, but she absolutely despises his cowardice and unwillingness to go all the way with it, which is making all monsters suffer for who knows how long. The Fettered, very much so. She knocks out Flowey within a few minutes of the beginning gameplay, but doesn't kill him. She treats Ascari the same way during a pacifist run while showing that she had a better plan for breaking the barrier but wouldn't go through with it because she doesn't kill. Likewise, she tries not to kill you when blocking you from leaving the ruins, and her fireballs stop hitting you when your HP is low enough. God was my co-pilot, Toriel was the queen of the underground, but abdicated the throne out of disgust at Ascari's plan. She ascends back to the throne in some of the neutral endings, and is the default character to do so if she survives. Good is not soft. If Toriel weren't the Fettered, she could easily become the most formidable ruler in the underground. When given the opportunity, she will fight anyone that tries to hurt you, including her ex-husband, will fight you to keep you from leaving the underground, and destroy the one-way exit to the ruins. Not to mention that she came up with a better plan to reap the 7 souls needed to break the barrier than Ascari did, but wouldn't do it herself because of her thou shalt not kill policy. Go out with a smile, whenever she's killed in the neutral or no mercy/genocide run. In the former, she takes her death in stride, knowing that the child can survive outside the ruins. But in the latter, or if you go through the effort of sparing her, then attack her at the last moment, she laughs while cursing both you the player and the child with her last breath. Go through me, this is part of her boss battle of the ruins, hoping to encourage you to go back to bed and take a nap. No matter what happens, whether she lives or dies, she doesn't end up happy. Heroic sacrifice, is willing to die if you prove yourself strong enough to leave the ruins, and is befuddled if you insist on sparing her until she eventually lets you go. Subverted if you're on a no mercy run and she realizes you are a, figurative, monster. Hidden depths, there's no telling how powerful she really is, considering she can one-hit KO both Flowey and Ascari. She quite possibly may be on par with Sans. But you will never see her true self in battle, because she loves you too much. I want my beloved to be happy. She allows the child to leave the ruins, because she knows they would be unhappy growing up in their confines, without peers or friends. Intergenerational friendship, with Sans, as they both enjoy bad jokes. Just friends, subverted. She won't even allow this for Ascari. Laughing mad, if you kill her when she has begun her speech and stopped attacking you, or if you are on the kill 'em all route, her last moments will be a painful smile about how much she misunderstood you before laughing and dissolving. Leitmotif, Fallen Down, which plays when she first introduces herself in a Big Damn Heroes moment. A variation of it plays again when Toriel suddenly comes back in at the end of a true pacifist run plot, again, in a Big Damn Heroes moment. Mama Bear, for you, and for every child that falls underground. Flowey and Ascari reveal this to the player the hard way. Oh, yes. She saves the protagonist from a seemingly hopeless situation twice, once from Flowey and then again from Ascari. And, as noted above, if you come to her with very low health, she is not happy about it. Maybe ever after, in the golden ending, Ascari winds up the groundskeeper at the same school Toriel runs. So, maybe they're back on speaking terms. Morality chain. To Sans. If it wasn't for her, he would have killed you as soon as you left the ruins. Or so he says. Also, in a way, to the player. Every interaction with her in the beginning of the game is designed to make the player want to play the game as a pacifist without forcing them. During the pacifist run ending, to Ascari. The minute she appears, saves you from fighting, and calls out Ascari for being a cowardly whelp, he abandons the fight as well. My beloved Smother, she solves the first puzzle in the game for you, tells you the solution to the second, and literally holds your hand through the third. She also scares away early random encounters for you. And at 2 different points, you can't advance in the game unless you ignore her instructions to stay put while she does something important. It is all played in a very endearing light, though. My God, what have I done? It is very difficult to die to her, as her bullets will actively avoid you when your health reaches a certain point. If you do manage to die to her, her split-second expression before the screen goes black is a shocked gasp. In a much more sinister tone, if the player is on a no-mercy route, she comes to realize she wasn't protecting you, but the monsters outside the ruins from you. Outliving one's offspring, including the ones that she's rescued in the ruins, the Fallen, and Asriel. It's also why she hasn't gotten any older. Personality powers, played with. She isn't hot-headed, impulsive, or violent, the typical personality traits associated with playing with fire. She instead embodies the concept of an enduring, nurturing flame light, life, and warmth rather than chaos and destruction. Playing with fire, she knows fire magic. Examining the stove in her house shows it to be surprisingly clean, suggesting she even cooks with it. Punjin Master, she keeps a motherly presence when first meeting you, but it's later revealed she absolutely adores bad jokes. She and Sens ended up becoming friends after discovering their mutual taste in comedy. Punna name, Toriel leads you through the early phase of the game. She's a living tutorial. Gets a whole different meaning when you put it as ET2, Toriel. Really 700 years old, she and Ascari have been around since monsters were first sealed and lived in the ruins, but due to being a boss monster, she hasn't aged physically beyond moderate adulthood. The reason you suck speech, delivers a pretty frank one to Ascari at the finale of a pacifist run about how his plan caused the monsters to stay underground. Red eyes, take warning, averted, for the most part. While she does have red eyes, she's not evil in any term. Though, she's a very competent pyromancer and able to kick ass when needed. Retired badass, just a sweet old lady who likes to bake pies, tend her garden, or sit in her comfy chair and read, who also happens to be the former queen of the underworld and a powerful pyromancer who casually, and unknowingly, smacks down the big bad during your first encounter with her. Ridiculously cute critter, a very, very adorable anthropomorphic goat. Screw this, I'm outta here. Toriel leaves Ascari when the latter goes through with his half-hearted plan of harvesting the souls of the humans who fall into the underground. Secret test of character, her boss fight is both a straight and meta example. She says prove to me you are strong enough to survive as she blocks your way, expecting you to either back down or kill her, and her reaction to being slain normally implies she's alright with that outcome. It is also possible to take a third option and spare her, but the game does not make this immediately obvious, especially since using talk doesn't work, and seems to subtly test whether players are committed to choosing spare over and over again until she backs down. The game implies, both subtly and not so subtly, that the first choice you make reveals the real nature of the player, and Flowey outright mocks you if you kill her then immediately reset. This includes trying to beat Toriel into submission, which traps the player into accidentally killing her, since you're still trying to use violence to get your way. Sickeningly sweethearts, according to Jerson, she and Ascari were this when they were married. Stating the simple solution. When she doesn't outright solve puzzles for you in the ruins, she makes it blatant how to solve them anyways. In her backstory, she furiously lambastes Ascari for waiting around for humans to take their souls. To her, the simple, and brutal, way would be to travel to the surface, kill 6 humans, or wait for them to die since monsters live longer than humans, and just break the barrier immediately. However, unlike most circumstances of this trope, she uses it to turn him away from his current path by pointing out how he doesn't want to do it at all because he didn't do it the easy way. She herself makes her stance on her own version of the plan clear in any neutral ending where she lives, where she declares that humans who fall are to be treated as friends, with varying results. Statuesque stunner, heavily implied. Toriel is quite tall and possibly has a bit of thickness to her stature, which makes her attractive to everybody on the internet. Toriel either can't believe people would take/make pictures of her, or she refuses to believe people could be attracted to an old lady like herself. What also helps is being ageless and being locked at a decent age to keep your looks. Stealth pun, she's an anthropomorphic she-goat and acts as a substitute mother figure for the player. In other words, she's a literal nanny goat. Also, if you become close, you become like her kid. She acts as a tutorial for the game, teaching the player how to solve the puzzles and what to do in case of a battle. She's the tutorial, if you will. Suicide by cop, forces you into a fight to the death, and then holds back. It's more of a secret test of character to prove to her that you're willing to do what it takes to survive. Supreme Chef, you know that slice of butterscotch cinnamon pie you can get from her? It's one of the few items that can recover all hit points upon consumption. You learn in Ascary's new home that he has been trying to replicate that signature pie for years, but always failed. It hammers in just how much he needs her and misses her. Technical pacifist, she is the first serious boss and she will fight you, but if your HP drops to 2, her attacks will start avoiding you. Technologically blind elders, if you don't kill her, she can learn how to text on her phone. She texts exactly like you'd expect, writing long, drawn-out messages, texting you back to correct previous spelling mistakes, and even getting into an impersonation war with Sans. Thou shalt not kill, Toriel towards humans and monsters alike, including Ascary, whom she hates for violating that policy. It's implied that if Toriel were willing to kill, she would have freed the monsters much sooner by taking the pragmatic route, killing one human, using their soul to cross the barrier, and retrieving the remaining 6. Threshold Guardians, played extremely straight. Toriel literally stands in your way before the door that would lead you outside the ruins and asks that you show her that you have the will to survive and move forward, whether by violence or pacifism. Utility magic, her fire magic mostly isn't used for combat, just cooking. Voice grunting, sounds similar to the soft bleating of a goat. Walking spoiler, Toriel is a lot more than the simple motherly old lady you first meet. Wake up call boss, her blocking the exit from the ruin seeks to teach you about the game's boss battles. First of all, her attacks are much harder to dodge and the battle is much longer than any previous battle. But equally important, she's the first opponent where sparing requires more thought than just try everything in the act menu once, and the first battle where sparing takes significantly more turns, and effort, than fighting. Willfully weak, comparing the attack and defense stated by the check options, 80 for both, to the damage Toriel deals and takes makes it obvious she's holding back in your boss battle with her, since she has no desire to kill you. You later learn that Toriel is actually the former queen of the underground, but while Toriel is a wake-up call boss as described above, she's not nearly as hard as Papyrus, Undine, or Metatron are later on. Would hurt a child, entirely willing to beat the protagonist within an inch of their life to stop them from venturing outside to find a way home. That said, she will adamantly refuse to kill you even if you're about to kill her. Others will not be so caring. You can't go home again, invokes this if she's spared. No matter how much she wants for the ruins to be home for the protagonist, she lets them leave, but not before asking them to not come back.
You have to chase a superhero on the run. Just follow my moves and sneak around. Be careful not to make a sound. Shh. No, don't touch that.
A humorless ghost monster who is good at pretending to sleep and sound mixing. Achievements in ignorance. In the true pacifist ending, it's revealed that they escaped Asriel/Flois absorbing of every monster soul in the underground simply by closing their blinds. All lowercase letters, all of their spoken dialogue is like this. Ambiguous gender, only called they by other characters, even in their cousin Metaton's diaries. Apologizes a lot, when they feel like they've inconvenienced you, which is a lot of the time. Gray attack, really not feeling up to it right now. Sorry. Bedsheet ghost, in terms of appearance, since they have no feet and resembles a sad Pac-Man ghost. Amusingly, Napstablook is described as an actual ghost monster, meaning that their visible form looks like a stereotypical ghost because that's just how monster ghosts look. Big damn heroes, Napstablook comes in to break up the stalemate between you and the mad dummy, if only by complete accident. Later on, their call to Metaton inadvertently convinces him that you shouldn't be killed. Break the cutie, if Metaton's diaries are any indication, they've been depressive since their cousin decided to leave the snail farm to become a training dummy. Made even worse for them when Metaton leaves the farm himself to become a celebrity. Tellingly, the player is the only person who is willing to be friends with them. Catching some Z's, they appear to be doing this when the player first meets them, but they're actually just saying Z out loud and pretending to be asleep. Chekhov's gunman, they start out as a simple random mini-boss, and completely leaves the story after that. Until they end up saving you from the mad dummy. Later on, they also accidentally help you spare Metaton, and turns out to have a major connection to him. The Eeyore, unless the protagonist makes an effort to cheer them up. And even then, it doesn't last long. They're generally in an endless downer mood, to the point their favorite activity after meals is to just flop on the floor and feel like trash for hours. Headphones equal isolation, big blocky ones. Hidden depths. If the protagonist flirts with Napstablook in response to their Dapperblook trick, their only response is oh no, implying that either Napstablook thought their attempt to amuse the human child went a little too well, or that they're slightly uncomfortable with being flirted with. Leitmotif, ghost fight, which later gets downplayed into pathetic house when you meet up with them again later. Medium awareness, they're able to read the in-battle menu boxes, as shown if you check them. Check description, this monster doesn't seem to have a sense of humor. Napstablook, oh, I'm real funny. Mini-boss, they block the player's progress forward, and engaging them in battle is the only way to get past. Unless you're on the no mercy route, in which case, they'll immediately disappear. Nice guy, a bit overly passive and gets in your way briefly, but all in all they're very friendly and inviting. And when you try to kill them, even though you can't, they lower their HP on purpose just to be polite. Nice hat, they cry themselves one, a tiny little top hat made of their own tears. They call it the Dapperblook look. Nigh invulnerability, because they're incorporeal, they can only ever be harmed because they lower their own health bar in order to be polite. No sell. When Floey absorbs the souls of the entire monster population to become Asriel, Napstablook just closes the blinds of their windows to avoid the large flash of light outside and keeps themselves busy with music. Also, if you try to kill them, they reveal that they're completely immune to your attacks and were only lowering their own health bar to be polite. Not so harmless, if you cheer Napstablook up until they display their Dapperblook look, but then fail to cheer them up again, they burst into tears and start unleashing barrages of projectiles that could put Toho project bosses to shame. Do not upset Napstablook, it'll be the last thing you do. Not to mention that they're completely unkillable. Pun a name. While they're first encountering pretend sleeping on the ground, their name also sounds like Napster, an old file sharing program. They're later revealed to be a DJ who uses another file sharing program to download music. Napstablook also sounds a lot like Naps to block, which is exactly what they do in the ruins. Shrinking Violet, Napstablook is quiet, shy, socially awkward, and overly polite. Spanner in the works. When Mad Dummy realizes you can't hurt it and it can't hurt you, it decides to keep you in the fight forever by refusing do anything during its turn. Napstablook unknowingly halts the battle by coming in to say hi and driving Mad Dummy away with their tears. Swiss Army tears, they can both attack and form clothing with their tears. Throw the dog a bone. In the true pacifist ending, Metaton decides to induct Napstablook into his new troupe, reuniting the cousins and letting them reach fame on the surface together. Turns red. If you don't cheer them up after they display their dapper Blook look, their attacks get absolutely brutal and borderline undodgeable. Villain forgot to level grind. They're exactly the same on hard mode as they are in a normal game, despite almost everything else being stronger. Apparently, they missed the memo and is the same difficulty as normal, as check tells you. Warm-up boss. Napstablook is the first enemy in the game whose attack patterns are legitimately hard to dodge even if you know what you're doing, but the pacifist way to beat them is very obvious, and if you do it right they'll only actually attack you for one round, being scripted not to attack on the second round of the fight or the turn before it ends. Also, they're a lesson about how bosses are harder to spare than enemies are, while still being unkillable, so you don't mess up a pacifist run against them if you can't figure it out. No other boss except the Mad Dummy lets you off easy like that. A lazy skeleton who hates work and loves puns. He pops up here and there, usually touting some sketchy money-making scheme or offering to take you out to eat. He likes drinking hot dog condiments, thinks the world of his younger brother Papyrus, and that's just about all you need to know about him. Note: as a main character, this page has the potential to give away major spoilers. Proceed with caution if you have not finished the game. You wouldn't want to have a bad time, now would you? Open/close all folders. Acrobatic. Despite the fact that being plump and lazy is one of his primary character traits, Sans is the only character in the entire game who not only has the ability to avoid your attacks, but do so completely effortlessly. That said, it's not clear if he has this ability naturally, or if, given the game's meta nature, he's simply the only character who thought to do a seemingly obvious thing. Adorkable, nowhere near to his brother's extent, but it's there, despite his laid-back, cool, controlled air. Consider his quickness to dole out cheesy puns and apparent fondness for somewhat childish pranks, as well as the fact that according to Papyrus he's something of a sci-fi nerd. All lowercase letters. Sans almost always uses entirely lowercase letters, both in his dialogue text and his handwriting, to the point that one can tell something is said in character by him simply by the lack of capitalization. You can tell that he is being deadly serious about something whenever he stops doing it. Almighty Janitor. He's the Snowden Forest Watchman who is perfectly fine with shirking his duties and moonlighting with several other money-making schemes. He has 1 HP and his attacks can only do 1 damage. He also has a working knowledge of quantum physics, has figured out the timeline is being manipulated without a fully ripple effect-proof memory, and is effectively the dragon to Ascari. Oh, and those stats? His attacks ignore mercy invincibility and apply a damage over time effect, and he can dodge incoming attacks. In Slippers. Alpha Strike. When you fight him in No Mercy, he opens with his strongest attack right away, a combination of Gravity Screw, Spikes of Doom, and Beam Spam with Wave Motion Gun. If you don't know it's coming, you're almost guaranteed to die from it until you manage to learn the pattern. Sans. Always wondered why people never use their strongest attack first. He also throws a vicious barrage of bones and lasers at you at the very end, a full 30 seconds length barrage, in fact. Ambiguously human, ambiguously monster, in this case. You're normally given no reason to question him, considering he lives among far more bizarre creatures that are still clearly monsters, but what we learn about him at the end of a genocide route is another matter entirely. Not only does he have an awareness of the very mechanics his game is built upon, but he has the ability to override most of them as well, something no other character in the game is shown to be able to do except Photoshop Flowey, who has 6 human souls to his name. This allows him to be tremendously dangerous in combat despite his bare minimum stats, so much so that he's likely even more powerful than Ascari, the millennia-year-old king of all monsters. Note: during the battle, he tells you, "Look, I gave up trying to go back a long time ago." And getting to the surface doesn't really appeal anymore, either, suggesting he's somehow either in the wrong place, in the wrong time, or both. And even though there's some dispute over the precise substance, something red that definitely looks like blood, it might be ketchup, spills out when he's cut open, despite the fact that monsters are made of magic and don't shed blood. On top of all this, he's the only character in the game who does not turn to dust on screen, which some have taken as a suspiciously specific detail to exclude. Annoying younger sibling, inverted, as much as he loves his brother Papyrus, he still finds great delight in annoying the ever-loving daylights out of him. Anti-frustration features. Sans' battle intro is quite long and you can't fast-forward it, but you will reach the point where he practically speeds up and skips it. This is not a good thing, as the first time he does it is to catch you off guard with his opening attack. Sans' damage over time effect can only bring your HP to 1 and cannot actually kill you. Similarly, his interface screw attacks do not have damage over time effect and can only bring your HP down to 1. Anti-nihilist, the most optimistic way to interpret his character. He's pretty much resigned to his life, or lack thereof, being determined by someone else's whims. He is nonetheless very jovial and friendly to pretty much everyone but those that deserve otherwise, tries to enjoy life to the best of his ability, and even laments having to kill you if you drive him to it. Sans, sounds strange, but before all this I was secretly hoping we could be friends. Armor-piercing attack, yes, he can only deal 1 damage, but he also reconstructs scratch damage into this. When you fight him in No Mercy, the fact that his attacks hit you per frame while leaving damage over time makes your recently acquired armor of invincibility absolutely useless. A side glance, during his establishing character moment, he made 2 bad skeleton puns, followed by this and the requisite rim shot. Also foreshadows that he knows about the meta nature of the game. Attack drone, uses giant, floating, demonic skulls called Gaster Blasters. They fire wave motion beams. Awakening the sleeping giant, Sans is very, very lazy and generally disinterested in involvement beyond bad puns. This is largely because the screwy time manipulation that's come about in the underground has caused him to abandon hope of getting to the surface, but he's still watching how things are playing out. Press his buttons 1 time too many over the adventure, and he'll decide he can't afford not to care anymore. Awesomeness by analysis, while his time manipulation isn't as strong as being able to save, he's very good at filling in the blanks based on how you act and react to the events around you. There's also the fact that he can dodge your attacks just by asking himself why no one else had ever tried it. Badass boast, he's full of these when he gets serious, but one in particular stands out. Sans, ha 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 ha, alright. Well, here's a better question. Do you wanna have a bad time? 'Cause if you take another step forward, you are really not going to like what happens next. And let's not forget this one. Sans, it's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, kids like you. SHOULDBEBURNINGINHELL. Or this one. Sans, HMM. That expression, that's the expression of someone who's died thrice in a row. Beat, hey, what comes after thrice, anyway? Wanna help me find out? Badass bookworm, he loves science fiction and has quantum physics books lying around in his house mixed in with his joke books, and if that's not enough evidence that he's quite the intellectual powerhouse despite what appearances suggest, the contents of his secret room certainly is. He's also the most powerful monster in the underground, hands down. Badass on paper, inverted, checking his stats says that he has the worst stats in the game. While this is technically true, his ATK stat of 1 ignores mercy invincibility, his attacks are quite large and thus hard to avoid, and his HP of 1 is irrelevant, he dodges every single attack while fighting you. Ballistic Bone, his main form of attack. They also inflict karmic retribution. Battle intro, as is traditional with any good boss battle. Problem is, he'll skip his battle intro to catch you off guard if you survived his alpha strike previously. Admiral Badru, hey. No. You're not. This motherfucker skipped his own intro to get the drop on me. Beleaguered Bureaucrat, he's implied to become this in the neutral ending where Papyrus becomes king by process of elimination. For the most part, all that Papyrus seems to do is make everyone spaghetti and listen to their problems, but he remarks that Sans is actually working a lot on things he's not entirely clear on, and hard at that, and that life has generally improved in the underground. Beneath the mask, overlapping with Sad Clown, it's no surprise that Sans has a lot going on under his smiling skull. Even though he comes off as someone who truly enjoys pranking and making bad puns, Sans doesn't always speak in the goofy Comic Sans font and he hides the worst secrets of the game. His laziness can be attributed to his heavy depression due to the eternal recurrence he is trapped in and the friends he lost a long time ago. He no longer cares about the world and had grown huge apathy towards his environment, with the only exceptions being Papyrus and the promise he made to Toriel. He usually sneaks in his real thoughts as jokes, sometimes even the player wouldn't notice the hidden implications. Beware the nice ones, an extremely chill and amiable guy, Sans is liked by everyone who knows him, except Floey, obviously, and treats you like an old friend mere seconds after you meet him. It usually takes a lot of effort to get Sans legitimately angry with you, but if you do, at best, he'll call you out for the dirty scumbag you are, and at worst, say your prayers and hope it's over quickly. Beware the silly ones, inverted trope, as he's a non-villainous example. While Sans tells bad skeleton puns and is incredibly lazy, he can provide quite the ass-kicking when someone sets him off. Big brother instinct, while unstated in-game, Sans is suggested by word of God to be older than Papyrus, and is extremely protective of him and his happiness. In fact, it's one of his few character traits that remains strongly present no matter what kind of run you're on. In pacifist and most neutral runs, he requests of you to play along with his plans to cheer Papyrus up and will express mild offense, which is quite a lot coming from him, as he has practically no temper, if you decline or disagree when he asks if you think he's cool. In high casualty neutral runs, he will attempt to shelter Papyrus from the deaths of anybody close to him by telling him they went on vacation and, if Papyrus himself is included in the body count, plummet into a heroic safe mode for the rest of the game, only showing up at the very end in a state of pure tranquil fury. And if you're going full genocide, Sans will be onto you from the very beginning and give you a very succinct warning before the battle with Papyrus: stop killing, or else. And if you don't listen to him and make it to the end of the run, you will regret it quickly. Big brother worship, Sans makes it clear on many occasions how cool he genuinely finds Papyrus, for all he messes with him. Big eater, though not seen stuffing his non-existent face. Papyrus and the others mention him liking to eat a lot. Not only does he love to eat, he almost seems to go out of his way to have as unhealthy a diet as possible. Big Fun, a friendly, fun-loving jokester who's a bit on the rounder side, somehow. Big Good, apparently regarded as a threat by the game's main villain, Floey, hence why he avoids letting him know he even exists, having a working knowledge of how saving/determination works, as well as being implied to have a straightforward time machine. He is on good terms with many other characters and even promised Toriel to protect humans. He also knows the true nature of EXP and love and even explains it to you should you be doing a neutral or pacifist run. He faces you head on as the toughest boss fight in the game if you're playing on the no mercy route, which ends in dire consequences that could never be fully recovered from in-game except through messing with the save files. That said, just how good he truly is questionable, since he does state he would have killed the protagonist on the spot if it weren't for his promise tutorial. Big guy, little guy, the worldly, wisecracking, all lowercase little guy to Papyrus innocent, boisterous, all capitals big guy. Sans is ostensibly in charge, paying for their house and all, but Papyrus is the one who keeps him on the straight and narrow. Big stupid dada head, one of his trust passwords is I'm a stupid dada but. Naturally, he asks Frisk to say the password to him. Blatant lies, his combat description when you check him says that he's the easiest enemy in the game. This is completely untrue, and since he leads with his strongest attack the moment the fight begins, the player will know from painful experience it's a lie by the time they can read it. Bloodless carnage, subverted when you mortally wound him, blood pours out from his torso and mouth, despite him being a skeleton. Or maybe it's ketchup. Bodyguarding a badass, averted. He becomes Metaton's bouncer/agent in the King Metaton neutral ending. While on paper, Sans is the weakest monster, his combat abilities outclass anyone else's. It is left vague if Metaton knows this. Through it may be played straight to the player. While Sans is powerful and hard to defeat, he is technically less powerful than you because if he dies, he remains dead without your intervention. You, however, are immortal and every time you die, you are sent to the last save point so you can try again. That doesn't stop him from trying to protect you because of the promise he made tutorial. Bootstrapped leitmotif, while Sans does indeed have a proper battle theme, Toby Fox's signature song Megalovania is often attributed to Sans due to it being used as his boss theme. Boss Remix, song that might play when you fight Sans. Subverted in that it doesn't play at all in the game. Instead, Megalovania plays. Break the Cutie, a retroactive example. It's heavily implied that Sans had a lot more passion, optimism, and sincere happiness to his name before a combination of mysterious tragedies in his past and research into the temporal anomaly his world is stuck in beat him down into the lethargic step-forward smiler he is today. Could also count as a standard example as well, since the few hints about his past are all given very late in the game and are extremely hard to find. By the time you find out how broken he is, you've had plenty of time to get to know and love him, especially since he's one of the first characters you meet and is deliberately written to be likable and friendly. The guy's already so jaded at this point that you'd think there'd be no way to break him further, but no, there is one surefire way: find the nerve to kill his little brother. Do that, and Sans will just stop being in the game. Completely. Off-screen, he plunges into some kind of heroic BSOD and / or heroic safe mode, never talking to anybody and stalking you in silence, focusing on your general kill count. He'll only show up near the very end in full tranquil fury mode, and if you reach an ending where you can get him to talk to you again afterwards, he makes it very clear that you really hit him in the one place that still hurts. Despite all the atrocious things you'll do in order to get to that point, having to kill Sans is still one of the most emotionally jarring moments in the entire game because of this trope. He fights so hard to stop you from destroying the world, knowing full well the entire world will be permanently destroyed if he loses, but in the end, both of you know that he can't keep dodging forever. By the end of the battle, he's been reduced to an exhausted, hopeless, pitiful wreck of himself, yet he still doesn't give up until you literally drive him to the point of losing consciousness. And if you go through with that last fatal attack, the game gives you one final shock to try and get you to think about your actions. You find out that Sans is the only character who visibly bleeds when wounded. And not only his death bloody, it's slow, with you being forced to watch every agonizing second as the reality of what just happened to him sinks in. He manages a few half-hearted parting words to you, and then laboriously drags himself out of the battle screen with his final words, a heartbreakingly casual cry for his long-dead brother, on his lips. The fact that his smile never falters once except for the very moment you deal the killing blow only makes things 1,000 times worse. Brilliant, but lazy, Sans is definitely this. Despite all his shirking off duties and constant disappearances, Not only is he well aware of alternate playthroughs that you have made by which he will judge you accordingly, but, during a full no mercy run, he is the most dangerous monster in the entire game. Broken smile. While his smile is not always as genuine as it looks, it becomes an outright broken one during his battle at the end of the genocide route. It's anyone's guess exactly when it reaches its breaking point, but it clearly happens somewhere. Just look at his face when he realizes he's about to die. Casual danger dialogue. He has a lot to say to you throughout the entirety of his boss battle, and he does so almost entirely with the exact same laid-back attitude he always does. Catchphrase. On a no mercy run, before fighting Papyrus, he tells you that if you keep this up, you're gonna have a bad time. He repeats the line again at the Judgment Hall as a badass boast, and the line is used in his fight by the battle text. Celibate hero. Sans is too lazy for a relationship, going by word of God. The game somewhat supports this notion, too. Romance is definitely not the guy's priority. This doesn't stop him having ship tease with Toriel, however, and the rabbit monster at Grillby's seems to be into him. Cheshire Cat grin, his infamous empty-eyed expression, which he only makes when he wants to be cryptic or he really wants you to take him seriously. Combat pragmatist. Where to begin? When he gets off his lazy butt, he can be quite savvy. Details. The whole thing is probably best summed up with this one-liner. Sans, huh. Always wondered why people never use their strongest attack first. Conditioned to accept horror, there is nothing he can do to stop the constantly repeating time loop he's trapped in, so he eventually just numbed himself to all of it. Unless a genocide run is evoked, he usually just shrugs off any deaths that happen and mocks you in the end for causing them, knowing that it'll be reset anyway. The one and only thing you can do that really manages to get to him is murder his beloved brother, which sends him into a full-on heroic safe mode at worst. And if you do go full genocide, well, he may pretend to take it in stride when he dies, knowing the entire world is about to be destroyed, but the look in his eyes gives him away. Taken to the next level if you kill him and reload the game to before his fight. No matter what, he has to fight you. And he still points out the savagery lightheartedly. Sans, that expression that you're wearing, you're really kind of a freak, huh? Confusion Fu. While ultimately limited, Sans has a wide variety of different attack patterns, perhaps the most compared to other bosses in the game. Then you reach the midpoint, and he starts to randomly interrupt his attack pattern into another, and reveals even more attack patterns, to keep the surprise factor high. It may take a while before you get to see them all, so keep your guard up at all times. Cool big bro. For as much he enjoys messing with him, Sans' relationship with Papyrus is remarkably strong. He's laid back, quick with a joke, and appears to be very popular with the town residents, yet he still considers his dorky brother the coolest person he knows. Played with in that, despite Sans being by far the more traditionally cool of the two, he's still the one who admires Papyrus in this way while ostensibly playing a role more similar to an annoying younger sibling. Crouching moron, hidden badass. While he's clearly intelligent, Sans is incredibly lazy and prone to making immature jokes. Definitely not the character you'd look to for that one boss material. Curb Stomp Battle. In a genuine first playthrough of the genocide run, expect a lot of these to be coming from him. In the end, however, the situation is reversed. Sans, HMM. That expression, that's the expression of someone who's died thrice in a row. Hey, what comes after thrice, anyway? Wanna help me find out? Cynicism Catalyst. After somehow uncovering the fact that the world he lives in is trapped within a seemingly unbreakable Groundhog Day loop that neither he nor any other character is able to remember, except the one who's responsible for it, Floey, Sans devolved into an existentially exhausted and nihilistic shell of his former self. It's left ambiguous exactly how much of his current carefree jokester attitude is him healthily coping with this and how much of it is him putting up a ruse just to get through the day and avoid questions, but it's still clearly affecting him deeply. Damage over time. in addition to massive direct damage when you touch them, his attacks also leave a slow damage over time effect called karmic retribution. The more you get hit, the longer this effect lasts. Dark and troubled past, we don't know anything specific whatsoever, but whatever Sans went through prior to the events of the game clearly weren't pretty. All we know is that it involved a group of unidentified people Sans was close to but will never see again, him trying for what is implied to be a very long time to go back somewhere before eventually just giving up, a broken machine that according to word of God was never fixed no matter how hard either of them tried, and the ever mysterious W.D. Gaster. It's extremely likely this is a contributing factor to Papyrus' status as Sans' living emotional crutch. Of all the things he ever cared about, he's the only one he managed to avoid losing. Deadpan snarker, when his humor isn't puns, pranks, or some combination of the two, it's this, and many of his lines are dripping with it. Especially in response to Papyrus. Papyrus, you're so lazy. You were napping all night? Sans, I think that's called sleeping. Death by irony, Sans spends the entire fight playing on your expectations and trying to catch you off guard. How do you defeat him? By catching him off guard with a surprise attack while he taunts you after pulling yet another nonchalant dodge. He can also inflict this on you. Earlier, Papyrus spared you and offered a hug, only to be killed while his guard was down. Midway through the fight with Sans, he tries to spare you. If you accept his mercy, he also offers a hug, then kills you while you're off guard. Death of 1,000 cuts, basically his combat strategy. Individually, his attacks are the weakest in the game. But they also avoid triggering your mercy invincibility, and he can attack a lot. Dem bones, he's a talking skeleton who loves to eat and sleep. Despair Event Horizon, he's goofy and a pungent master, but underneath that big grin, Sans. Sans is not well. Living with the knowledge that at any second your life can be irrevocably snatched away from you every minute of the day tends to do that to a guy. Determined defeatist, when he decides to step in and take action at the end of Genocide Run, he's pretty much resigned to his tragic fate. But knowing that you're about to destroy the world, he just can't afford to not care anymore. He gives one hell of a final fight with the hopes of getting the anomaly, the player, to rage quit or reset to a more merciful game route, but at the end of the day, you have the save scumming ability that he has no counter against. In fact, this mentality reflects on his special attack. He admits he'll never be able to beat you, so he refuses to let you have your turn and traps you in the battle screen as a last resort. How long is he prepared to wait for you to get bored? Forever. Sans, ha, you get it? I know I can't beat you. One of your turns, you're just gonna kill me. So, I've decided, it's not gonna be your turn. Ever. I'm just gonna keep having my turn until you give up. Even if it means we have to stand here until the end of time. Capic. Didn't see that coming. Sans is savvy enough to keep his guard up at all times, even when he's offering reconciliation or sleeping. But he didn't expect you to be able to attack 2 times in a single turn. The look on his face says it all. Dissonant serenity, no matter how people react around him, Sans has the same big grin on. This is implied to be an act, since he keeps this up even when it's clear he's in anguish or furious. The only time he's even close to frowning is when you finally land a hit on him. But, he keeps calm and casually talks about getting some food once he's mortally wounded. Don't make me destroy you, frequently warns you not to keep pushing him. You really won't like what'll happen next if you succeed. He's not bluffing. Do not taunt Thulhu, alright Sans, pulling off I surrender, suckers combined with forgiveness requires death is legit. But did you really have to tell us to get dunked on? Because that might have infuriated most players into redoubling their effort to take you down. Double meaning, his pre-battle speech, specifically the bit where he said how you are really not gonna like what happens next, can easily be interpreted as how difficult the fight is going to be. However, reading his lines further, specifically seeing what comes next, and don't say I didn't warn you. When you mortally wound him, also open interpretation that what happens next is an apocalypse how followed by a heel, face door slam. The dragon, when you meet Sans at the beginning of the game, he says he's supposed to capture humans, though he claims he doesn't care about it. By the end, it's revealed Sans is Ascari's right-hand man, which would explain why he's on the lookout for humans. The dreaded, anybody successfully invokes Sans' wrath learns to fear him. Flowey states in a post-neutral conversation that Sans is the only thing that has kept him from reaching Ascari on his no mercy runs, and he's had to reset multiple times to avoid him. The only time Flowey gets the better of him is in the true pacifist run by catching him and everyone else off guard. The fallen child, despite being an immoral, emotionless murderer, will express concern only when they have to fight Sans. Drost image, he keeps a joke book in his and Papyrus house which hides a quantum physics textbook, which hides another joke book, which hides another quantum physics textbook. Pretty good metaphor for Sans himself, actually. Dying alone, by the time poor Sans gives his last breath at the end of the genocide route, every monster close to him has either died or ran away. He doesn't even share his last moment with the player and walks out of the battle screen, calls out for his dead brother as his last words, and dies a sound-only death. The dying walk, if you kill him at the end of a genocide route, Sans will walk off the battle scene and suffer a sound-only death. Establishing character moment, stalking the protagonist in the woods outside Snowdon, only to reveal himself with the line "Don't you know how to greet a new pal?" His hand whoopee cushion establishes him as a good-natured prankster who doesn't work hard at all, but his mysterious introduction subtly foreshadows that there's more to him than meets the eye. Exact words. Sans never actually lies to you during his boss battle, even though the implication of his words and his actions don't line up. When asking you to spare him, he says it would make his job a lot easier, which is technically true in that his job is to ensure your death, and once you do spare him, he responds that he won't let this go to waste, which he doesn't, because it's an opportunity to kill you quickly. If you check him in battle, he is described as can only deal 1 damage. This is true, but he dodges all your attacks, and his rapid-fire attacks override mercy invincibility and leave behind residual damage, meaning every frame that heart touches his bone attacks will drop your HP point by point very rapidly. Most infamously, when he uses his special attack, he says here goes nothing. What happens next is, literally nothing. As in Sans refuses to end his turn, since he knows that your next move will be his last. So he simply waits, hoping that you'll get so bored that you'll give up and quit. Sadly for Sans, you give him a taste of his own medicine. A lighter instance can be seen in a post-it note argument Papyrus has with him. Papyrus, Sans. Please pick up your sock. Sans, okay. Papyrus, don't put it back down. Move it. Sans, okay. Papyrus, you moved it 2 inches. Move it to your room. Sans, okay. Papyrus, and don't bring it back. Sans, okay. Papyrus, it's still here. Sans, didn't you just say not to bring it back to my room? Papyrus, forget it. Song that might play when you fight Sans is a remix of Sans. The song that actually plays is Megalovania. The former isn't even in the game files. Exposed to the elements, not nearly as much as his brother, but he's still wearing shorts and slippers in the snow. Failure is the only option, sums up about most of his life. During his boss battle, we learn that he firmly believes the world is going to be reset no matter what happens, despite the fact that he still continues to root for the protagonist anyway during the pacifist route. Considering the vastly different circumstances of both routes, however, it's quite possible that he legitimately took a level in idealism during the latter while being pushed further past the despair event horizon in the former. He also makes vague remarks about never being able to go back, which is most likely related to the unfixable machine hidden in his basement and to his pictures with people the player character can't recognize. Taken up to its logical conclusion with his genocide run fight, when he's aware he's in a hopeless boss fight. He can't keep dodging forever. Famous last words. "Welp, I'm going to Grillby's." Staggers off screen, Papyrus, do you want anything? Fatal flaw, he is really lazy, even if the cause of that is up for debate. While it's played for laughs every time it comes up, for the most part, he winds up exhausted should the player make it all the way to the end of his final barrage in No Mercy. From there, he starts to doze off. When Sens unleashes his special attack, which turns out to be prolonging his turn to get you to quit, the only way to beat him is to drag the box you're in over to the fight option. The only hint you're given to do this? Anytime you get too close to the lower left-hand corner, Sans' eye flashes blue, and you are thrown back to the center. His precaution is ultimately what causes his death. The fatalist, his humorous facade hides a deep and bitter cynicism. He stopped caring a long time ago and prefers to observe, rather than act. However, he eventually gets motivated to take a stand near the end of the No Mercy run, despite acknowledging that due to your ability to reset, it's impossible for him to really win. The most he can hope is to get you to rage quit. Fat and skinny, the fat to Papyrus skinny. He's surprisingly stocky for a skeleton, considering he doesn't have any flesh to speak of. Because he's not fat, he's big-boned. Fat slob, fat might be pushing it a little, but he's definitely not a hard-working or particularly organized fellow. Final boss, of the No Mercy route. After him, you move on to Ascari, who's automatically one-shotted, so he's the last true boss you'll fight. Foolish sibling, responsible sibling, he manages to be both with Papyrus. In terms of superficial maturity, he's the foolish, but in terms of actual maturity, he's the responsible. Foil, complements nearly all of Papyrus' personality traits, the only exceptions being their kindness, a trait most monsters have anyway, their care for one another, although they show it in completely different ways, and the fact that neither of them are to be trifled with. Foreshadowing, his hidden depths are hinted at throughout the game almost constantly, they're just almost never done in a way that would look like anything but a joke or a throwaway line to anyone who doesn't already know about them. Despite Sans downplaying Papyrus's abilities, he's definitely no pushover. Sans has pretty high standards when it comes to power. Happens even earlier on in an easily missed moment. When you first enter Snowdon, there's a large branch in the path that's too heavy to move, implying that it's fairly large. Once Sans starts following you, if you backtrack a bit, you'll notice that the branch has been snapped in half. Considering Sans and the human child are about the same size, wow. During the epilogue of the Golden Ending, Papyrus got his wish of driving a car on the highway, which then got outsped by Sans on a tricycle. Was Papyrus just driving really slowly? But then again, he's on the highway, or does Sans have hidden talents? Pester Flowey enough by completing multiple neutral runs, and he will eventually tell you to stay away from Smiley Trashbag for causing him more than his fair share of resets. Then you try to walk in Flowey's footsteps, and boy are you in for a surprise. Forgiveness requires death, if you accept his offer of friendship in No Mercy Run. If we're really friends, you won't come back. Fourth wall observer, Sans is a deconstruction of this trope. Rather than being aware that he exists within a video game outright, he is instead aware that the world he lives in, the world that he still perceives as the only reality that exists, has to fall under all the rules that a video game does, and every implication therein. Because of this, he, among other things, knows that some godlike being is controlling the time-space continuum around him, loading and resetting events and memories as it sees fit, and has the exact mental state one would be expected to have after such a revelation. Fragile speedster, Sans takes this trope to its absolute conclusion. He is a one-hit point wonder, but good luck getting even one hit in. Friendly enemy, This is how he truly perceives the protagonist throughout most of the game. He deliberately acts friendly to try and keep them on a pacifist playthrough, and while it's likely sincere to some degree, he still clearly remains wary of their actions. Deep down, he wishes to have a genuine friendship with them, however, he admits as much during his boss battle. By the end of the pacifist route, while he does unambiguously care about them, it's still somewhat up to debate how much he truly trusts them due to his paranoia of resets. Frozen face, downplayed in that he's able to emote with his eyes, but doesn't seem capable of changing the shape of his mouth, giving him a permanent skeletal grin. Or so we're led to believe. Look very closely during two specific moments, when Flowey grabs him near the end of the pacifist route and when he gets fatally wounded near the end of the genocide route, and you'll see the corners of his mouth shift very slightly, turning his grin into an expression of shock and pain. It's still up to interpretation, however, if this is the full extent of his ability to do so, or he's actually capable of emoting normally and simply chooses not to. Frothy mugs of water, or rather, a nice bottle of ketchup. Sans slammed the bottle like water. Fans even like to imagine him getting drunk off it. Full contact magic, in his boss fight, he slams your soul into the walls and ceiling of the action box with a wave of his hand. Phonetic accent, his ing words usually end in an in, he says m instead of them, and he occasionally strings words together like forget about it and how's about it. Since the game has no voice acting, fans typically interpret this as some variety of New York accent. The gadfly, messing with people for kicks, is his favorite hobby besides relaxing, usually taking the form of harmless pranks or deliberately bad jokes. Game face, Sans is always grinning, constantly looking around to make aside glances while he talks, giving him a cheerful, animated feel. When his eyes disappear and he just stares straight at you with empty, pitch-black eye sockets, you know things have just gotten real. And when his left eye starts glowing, start praying, for all the good it will do. On the flip side, his eye lights also disappear at one point in a pacifist run, when he tells you his secret code word, I'm the legendary fart master, implying confiding such is serious business. Glowing eye lights of undeath, his general expressions have those. They actually help making him look friendly and approachable, probably because of the art style. They will disappear when he wants to sound threatening. Glowing eyes of doom, one of Sans' eyes glows as he uses various abilities during his battle, like Ascari. Goddamned boss, invoked trope. He knows that you can just use save scumming to keep trying until you take him down, so he deliberately makes his fight as frustrating as possible to make you rage quit. Godzilla threshold, you. The one thing that can make Sans get off his ass and actually try is the threat of a player character about to kill them all and poison every timeline in the game. Good angel, bad angel, in a rather twisted sense of irony, this lazy, pun-making skeleton that we know next to nothing about and actively tries to threaten Frisk in both the neutral and pacifist route is the good angel to Frisk, but he doesn't behave like one. After all, the game puts a lot of focus on your choices, and if he goes around telling you what you need to do at every turn, then what choice will you really have? That doesn't mean he isn't looking out for you, though. This also plays into his battle with you. By killing him, you are basically destroying the representation of good within you, leaving only Flowey and the fallen child, both homicidal, to guide your steps. Good is not soft, although Sans is a genuinely nice guy and almost always acts it. He was apparently completely prepared to murder you the moment you stepped out of the ruins if not for a promise. While his implied motivation for doing so, ridding the world of the creature that he believes is the cause of the time anomaly his world is stuck in, was clearly good, and, in many runs, completely justified. It still speaks volumes that he was willing to stone-cold murder a child in order to achieve it. And, if you kill enough people to make him intervene and fight you, he treats you absolutely ruthlessly, with the exact same smug as hell attitude he always has. He insults you, mocks you, torments you with deliberately unfair attacks, cheats, lies, rubs his own power in your face, whatever it takes to discourage you enough that you stop playing, since he knows that's the only way he can possibly save everybody at this point. Go out with a smile. In the genocide run, despite probably being in immense pain from being slashed across the torso, he still manages to keep smiling even as he does. Grin of audacity. That grin is all he has in the way of expression, but his attitude throughout most of his boss battle, when it's not tranquil fury, absolutely screams this trope. Groundhog Day loop. Sens compares you starting and restarting the timeline via saves as this in the genocide path as you're fighting him. Part of his laziness is because he knows how futile everything would be if it all resets again. Implied that he forced Flowey into this as well, as the latter remarks how much he hates Sens for the number of resets Sens caused him. Groundhog Peggy Sue. Sens is an odd case. He's aware of being stuck in a time loop and is very alerted when a reset happens, but he carries over little to no memories of previous timelines to the present day. During a pacifist run, all he can do is to play the role of a funny pungeon master so you could have a satisfying experience with the game and stop the resets for good once you reach the golden ending. If you decide for a genocide run, however, hard work hardly works. Papyrus constantly tries his best to join the Royal Guard while Sens just mostly slacks off. Yet Sens is by far the stronger of the two brothers. Have a nice death. He'll mock you every time you die and come back against him, but his biggest one is the now mimetic line. Sans, Jeet dunked on. Heavy sleeper. Sens can be seen sleeping on the job while you're being chased by Undyne, and despite the fact that Undyne visibly stops to demand help from him, he doesn't budge an inch. This might be an act, as even when he fall asleep during his boss fight, he still dodges your swing without missing a beat. What finally does him in is the fact that you attack twice in a turn. Hero antagonist. In the genocide run, he's the last fight before Ascari and the only character besides Undyne to give you any trouble. The flavor text, music, and general atmosphere of the fight all emphasize how Sens is the last line of defense between you and destruction of his world, and how the player deserves everything that's being thrown at them. Heroic BSOD. If you kill Papyrus, regardless of how few others you kill, Sens completely disappears from the game until his judgment. He cares a lot about his brother. Hero of another story. It's plain as day once you've learned what he knows, that before Frisk came around, Sens was the only one working behind the scenes trying to save the underground. He's been keeping tabs on the activity of the timeline, has been working diligently on some kind of machine in the basement of his home, and he keeps tabs on virtually the entire underground with a little help from his teleporting shortcuts. To top it off, when you face him in the genocide battle, he can attack you at all times and avoid all attacks, almost as if he was the player character and you were the boss monster. If you complete a few neutral runs in a row, Flowey would tell you to steer clear of Sans, as he had barred Flowey's path multiple times before, and caused him to reset successfully. Heroic safe mode. One could say this is his default mode during all runs. In neutral and pacifist, he acts friendly towards the player to keep his world, especially his brother, safe and stalks them around to keep tabs on their kill count. If you kill his brother or start a genocide run, this mode is taken up to 11, he stops trying to befriend you and only focuses on trailing your actions, until the judgment hall, where he either gives his judgment with very clear tranquil fury or outright fights you to save the world. Heterosexual life partners. Although he and Papyrus are brothers, their relationship also easily qualifies as this. They live with each other, are completely dedicated to maintaining each other's safety and well-being, are the best of friends despite their constantly clashing differences, have no other known family, and, at least at the beginning of the game, next to no other friends either. This is perhaps best exemplified in a run where you kill Papyrus, as it causes Sens to almost completely vanish from the game in grief. Hidden depths. The sheer amount of spoiler tags on this page should be giving something away. Sens tends to keep a low profile, but displays awareness of his alternate selves, the multiple timelines and resets, praises you if you didn't die up to the restaurant scene, counts the number of times he kills you, possesses incredible time-space abilities similar to yours, and owns items such as the group shot you get by clearing a pacifist run and choosing not to stay with Toriel. Just what is his deal? He can also cook much better than his brother and has surprisingly extensive knowledge on human food. Hoist by his own petard, after an entire fight of throwing interface screw after interface screw at you, you beat his special attack, i.e. him refusing to make his next move, so you can never take your turn by breaking the interface yourself, allowing you to press the attack button in spite of it not being your turn. When even that doesn't work, the fallen child says fuck it and hijacks control from you to finish the job. Hopeless boss fight. The fight in the No Mercy run is this. Not for you, but for him. While he can, and will, kill you very quickly and messily, he knows it won't do any good since you can just reload your save and try again, and it's only a matter of time before you finally defeat him. The best he can hope for is to try to get you to rage quit from the difficulty. Horrifying the horror, both Flowey and the fallen child dread the moment Sans gets serious. Flowey, say, if I have one piece of advice for you. Don't let Sans find out anything about you. Well, let's just say, he's caused me more than my fair share of resets. Stay away from him. You feel like you're going to have a bad time. If you kill him and then reset the battle twice, he will provide a unique piece of dialogue at the opening of each new fight which suggests that he might be feeling a bit fearful himself. Of course, that's just one way of interpreting it given his lack of voice acting and very unreadable demeanor. They could just as easily mean he's impressed, surprised, or just outright disgusted. That expression that you're wearing, well, I won't grace it with a description. That expression that you're wearing, you're really kind of a freak, huh? HP to 1, karmic retribution will never reduce your health to 0. Similarly, you can't be killed by getting hit by the bones in the menu while you're taking your turn, and his penultimate attack when he's bashing you against the walls won't drop you below 1. Humans are the real monsters. Some dialogue with him implies a distrust of humanity that runs deep, in contrast with his brother, who would at least give a human caught wandering the underworld a fighting chance. Sans reveals he's less lenient in that regard when he confides to the player late in most neutral runs or a pacifist run that he would have killed you the moment he saw you if Toriel hadn't made him promise not to harm any humans he came across. The hyena, his voice grunting is a low-pitched chuckle. He. Hyper-awareness, Sans may be the laziest monster you'll meet in the underground, but he's highly attentive to detail, down to subtle facial expressions. He also makes it a point to know and speak to everyone, getting a read on their personalities. He knows through a combination of science, guesswork, and observation that a time-space anomaly has been ongoing for some time. It's also implied that he's a competent tracker, should he stay awake long enough to do his job as a sentry. Hyper-competent sidekick, zigzagged. Papyrus seems to view him as a sidekick, and Sans never denies the role, but again, from Papyrus's point of view, Sans would be anything but competent. In the genocide route, however. Iconic outfit, his hoodie/sport shorts/slippers combo. I gave my word, Sans hates making promises, but if you can get him to make one, you bet your life he'll keep it. Case in point, you can ruthlessly slaughter just about anybody you want in the underground, up to and including his own brother, and despite the pain it clearly causes him, he still won't break the promise he made to Toriel to keep you safe. Only once you're at the end of a genocide route and he knows for sure that you're going to destroy everybody and everything if he lets you live does he finally set this commitment aside to try and stop you, and even then, the last thing he does before attacking you is apologize to her for it. This decision is somewhat justified, however, since he's aware of your ability to reset the game, so he knows that you're more than likely going to start over shortly after you finish and everything will be back to normal. It's only on a full genocide route that everything gets destroyed permanently with every future time reset variation irrevocably tainted, hence him breaking the promise. "I know you're in there somewhere, fight." Sans comments at the midway point of his boss fight has him call out to someone who wanted to do the right thing, followed by a plea for them to let it end and reset. It's not made clear if he can remember a previous pacifist run, can sense Frisk's kind heart beneath the omnicidal maniac the fallen / the player, or if he's simply bluffing, but it's clear he knows this isn't how it's supposed to be, and he's trying to get Frisk to realize that too. Unfortunately, Frisk is either completely gone or still can't break free from your control, so the effectiveness of this plea comes down to it reaching the player, not Frisk. I let Gwen Stacy die. In several neutral endings, it's pretty obvious he's feeling this after you killed many, including people close to him, and he didn't intervene because of his promise tutorial. There's also evidence that suggests he has similar feelings about whatever exactly happened to the people you don't recognize, but this is less definite. Inexplicably awesome, despite the fact that he's never trained a day in his life and has, presumably, been around for a tiny fraction of monster history, he is far and away the single most powerful creature in the underground, and easily among the smartest. This, combined with his awareness of the game's mechanics and constantly manipulated timeline, almost make him feel like he's on another level compared to his peers, so much so that it's not unusual to find fans who are skeptical if he's even a monster at all. Incomplete fragments of his backstory can be found scattered around the game, but we're clearly not getting anything definite anytime soon. Interface screw: many of Sans' attacks abruptly change from one to the next, and after the halfway point, he'll send bones through the menu during your turns to hit your soul cursor. He's able to change the direction of gravity during the blue heart phases as well. Intergenerational friendship, with Toriel, as both of them really enjoy bad jokes. Thanks to that, Sans didn't kill off Frisk the first time they met. Ironic echo. Papyrus insists, in a genocide playthrough, that anyone can be a good person if they try. Before fighting Sans, he asks you if you think anyone can be a good person if they just try, then laughs before you can give an answer. He then asks if you want to have a bad time, which is itself a callback to the warning he gave you prior to the fight with Papyrus. Also, if the player attempts a no-mercy run after doing neutral or pacifist, Sans echoes something that Ascari said previously when they met the protagonist, but of course with a different meaning. Sans: "It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, kids like you should be burning in hell. I surrender, suckers. Do you enjoy sparing people only to kill them when their guard is down?" Well, if you think Sans is being sincere when he offers a truce to a mass murderer like you, prepare to get dunked on. Besides just slashing him again, there's something that first-timers can look out for to realize he's faking. Remember how when enemies are in the sparing range, their names turn yellow? Sans' name does, but the spare option, which normally does as well, does not. It never gets any easier, a weird, zigzagged example. It's strongly implied that the reason Sans acts so bizarrely nonchalant on most neutral runs, chatting it up and being friendly with you despite the fact that you could be killing people left and right, is because he knows he exists within a Groundhog Day loop. Once you're done, you're almost certainly going to reset the game and send everything back to the way it was before, so he doesn't waste time mourning or fearing for his people's future. However, there is still one thing you can do in a neutral run that will never fail to cut him to the core, no matter how many times you do it: kill his brother. I warned you, shortly before fighting Papyrus in the genocide run, Sans will take you aside and give you a very clear warning: if you continue down the path you're on, you're gonna have a bad time. Should you ignore his warning and continue killing, it will be the last thing Sans tells you before he vanishes from the game entirely. Until you make it to the Judgment Hall, where, after giving you one last chance to turn back, makes good on his warning and initiates battle with you. You'll probably find yourself wishing you had listened. After you cut him down, before he stumbles off screen and dies, he gives a defeated "Don't say I didn't warn you." he's very aware what's about to happen if you continue through the next 2 rooms and finish the playthrough, but it's no longer in his hands. I will find you. A strongly implied part of his backstory is him somehow losing contact with a group of unidentified people he had some kind of close connection with. He then invested what is inferred to be a lot of time and energy ceaselessly trying to get back to them somehow, but sadly, somewhere along the line, he just gave up. I will fight no more forever. With the little info on his backstory, the only clear part is that Sans wasn't always a lazy bones. For a long time, he did his best to fix the broken machine in his basement, possibly to bring back people he lost and by extension, to get to the surface. Unfortunately, the machine cannot be fixed according to word of God and Sans has no power to stop the resets. By the time you meet him, he's already resigned to his fate and doesn't care about going to the surface or seeing his lost loved ones anymore. This is also the main point of his special attack, where he decides to not end his turn, intending to bore you into quitting the game. Laser-guided karma. While fighting him, your life bar is under a KR effect that slowly decreases your HP like poison every time Sans hits you. Given cut battle narration lines in the script stating you're doomed by karma, it's safe to assume KR stands for karmic retribution. He also attempts to kill you by feigning a truce, much like you easily could have done for Toriel and many ordinary monsters at this point. You feel your sins crawling on your back. Last stand, his boss fight. Sans knows that your power to reset means that he can't beat you. But after seeing all the death left in your wake, knowing that you'll go on to destroy other timelines, and that there's no one else who can fight you, he decides he can't afford to not care anymore. Sadly, despite his best efforts to get you to give up, his laziness ends up costing him his life. Lazy bum, zigzagged, despite being one of his most obvious character traits. While in most runs, he's so apathetic as to be barely mobile, he puts more effort into stopping you than anyone on a genocide run. It's also implied he busted his ass in the past to try and solve everyone's problems through time and space before he realized it was simply impossible, resulting in his current depressed, hopeless state. That being said, he admits that he might just be using depression as an excuse for his faults, and his lack of energy ends up killing him regardless when he falls asleep, allowing the player to finish him off. Leaning on the fourth wall, more than a bit medium aware. He uses this to full effect when denying you your turn in the battle against him, thus denying you the ability to actually progress through the game. Also extended to how he treats your reloads, which he seems to observe from an in-universe perspective. While Floey is actively aware of how you handle the timeline and abuses save states to skip around, Sans seems to treat your different loads as alternate timelines and simply skips forwards in battle without any visible justification. The main method of figuring out you've reloaded? Not through hard evidence, but simply recognizing how you react to different things. That look on your face, it means something. Leitmotif, the appropriately titled Sans is a laid-back, quirky theme that suits him well. The song that plays when you have dinner with him and song that might play when you fight Sans are remixes of this song. Lethal joke character, Sans is described as the easiest enemy who can do only a single point of damage per hit. As it turns out, what this really means is 1 ATK per frame. And boy, does he take advantage of this to the extreme. Not only does he attack at ridiculous rates and in ridiculous amounts, but also, the 1 ATK means his attacks pierce Mercy invincibility to deal constant damage and leaving a poison effect. And they're some of the most intense in the entire game, because of the speed and range of his attacks. In some cases, there's literally just one tiny spot in the box where you can hide. He leaves the 1 defense point moot by constantly dodging your one-hit kill swings. Let's get dangerous. In the No Mercy run, he comes to realize he can't stand by anymore, and resolves to finally do his job. All I know is, seeing what comes next, I can't afford not to care anymore. Losing horns. When the annoying dog eats Papyrus' stash of bones and gets away, Sans peeks out of his room and plays a few mocking notes on a trombone. Magic from technology. while he does have powers similar to Papyrus, Sans doesn't have the power to save or ripple effect proof memory. He shows that he can make up for it with a scientific background and, if you can figure out how to access it, what is heavily implied to be a broken time machine in the locked room behind his house. Man-child, not nearly to the extent of his brother, but he definitely has shades. On top of having a very goofy sense of humor, his work ethic, cleaning habits, and general lifestyle are all reminiscent of a lazy, irresponsible teenager. Unlike Papyrus, however, this has a lot less to do with his actual maturity level and lot more to do with him having very little motivation in life to do much of anything due to a lot of unresolved emotional baggage. Man of 1,000 voices. In-universe example. He does a pretty good Toriel impression, insofar as you can tell from the sound of text scrolling. According to Toriel, he also does a great Papyrus impression. Toriel is able to recognize Papyrus via his voice. Marathon boss, yes, he only has 1 HP. But you're forced to use 22 turns just to get a chance at hitting him, not including turns spent to heal. Meaningful name. He has a very comical personality, and his speech is written in Comic Sans. He's also very lazy, and Comic Sans is often seen as a lazy choice. Except when he's being serious, where it changes to a more conventional, serious sans serif font, 8-byte apparator. Sans on its own means without or lacking. Which fits his hopeless view on the world. Poor Sans is lacking in a lot of things. Played with for his battle theme, song that might play when you fight Sans. It doesn't play. Megalovania is the song that does play when you fight him, but Sans isn't a megalomaniac. By that point, the psychotic power-hungry maniac is you. Would be an aversion of the trope if not for the fact that it says it might play when you fight Sans, not that it will. Medium awareness, sometimes displays this as part of a gag. He knows much more than he lets on, however, for instance, he's aware that the player can save and reset events at will. He's also aware of how battle structure works and tries defeating you by prolonging his turn, denying you your turn. Mellow fellow, he's calm and laid back, in contrast to his excitable brother. Metaphorically true, his stat readout lists him at 1 attack and 1 HP. And while that is technically true, he not only refuses to let your attacks land, but his attacks continually deal 1 HP for every instant their hitboxes make contact with you and apply a poison effect that ticks down at you guessed it 1 damage per frame. Mind over matter, his ability to slam your character's soul against the inside of the battle box via hand motion seems to suggest he can do this. Minored in ass-kicking, Sans would very much prefer to sit around and make jokes all day, only stepping into your adventure once in a while to share food or friendly advice with you, but if pushed far enough, Sans becomes the single most dangerous monster in the underground. Mundane utility, uses both his time manipulation and his incredible guesswork to set up a prank that transcends time. And according to Papyrus, he does things like this frequently. He also teleports himself and friends anywhere and everywhere for any reason, the most common reason being a cheap joke. My friends, and Zwaberg, a schedule of events can be found at the MTT Resort advertising performers, comedians, and Sans. My greatest failure, there's evidence to suggest that he might blame himself for the mysterious tragedy that he's trying to fix in his secret room. Considering said tragedy is heavily implied to involve a number of people he cared about either dying or otherwise being lost forever somehow, and at least one of them possibly being shattered across time and space and sentenced to a fate worse than death, poor guy must have it bad. Mysterious backer, pops up here and there to provide you help in the form of advice, emotional support, affordable healing items, and ambiguous threats. Mysterious past, oh, absolutely. The game has deliberately placed hints about his prior life littered throughout it, all of them vague but poignant in implication. There's a reason he and his relative/friend/co-worker/something WD Gaster have spawned more speculative fan material than any other characters. Mysterious stranger, a very unconventional example, in that he treats you like an old friend from practically the moment you meet and outwardly acts very friendly and laid back. Because of this, it's not easy to notice just how little we find out about him as the story progresses or pick up on the subtle hints towards just how much he's hiding from you, but every once in a while, you get an unexpected reminder. Mysterious watcher, he keeps a sharp eye on you throughout your entire journey, as you indirectly find out in the Judgment Hall. Not counting subtext, there is very little foreshadowing that he's doing this, with the exception of a single noteworthy moment that the player is very unlikely to run into unknowingly. Note: nice guy, occasional creepy moments aside, he's very friendly and always treats the player like an old buddy, even after they just met. Makes sense after all, he's well aware that this most likely is not the first time he's met the player. Him befriending them is his way to make a potentially genocidal player think twice about going through with it. He has his limits, however. Kill his brother and he'll want nothing to do with the player, only appearing again to tell them off at the end of the game. Probably the only reason why he doesn't make them have a bad time then and there after killing Papyrus out of rage is because the player can still reset the timeline, thus undoing his battle/murder. Nightmare face, a subtle example. If he's threatening you or being very serious with you, the shine in his eye sockets vanishes, which makes him look less like a friendly cartoon skull and more like, well, a talking dead person. Nonchalant dodge, Sans can sidestep your attacks. Well, why doesn't anyone else? But then it's subverted to disturbing effect when Chara takes over and slices him in two. No nonsense nemesis, granted. It takes a lot to push Sans into dropping the nonsense and becoming your nemesis, and even that is only because he made a promise tutorial, but once you've crossed the final line of no return and there are no other options left, he'll cut out the puns and. Well, the combat pragmatist section up there can tell you all about it. You feel like you're going to have a bad time indeed. Not so stoic, while he does have a subtle emotional range throughout the entire game. The one and only time where he truly and genuinely loses his cool is near the end of his boss fight. Should you survive his penultimate attack, he, in a fit of what is clearly rage and slash or desperation, turns your soul blue and begins slamming it around the battle box like a child flinging around a toy, a stark contrast from the quick but controlled way he'd been fighting the entire battle. During the final battle of the pacifist route, not only is Sans not using his usual speaking font while a lost soul, but he's also the only character whose dialogue text is shaking. Combining this with the fact that it's the only time in the pacifist route where he fully opens up and reveals just how much pain he's been hiding, it's very possible that this represents Sans showing genuine weakness in his voice for the first and only time in the game, maybe even to the point of being in tears. Off-screen moment of awesome, Sans vs Flowey. We never get to see it, but Sans apparently caused Flowey more than his fair share of resets in the past, so much so that Flowey will outright tell you that avoiding Sans is the best advice he's got. Off-screen teleportation, Sans can warp around when out of sight and often shows up way ahead of you through the areas for no explained reason. The abilities he displays during his battle suggest he has some control over time and space like you and Flowey do. Subverted for once in the genocide route. He tells you that you will have a bad time if you continue, then the screen blinks, and he's gone. It makes for a very creepy moment. Oh crap, his expression just before he is sliced in half. Meta-wise, this will be the reaction of anyone playing No Mercy blind and realize just what they have signed up for. Older than they look, his age is extremely vague, but he's clearly an adult. Despite this, his overworld sprite is almost eye-to-eye with the player characters, and his presumably more proportionate battle sprite is still squat enough to give the impression that he's a child. One-hit KO, partway through the fight, Sans will offer to spare you. This is a trap. If you accept this offer, Sans will fill up the combat box with bones arranged in a jail cell pattern that can't be dodged, taking off all your health and resulting in a game over. One hit point wonder, Sans has 1 HP, but he is still the hardest boss in the game. Note: OOC is serious business. Sans is almost always cracking wise or lazing about, seemingly without a care in the world. Yet he has his moments of gravity, and when it comes time to deliver them, his pupils fade into darkness, his voice grunting disappears, often taking the background music with it, and he loses his all lowercase letters speaking style. He even changes fonts. He usually speaks in Comic Sans, but switches to the sans serif 8-byte apparator for his serious lines. Also, if it's your fault that Sans finally decides to stop being lazy, well, you're gonna have a bad time. Orphan setup: due to coding error, some of his lines from No Mercy doesn't have the intended punchline, as below, the missing parts are in bold. That's the expression of someone who's died 5 times in a row. Convenient, huh? That's one for each finger. But soon, you'll need a cool mutant hand to count all of your deaths. That's the expression of someone who's died 6 times in a row. That's the number of fingers on a mutant hand. You'll need to find a mutant hand with even more fingers. That's the expression of someone who's died 7 times in a row. Hey, that's good. 7's supposed to be a lucky number. Who knows, maybe you'll hit the jackpot, and that number will multiply tenfold. That's the expression of someone who's died 8 times in a row. That's the number of fingers on a spider. Wait, don't spiders have legs? Painting the medium: to start, Sans speaks in Comic Sans. Secondly, he spends most of the game talking in all lowercase letters, but at random he'll leave his eyes capitalized, and he will sometimes use apostrophes correctly but sometimes won't. Yes, Sans is so lazy he can't even use all lowercase letters consistently. Or to put it another way, Sans speaks like he's typing but is too lazy to type properly. Now remember that Toby Fox had to type all of Sans' dialogue. Perfectly cromulent word: at one point, he asks if you want to help him find out what goes after thrice. Sans: quiz. Friss. Welp, won't have to use it again anyways. Perpetual smiler: Sans always has a mysterious smug, sneaky air about him, at least when he's not exuding a tranquil fury attitude instead. Even when his eyes are giving away a different emotion, his giant grin never moves, most likely because he's a skeleton. The closest his grin ever changes is when your blow finally connects, and even then it's just barely. Pine-sized powerhouse: he's about as tall as the child, and is undeniably one of the strongest bosses in the game. Platform hell: most of his attacks are done while your heart is blue. They're fast, tricky to dodge, and deal a crap load of damage. The prankster: not only does Sans love bad jokes and puns, he also likes to pull harmless pranks on the protagonist. Whoopee cushions in the hand and on the chair, loosening the cap on a ketchup bottle and putting paint in a telescope's eyepiece stand out. Pre-ass kicking Onaliner: it's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming, on days like these, kids like you should be burning in hell. This is even played with to mess with you even further. He'll cut the speech off mid-sentence and immediately jump into his opening routine entirely at random. Post-mortem one-liner: his iconic one-liner when you fall right into his trap. Sans: Jeet dunked on. Punjin master: Sans enjoys harassing Papyrus with bad skeleton-related puns. Reality warper: very much so. Not only does he have the power of off-screen teleportation, he can manipulate the game's battle mechanics to make his boss battle as frustrating as humanly possible. He's the only character in the game who can attack you between turns, and can even abruptly change the attack he's using mid-turn just to keep you on your toes. If you survive his penultimate attack, he flips out and starts smashing you against anything he can see or summon, in what truly is the only unavoidable attack in the entire bullet hell game. The reason you suck speech delivers one to the player in the second stage of his battle, questioning why they want to destroy his world so badly. Given that this happens after his attempts to stop the player through trickery and just plain making the battle difficult have failed, doubles as an attempt to break them by talking. I always thought the anomaly was doing this cause they were unhappy. And when they got what they wanted, they would stop all this, but that's ridiculous, right? Yeah, you're the type of person who won't ever be happy. Red ONI, blue ONI, the blue to papyrus red, blue clothing, calm personality. Relative button, while he will rightfully reprimand you for any evil that you do, the only way to truly get on Sans' bad side is killing his brother Papyrus. And oh boy, is it a bad side to get on. Retired badass, setting aside the question of just how in the world he got to be such a badass, the game also strongly implies he used to be a science hero of sorts. He even has a badge of some sort lying around in his secret room, suggesting his role was official to some degree. Ripple effect proof memory, although most characters in the game have a severely downplayed example of this, only allowing them to retain subconscious, déjà vu-esque memories from previous timelines that serve no practical purpose, Sans took it a step further by apparently training himself to read people on a borderline Aurelian level. Just by studying your facial expression, he can make a number of accurate guesses as to what you've been up to in your previous playthroughs, including if you ever had the nerve to kill his brother. He never reveals the full extent of this ability unless you make it to the final battle with him, where he's able to, among other things, keep track of the exact number of times you've died up to your 11th attempt just by glancing at your face. Roaring rampage of revenge, he unleashes hell on you for all the innocent lives you've taken, and if you went and killed Papyrus as well, he's already let you know that you're exhausted his goodwill. SZ. Sad clown. Alluded to when facing him as a lost soul, and explicitly stated when fighting him on a no-mercy run. His knowledge of the players and Floey's interference with the timeline, through saving and resetting, and the belief that things will inevitably be reset again in the future, has left him exhausted and existentially depressed. It's implied that this also has something to do with W.D. Gaster and the strange machine Sans is working on. Sans also displays a degree of self-loathing, most notably in the ending where you kill all of the important characters and at least one other monster, leaving the underground utterly bereft of leaders. Sans talks about why he didn't take up the throne and explains that it isn't his style, and that he prefers to take things easy, before explaining that that was a joke and the whole mess they're stuck in is exactly what happens when people like him take it easy. Scratch damage, his attacks only deal 1 point of damage per hit. This means it practically ignores your defense, and considering it hits per frame while leaving a damage over time component, this is a lot more dangerous than it sounds. Screw the rules, I'm doing what's right. When facing him at the end of a no mercy run, he disregards many of the established mechanics in the game and fights dirty, interrupting his dialogue to open with a brutal first strike, ignoring mercy invincibility with his attacks, dodging your swings, feigning surrender, attacking while you're in the menu, and using his last turn to bore you into submission. All as a last-ditch effort to stop you from killing everyone. Sealed evil in a duel, attempted. His special attack is simply to start his turn, and never end it. He outright says that he intends to just sit there until you get bored and turn off the game. Unfortunately, he falls asleep after a while, allowing you to finally kill him. Series mascot, while Floey has been pushed to being one, Sans has a lot of icon power on the internet, to the point where people who have only glanced at Undertale but never played it can probably recognize what game he's from when they see him elsewhere. Tends to happen when you're one of the most liked characters and a freakishly difficult and memorable bonus boss, which is verging on it was his sled in most circles. Set right what once went wrong. A photograph in Sans' room reveals that there was once a timeline where Sans was surrounded by friends you don't recognize. Between his comments that he gave up trying to go back a long time ago and Floey talking about how many resets Sans has cost him, it's fair to assume Sans spent a lot of time trying to undo a particularly heartless edit to the timeline. Shaggy Dog Story. Sans firmly believes his life is a big one due to resets and his mysterious failures to go back, and excuses his laziness to his awareness of this fact. He is not completely wrong, although it is possible for you to finally put an end to it either by abstaining from a true reset after completing a pacifist run or by shooting his dog by playing a genocide run. sheath your sword. What his special attack turns out to be, he just never ends his turn, meaning you never get yours, unless you find a way to cheat the system. Shoot the shaggy dog, what his life story amounts to if you complete the genocide route. On top of his past failures and the life he endured, the last effort he puts in order to stop the anomaly ends tragically and the fallen child destroys the world. Even if you restore the world afterwards, the golden ending is always doomed to end with the fallen child taking over and killing everyone, including Sans. Sibling team, with Papyrus. Sibling yin-yang, as mentioned previously, although they do have some important similarities, he and Papyrus contrast each other in almost every way. The slacker, Sans takes laziness to an art form. At one point he converts a guard booth into a makeshift shop to hawk food to passers-by. As an impressed Papyrus notes, he's not doing his job by doing another job. Sleepyhead, he tires easily according to Papyrus, and while that claim is slightly suspect due to Papyrus being such a boundless well of energy, he thinks 7 hours of sleep is too much for one night. It would fit just fine with Sans' personality, and we do see him sleeping on the job on one occasion. It's unclear how much of it comes from him just being lazy that way and how much of it is from him secretly working his tailbone off behind the scenes, but it's very likely somewhere in the middle. Smash cut, the way Sans' teleport seems to work is by smashing in a few black cutaway frames and then cutting back to reality. He liberally begins using it during the second phase of the fight against him in order to smash cut you out of and into various attack patterns. Smug Smiler, one of the better tropes one could use to describe his default attitude. While it's usually a light-hearted example to emphasize his status as the gadfly and a deadpan snarker, it takes a turn for the deadly should you manage to drive him to the point of having to fight you. Smug Super, Sans definitely doesn't understate his own power when pushed far enough to use it. In the No Mercy run, if the player loses to him, which they will, a lot, he'll keep rubbing it in their face the first 12 times after reloading a save. Afterwards, he'll ditch the showing off, and go straight into obliteration mode. Sans, do you wanna have a bad time? 'Cause if you take another step forward, you are really not going to like what happens next. Sans, after losing against him for the first time you look frustrated about something. Guess I'm pretty good at my job, huh? Sans, after killing the player via pretending to spare them, whoa, you look really pissed off, heh heh, did I getcha? Sans, after killing the player 11 times, that expression, that's the expression of someone who's died 11 times in a row. Well, give or take, there's nuance to this stuff. Don't think I'll be able to count very well from here. Count for me. Okay, we'll start from 12. SNK Boss, a non-fighting game example. He breaks damn near every rule of the game, and of turn-based RPGs in general, when fighting you, and is far and away the hardest fight in the game to boot. So proud of you, to frisk during the judgment if you don't kill anyone. Sound only death, Sans is the only character you can kill who doesn't die on screen. After you deliver the final blow, he resigns to his fate, then shuffles off screen. Seconds later, you hear the monster turns to dust sound. So unfunny, it's funny, both in universe and out. Even Papyrus can't help but crack a smile at his terrible puns. Sour supporter, part of what's beneath the mask, Sans is very good at hiding this side of him throughout the pacifist route. He sort of implies his disbelief towards the protagonist's desire to get back home during his dinner date, but it's not until the final boss fight, where he turns into a lost soul, that we understand the extent of his cynicism. And this is if you didn't kill his brother. If you dare to kill Papyrus, he disappears from the game entirely, and if you didn't invoke a genocide run, the only support you'd ever get from him would be not being brutally murdered by him. The Southpaw, close observation suggests that Sans is a lefty. He offers his left hand to shake hands at the start of the game, and at Grillby's he uses his left hand when he chugs an entire bottle of ketchup. He also uses his left hand to smear you across the walls, floor, and ceiling with the gravity power of the Blue Soul attack if you face him on a No Mercy run. The Spook, Apparently he and his brother just sort of showed up in Snowdon one day. With Papyrus, it's less apparent, since he wears his heart on his shoulder, but Sans keeps most people at an arm's length, and it's never made explicitly clear just how much he knows about, or is involved in, any given plot point, though it's at least a fair bet to say quite a lot. Standard status effects. Karmic retribution has a damage over time effect, similar to a poison/bleeding effect. The more you've been hit, the more damage you take from it. Stepford Smiler, to varying degrees, depending on how the player affects the world and how hopeful things seem. Even on the best possible path, he has enough awareness of just how easily things can be turned back that it's very likely a contributor to his lazy demeanor. This is also his stance if you spare Toriel but kill Papyrus. He tells you that he doesn't have the heart to tell her that you killed his brother because she still has love for you. But still warns you that you are not welcome in the monster world anymore. The stoic, downplayed in that his casual, comically smug attitude doesn't change very much no matter what mood he's trying to get across. His emotional range in general is very subdued, even on the rare occasions where he's clearly feeling otherwise. Stopped caring, he doesn't seem to care about anything aside from bad jokes and his brother. He's figured out that someone or something has been resetting and manipulating the timeline, and has given up trying to stop them, aside from befriending everyone he meets in the hope that one of them is the source and he can finally make them contented enough to stop. Stronger sibling. His brother Papyrus is a badass in his own right, but Sans is far, far more powerful than him. One shudders to think what would happen if he actually trained. Survivor guilt. There's vague but plausible breadcrumbs of evidence within the game that, when strung together, suggest that he's the only survivor of some great catastrophe that either killed or permanently separated him from the people featured in his scrapbook, contributing to the cynicism and self-loathing he lives with today. Tactical suicide boss. There's always a way to dodge his attacks, allowing you to weather his barrages and exhaust him. But he's shown to be capable to perform inescapable attacks too, so there's really no reason why he'd provide platforms for you to survive his attacks other than a purely gameplay perspective. Talk to the Fist. He's the only enemy in the game who gets the first turn in combat, very likely catching you off guard. And if you think you can try skipping his intro speech, he'll gladly oblige and cut off his speech abruptly straight into his opening barrage. Technical pacifist. Sans is one of the few main characters who won't fight you, and by fight you, we mean try to kill / capture / impede you, during pacifist and neutral runs. It doesn't mean that he can't or wouldn't, though apparently, he would have killed you on the spot if not for his promise tutorial, likely because he mistook you to be the reason his world is trapped in an eternal Groundhog Day loop, or simply because he's following Ascari's orders. That said, if he has no choice but to fight you, lest the loop be broken by the whole world being permanently destroyed, he'll reluctantly break his promise and overcompensate for the timelines he didn't act on. Teleport spam. Sans can bend time and space to a degree, and he abuses this liberally. The entire game, he teleports his sentry station from Snowdon around as a hot dog stand. You can even see the snow still on the roof, and a monster comments on that, and he repeatedly takes shortcuts by walking in the complete opposite direction of his destination and arriving there in between screen transitions. That one boss, in-universe, according to Flowey, whose sociopathy and ability to save drove him to start treating the underground like an RPG, Sans caused him more than his fair share of resets. He's likely to do the same to you in a genocide run. The fourth wall will not protect you, he's really showing it in no mercy. A lot of his boss fight mechanics are designed to screw you, the player playing the game, instead of the in-universe character. Of particular notes are him skipping his boss intro straight into an alpha strike, throwing attacks at your cursor browsing the menu, and his ultimate attack of doing nothing so you never get your turn to end the battle. He also calls you, the player, as the anomaly, and outright tells you his hidden depths and calling out your actions across the game. The tape knew you would say that, if you get dunked on and refuse his offer this time around. More effective when you really think he's being sincere. Sans, whoa, you look really pissed off. This is gonna suck. If you survive his opening barrage in the boss fight, he immediately opens his eye lights again and says here we go. You feel like you're going to have a bad time. Threshold Guardian, he blocks your path in the final corridor, and will judge you for all you have done across the game. If you pass with flying colors, he will basically say nice work. If you've been engaging in video game cruelty potential, he has some player punch to deliver. If you've been going for the no mercy route, he gets off his ass to stop you personally. Took a level in Cynic, after Floey's constant resets, Sans lost the passion he once had. He also has a broken machine in his basement that's assumedly a time-traveling device, and according to Word of God, that machine cannot be repaired, no matter the amount of hard work Sans put in to fix it. One can only imagine the pain he went through to get to the point of not caring about anything anymore. Took a level in Idealism. Thankfully, the poor guy seems to be in a healthier state of mind by the end of the pacifist route, or at least, on the road to recovery. He expresses genuine faith in the protagonist during the final battle, something that he almost definitely doesn't do lightly given what he's been through, and if you check his secret room during the playable epilogue, the scrapbook containing photographs of all the mysterious people he lost now has a photo in it of him surrounded by all of his new friends. Trademark favorite food, hot dog condiments, so much so that he drinks ketchup straight from the bottle like a beverage at one point. Tragic dream, we don't know exactly why, but he really wants that machine in his secret room fixed. Sadly, Word of God has stated that this will never happen, and he's long given up even trying anymore. Tranquil Fury, Sans, of course, is a very chill skeleton, and the most chilling thing about him is his no-nonsense font and lightless sockets if you manage to piss him off. Taken up to 11 during the final battle with him, where he's still grinning with one hand in his pocket as he pulverizes you with the other one of his eyes literally flashing with rage. Trash of the Titans, his room turns out to have a literal trash storm in it. Troll, screwing with people is pretty much his MO, and since it's normally in good nature, one of the more subtle ways he lets you know that you've pissed him off is when he starts taking a page from this trope. One of the best, and arguably most hilarious, instances of this is during his boss fight, should you accept his offer of mercy, and get hit with the subsequent and completely unavoidable one-hit kill attack. The game over music will be replaced with a sped-up version of the Goofy Dog song track as Sans mocks you. Reload the game and talk to him again and he'll mention how incredibly pissed off you look. Sans, Jeet dunked on. Troperific, has the most tropes of any Undertale character, with over 150 listed on this page. His hidden depths run that deep. Trust password, if you reload a save after listening to his judgment during a pacifist run, he will give you a set of words. If you reset and talk to him again, will utterly fail to convince him that you're a time traveler. He will, however, give you a second password that, when reset and told to him again, causes him to give you a key to his room. The passwords are, respectively, I'm a stupid dada butt and I'm the legendary fart master. Turns red, while other bosses get gradually more difficult, Sans does his difficulty spike all at once. Once you reject his offer of mercy, he'll step up his game. This is the part where he outright starts cheating, unleashing combos that require you to do different things and attacking you while it's your turn. Unblockable attack. If you fall for his false offer of mercy, he kills you with a cage of bones that fills up the bullet board and is impossible to dodge. The final attack in his ultimate gauntlet of attacks has him slamming your soul into the borders of the bullet board again and again, depleting your HP rapidly. Fortunately, it cannot actually kill you. Unexpected gameplay change, don't like platform games. Too bad. Sans does. Unexplained accent, as mentioned above, he seems to have some variety of New Yorkin accent. Pretty weird coming from a guy who's spent his entire life underground among monsters who mostly lack readable accents, especially since his own brother doesn't even have one. Up to 11, if you died from him for more than 11 times in a row, he stops counting how many times you died. His moveset in general mirrors Papyrus boss fight only on steroids, right down to forcing the player to jump over/dodge fast-moving bones and stay still to avoid blue attacks. Video game cruelty punishment: he will judge you near the end of your journey, and he has some choice words should you engage in video game cruelty potential. And if you've been going for the kill 'em all route, he bars your path as the single toughest boss in the game. Vitriolic best buds: he deliberately annoys his brother Papyrus almost every second they're on screen together, who constantly nags and complains about him back, but it's always in good nature and they're nothing if not completely dedicated to each other. Sans even mentions in an optional piece of dialogue that he appreciates Papyrus nagging, since it's the only thing that actually motivates him to do anything productive. Walking shirtless scene: maybe, both his overworld and battle sprites are designed in an ambiguous enough fashion that it's possible to see him as wearing nothing underneath his jacket. Specifically, it depends on whether you interpret the pattern on his front being a white shirt/sweater and the individual teeth of his zipper, or as a sternum and a set of ribs. It's worth noting, however, that these sketches from Temi Chang, who did not design Sans, are the only piece of semi-official artwork that use this interpretation. Walking spoiler: there's quite a bit more to Sans than just the joke-loving skeleton you meet early on. Those avoiding spoilers take heed: even glancing at fanart of Sans will almost certainly give away something about his character. Wave motion gun: his Gaster blasters, which are skull-like cannons that fire off massive beams in a straight line with little to no time spent to let you get a sense for their angle. Sans is capable of summoning multiples at once at varying sizes and patterns to catch you out. They're easily one of his hardest to dodge attacks, and given the entire fight is ridiculously hard, that says something. Weak, but skilled: technically speaking, he really is the weakest enemy in the game, having only 1 HP and only capable of doing 1 damage. He makes up for it through clever abuse of game mechanics. He only has 1 HP, but he dodges all of your attacks instead of just taking them like every other monster in the game. He knows 1 damage attacks don't trigger the invincibility period, so he does 1 damage per frame. That's not even getting into his spare trick, or his special attack. Indeed, the only reason you can even kill him is by breaking the rules yourself, dragging your soul over to the attack button during his turn. Wham line: Sans has several which are said without his usual accent of Comic Sans, such as, "You'd be dead where you stand," referencing that if Toriel hadn't asked him to leave you be, he would have instantly killed you the moment he saw you. Love, too, is an acronym. Near the end, the not-so-goofy Sans reveals the true nature of your stats and judges your actions. You dirty brother killer. If you kill Papyrus during a neutral run. If you keep going the way you are now, you're gonna have a bad time. Said on the No Mercy run, in place of what was previously innocuous advice about the upcoming boss battle. He teleports away immediately after, which is also the only time in the game you actually see him teleport, with a very creepy effect. What? You think I'm just gonna stand there and take it? Upon dodging the one-hit kill strike that felled so many bosses beforehand, Sans is starting to look really tired. Not a spoken line, but the flavor text that pops up near the end to let the player know, after enduring the hell he's unleashed, that he can't hold you off forever. When he smiles, definitely not the trope you'd expect a perpetual smiler to have, but there's apparently a distinct enough difference between the smile Sans normally wears and the smile he makes when he's genuinely happy that it's even recognizable in a photograph. Depending on the context in which you do so, finding the photo album in Sans' room and having the description of its contents followed by a simple "he looks happy" is either one of the saddest or one the most uplifting text-only moments in the entire game. Why won't you die? Near the end of his boss fight, he tells you that now would be a good time to die. Note: and when you manage to weather his final barrage of bones and lasers, he goes ballistic, his eyes glowing as he slams your soul repeatedly to the arena borders. That look on his face is the wordless version of this trope. Wide eyes and shrunken irises, the lights in his eyes become very small pinpricks of white after you mortally wound him. World's best warrior, there is not a soul in the underground more deadly than the short, goofy pun lover. Sure, he might be the physically weakest monster there, but he'll essentially break reality to take you down. Would hurt a child, claims he would have killed you the moment he first saw you were it not for his promise tutorial, and on a no-mercy run he will do his very damnedest to break the promise. Sans, it's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, kids like you should be burning in hell. Yank the dog's chain. If the players earn the true ending, in subsequent playthroughs, he'll have a copy of the group photograph that you're given where you choose to not stay with tutorial. The fact that he has it means that he's at least aware of the true ending where everyone gets to survive and reach the surface, and then seen all that undone. He reveals the full extent of it in mercy, knowing your hard work can easily be undone by powers beyond your capacity easily leads to apathy. Sans, you can't understand how this feels. Knowing that one day, without any warning, it's all going to be reset. Look. I gave up trying to go back a long time ago. And going to the surface doesn't really appeal anymore either. 'Cause even if we do, we'll just end up back here without any memory of it, right? To be blunt, it makes it kinda hard to give it my all. Or is that just a poor excuse of being lazy? Hell if I know. All I know is, seeing what comes next, I can't afford not to care anymore. You bastard, if the player kills Papyrus on a neutral run, they will get called out by Sans as a dirty brother killer. You can't go home again. During his dinner date, he mentions that he could relate to the player's desire to go back home. It turns out he isn't, only, talking about the surface, it's implied he and possibly his brother are displaced from the time and space they once belonged to, and before the beginning of the game, he worked hard to go back to the place he considered home. Alas, nothing came out of it, and he gave up and slowly grew into the nihilistic personality he displays in the game. Even though he's good at keeping his feelings to himself, during his appearance as a lost soul, he can't hide the extent of the despair he's in. Sans, just give up. I did. Why even try? You'll never see them again. This is even implied in the name of the slower version of his leitmotif, it's raining somewhere else. You have researched breathing, he's the only character in the entire game who even makes an attempt to dodge your attacks. Sure, by that point in the game you're evil incarnate and could kill anything you want with a single blow, but you're still a small child wielding a kitchen knife, or whatever the child has equipped. Jumping out the way shouldn't be rocket science. Sans even smugly points this out, which makes sense given his awareness of other mechanics in the game. You killed my father. Killing Papyrus is the primary reason why he goes after the player. A glory-seeking guardsman with a very high opinion of himself. His dream is to capture a human so that he can finally be allowed to join the Royal Guard. He possesses a particular penchant for puzzles. Actually pretty funny, despite having regular lame pun reactions, he usually has to keep himself from laughing at them and he himself cracks a few puns here and there. It's implied that he's trying to appear too cool for lame jokes and hates it when Sans catches him smiling. Added alliterative appeal, during Papyrus' spiel about capturing a human. Powerful. Prestigious. Popular. That's Papyrus. Adorkable, oh, so very much. He loves puzzles, wears armor that is actually just a costume he used in a party once, calling it his battle body, according to Sans, collects action figures, sleeps in a racecar bed, and is looking for friends and respect. His date with you just cranks this up to 11, as he has to rely on a manual to be able to know what to do. Alas, poor Yorick, he actually says this word for word, save for substituting his own name in, if you kill him in a neutral run. His head lands on his hand, and he utters that line before his body turns to dust. All-loving hero, heroic in the sense of always trying to do good, even if he's a bit of a goof and a lot of a cloud cuckoo lander, and unrivaled in compassion and friendliness. In fact, he'll spare a no-mercy run protagonist on the spot just because he believes they have some good in them. He persists in this belief even after he's killed in a no-mercy run. Ambiguously gay, or possibly bi. He's willing to go on a date with the protagonist, who is of ambiguous gender, if they flirt with him, but apologetically dumps them right afterward, saying that he only did it because he felt obligated to and only ever liked them as a friend. He's very close to Undyne, but there's nothing to indicate they're anything but platonic life partners, and he has optional dialogue in which he calls Metatron sexy, and even that could be seen as more of an objective observation than anything else. All in all, especially since this is Papyrus we're talking about, it's hard to tell. Ambiguously human, see Sans example. Though there's not much evidence from Papyrus specifically, he qualifies by association due to them being, presumably blood-related, brothers. Anger born of worry, downplayed. He almost always sounds irritated and fed up when talking to you about Sans, but it's pretty obvious that most of it comes from the fact that he's concerned about his well-being. Except the times when he sneaks into the conversation to tell a joke, of course. Animation age ghetto, in universe. Despite his childish demeanor, Papyrus seems to be a believer of this trope. Calling him at one point in Hotland will have him insist that anime is for children, an observation that annoys Undyne, of all people, who thinks anime is real. Annoying younger sibling, inverted. Sans is amused at Papyrus being so adorkable, and Papyrus has this reaction towards his older brother being lazy. Badass adorable, he's easily one of the most endearing characters in the game, which is saying a lot, and his battle prowess is at least close to that of Undyne's, if not far greater. In fact, the only reason he's not already in the Royal Guard is he's just that sweet and lovable for how powerful he is. Undyne knows he could never hurt a fly. Bad liar, excusing himself to the bathroom and then leaping out the window. He also tells the player to go to a lab during the pacifist route with some very suspiciously specific denials. Though he has an easier time with small lies, such as telling the player that a spike puzzle needs to be solved before both of them can proceed, when later he states that he can just step over the spikes. Ballistic bone, his main form of attack. He actually has a cardboard box in his room containing all the bones he used in his fight against you. Bare your midriff, his battle body only covers up half of his top, and his other outfits also show off his lower spine. He's one of the taller characters in the game, so finding clothes that fit him would be a bother. Berserk button, the most angry you see him is when he has to hear the jokes of Sans and Toriel in the golden ending. That said, some of Sans' jokes do make him laugh. Papyrus, I am and I hate it. After Sans calls him out for smiling at one of his puns. Big brother instinct, although Toby suggested that Papyrus is the younger brother, he does try to take care of Sans and was the one who encouraged him to get a job. He states Sans is lucky to have such a cool guy taking care of him. Big ego, hidden depths, despite Papyrus's small name, Big Ego, he seldom comes across as having the typical arrogance or buried self-doubt that his type of character is usually portrayed with. He just seems to be very enthusiastic in how much he believes in himself. Also, despite how klutzy he is, his enthusiasm is so potent that even Undyne decided to look past his goofiness to give him a shot at being a soldier. She even admits that he trains hard enough that he actually could be part of the Royal Guard based on his combat skill if he weren't so innocent as a person. He's also capable of being very sly, such as when he realizes that Undyne will put in the effort to befriend you if he makes it into a challenge. He also has some pretty witty deadpan snarker lines if you call him in certain rooms. He even mentions things that happen later in the game, such as phones that can turn into jetpacks and Metatron's eyes, which he doesn't have at that point. Big guy, little guy, the loud and exuberant big guy to Sans low-key laid-back little guy. He might be the one who looks after the house and Sans, but at the end of the day Sans is the one who dotes on him. Big little brother, if Toby's tweet about how the Japanese version of Undertale would have him call Sans Anakinote is taken at face value, it would make him the younger sibling of the two. Despite this, Sans' head doesn't even make it to his shoulder. Black bead eyes, while Sans has large eye sockets with eye lights for pupils, Papyrus instead has smaller eye sockets that resemble beady eyes. Though he does sometimes get bug eyes for a comedic expression. Blatant lies, after his special attack is stolen by the annoying dog, he launches an absolutely normal attack. Said attack is also his longest and most unique attack. Boss Remix, his normal theme, Nyahaha, is replaced by Bonatristle once the boss battle turns serious. Break the Cutie. Notably averted in the Genocide run, where he still holds on to hope that you can be a good person after you've already mortally wounded him, and with his final breath, encourages you in case you have any doubts about it yourself. Popular consensus is this makes the act of killing him far sadder than any breakage could have done to him. Appears to be in the process of a played straight example, however, in the neutral ending where he becomes king of the underground. During his phone call, he confides with you that despite managing to keep up a ceaselessly optimistic appearance with his subjects, especially his newly hard-working brother, he's found that keeping his chin up in light of recent events has been very hard. The fact that his best friend Undine mysteriously vanished overnight certainly doesn't help either. Broke the rating scale, examining his computer prompts him to tell you he's 12 followers away from a double-digit friend count. Which, when you do the math, means he somehow has -2 followers. Note. Caps lock, it even extends to his writing, to the point that one can tell something is said in character as Papyrus because of this. Chaste hero, unlike his brother, who apparently isn't dating anyone out of laziness, Papyrus seems open to the idea of having a romantic relationship, but clearly doesn't understand how they work at all. Cloud Cuckoo Lander, much of what he's speaking about could be considered non sequiturs at best. I wish I had 8 legs. So I could wear 4 pairs of hot pants. Comically missing the point, frequently. If you tell him I have no redeeming qualities, versus I can make spaghetti, he still remarks that you meet his standards, suggesting that he mistook you for being humble. When Papyrus meets Toriel for the first time, his reaction is did Ascari shave? And clone himself? If he ends up getting kicked upstairs by Undine in a neutral ending, he is absolutely ecstatic that he gets to show off his talents at standing around and looking cute. Cool loser, even when he has absolutely no hope of ever becoming a part of the Royal Guard, he has an unrivaled friendliness that easily pits Toriel's. Crouching moron, hidden badass. His puzzles are completely non-threatening, his attacks are mostly tiny bones on the bottom of the box that can be avoided just by floating above them, and his fabled blue attack can be avoided by just standing there, or so it seems, until he turns your soul blue and it falls to the floor. All those useless bones you could just float over before? Well, now you actually have to jump over them. Cue the hardest fight in the game up to that point, aside from maybe Toriel, but she eases up when you're close to death. Going by his brother's strength, it is often theorized by fans that Papyrus is even stronger than that, and just holds back some of his power because he is simply too nice. This is supported by Undine's confession that she's hesitant to let him into the Royal Guard not because his strength is lacking, but because he's far too pure-hearted to fight seriously. Likewise, he is the only boss in the entire game other than Toriel who will never intentionally kill you, but unlike Toriel, he won't ever unintentionally kill you either. If you lose to him, he simply locks you up inside a shed that can be escaped with ease. Deadpan snarker, he's usually pretty serious-minded, for all his intensity and upbeatness, but he can dish out his share of light sauce when he wants to. And not just on his pasta. Dem Bones, a talking skeleton, but he still eats and tries to flex muscles he doesn't have. Asterisk Papyrus dabs some random substance behind his ear. Asterisk Papyrus remembers that he doesn't have ears. The Determinator, not quite to the same extent as Undyne, or you, but Papyrus's biggest accomplishments seem to come from never knowing when to quit. His response to Undyne shutting the door on him when he demanded to be let into the royal guard in the middle of the night was to stand outside her house until the next morning. When Papyrus wants to call you but realizes he didn't get your number, he frantically dials every number until he gets yours. In the ending where he becomes king, this is what gives him a decent position as a ruler. Papyrus works extra hard to keep up the morale of people after suffering a serious loss at your hands. I won't give up. I can't give up. I have to make everyone give up giving up. The Dits, Papyrus' defining characteristic, besides his ego and friendliness, is how naive he acts. If you call him frequently throughout the game on his cell phone, it becomes apparent that he doesn't really know much about how the monster world works. That said, he isn't stupid. Does not know his own strength, he thinks he's weak and resolves to work harder to make it into the royal guard. Undyne notes that while he's not the strongest monster by a long shot, he's definitely strong enough to be a soldier. It's his naivete that's the problem. Nowhere is this more evident than in the absolutely normal attack he seems entirely disinterested in having to use after his special attack is stolen. Said absolutely normal attack is one of the toughest attacks in the game to avoid. DreamWorks face, his facial expression during his boss fight. While he is a perpetual smiler, a given due to him being a skeleton, his eyes during this fight turns it into this, implying an extreme sense of confidence in himself he has at this point in the game. Easily impressed, flirt with him and he'll claim to have very high standards. Your two choices are I can make spaghetti or I have zero redeeming qualities. In either case, he will loudly proclaim oh no. You're meeting all my standards, due to making the food he loves to cook in the former case and comically missing the point by assuming you're being humble in the latter. Everyone has standards, played for laughs throughout the game. During the boss fight with him, after you flirt, you'll meet all of his standards no matter what you say, and when he and Undyne are hanging out after you befriend both of them, he'd rather stand out in the cold than go hang out at Grillby's because he hates grease, despite the lack of a stomach. Exposed to the elements, seems completely comfortable wearing next to nothing in the icy weather of Snowdon. Again, possibly justified since he's a skeleton. Undyne even complains to him how he can stand the chill when she's freezing. Extrovert nerd, maybe not a traditional example, but he is extremely extroverted and certainly a variety of nerdy. Fake special attack, his special attack, which he spends several turns hyping up, ends up getting stolen by the annoying dog. Fat and skinny, in spite of his build, he's quite noticeably skinnier compared to his brother, because he's bony, you see. Flexing those non-biceps, can be caught doing this a lot. A particularly funny example, considering they're literally non-existent in his case. Foil, complements nearly all of Sans' personality traits, though they have enough in common to still be as close as can be. Foolish sibling, responsible sibling, manages to be both to Sans. When it comes to behavior and lifestyle, he is the responsible one. When it comes to intelligence and maturity, he is the foolish one. Friend to all living things, nobody dislikes him, not even Flowey, with the possible exception of a No Mercy protagonist, and he doesn't have a bad bone in his body. Glory Hound, a sympathetic example. At first, Papyrus wants nothing more than to capture a human and gain prestige, but he just wants to be recognized for all his efforts. He's also completely ineffectual, which helps. Good cannot comprehend evil. Papyrus's love for everyone he runs into, coupled with his naivete, makes it difficult for him to grasp why certain people do bad things. This really doesn't go well for him if you take a No Mercy run. Papyrus can't grasp why the fallen child is so bad and is sure that it would only take an understanding friend to make them a better person. Even if you kill him, he'll die assuring you that you can be a better person with just a bit of effort. No way can someone be evil enough to kill everyone in the underground. Right? The heart, other than gloat about his greatness or making puzzles or undercook spaghetti. What Papyrus does best is instilling hope in people, even murderous ones, just by being his own optimistic self. Hero antagonist: if the player is being merciless, he attempts to stop the massacre, with love and understanding. Papyrus is so sympathetic that he may in fact be a bigger obstacle to completing a no-mercy run than Undyne or even Sans, since some players can't bring themselves to kill him. Heroic willpower: in the no-mercy run, he confronts you not with force or threat, but with words and ideals, despite knowing as well as if not better than anyone how dangerous a human with killing intent is. Even if he's stricken down in the face of his pleas, he insists that they can still be a good person if they try, before turning to dust with that unbreakable, determined grin still plastered on his face. Heterosexual life partners: although he and Sans are brothers, their relationship also easily qualifies as this. See Sans' example for more details. Hidden depths: despite being a lethal chef, he puts a lot of effort into learning to cook spaghetti, as seen from his many attempts sitting in the refrigerator, and he knows a lot about different types of pasta. Also hidden between the lines is a remarkable skill with magic. Papyrus is literally the only monster in the entire game who you cannot die to, and that is because he doesn't kill you. Ever. Even Toriel can accidentally kill you, but not Papyrus. He can modify how much damage he does, and stop as soon as you hit 1 HP, regardless of how far into his turn you are. Not only that, but it's implied that he is just as strong as Sans, he just refuses to use his full strength. There are a couple of moments in his fight where his attacks are at the same speed as Sans, and a patch in January 2016 implies that he also possesses Gaster blasters, and considered using them in a no-mercy run. More visibly, his use of reverse psychology to convince Undyne to befriend a human child suggests that he's not always as socially oblivious as he seems, and is no stranger to manipulating others if he thinks it's worthwhile. During the date or hangout scene when the human child examines Papyrus' bed, he says that he dreams of driving a car down a highway if he ever gets to the surface, but admits he sees it as only a pipe dream, which seems to imply that the chances of the monsters getting out of the underground are one of the few things he isn't optimistic about. Finally, there are subtle slips and discrepancies in his speech that pop up here and there, one example being his speech before his battle, that suggest he may not be quite as self-assured as he seems. Every once in a while, his confidence wanes ever so slightly to imply a deep need for validation as well as companionship underneath. It still doesn't get in the way of his optimism and big-ass heart, though. Also, consider this: he's fully aware of how Sans has time-manipulating abilities and has studied quantum physics, and during the non-genocide root boss fight, Papyrus vaguely admits to the human child that he suspects if the human is taken to the capital, he might not be able to see them again. Which suggests that despite Sans and Undyne's efforts, Papyrus may not be as oblivious as he seems, may be fully aware he's being locked out of the loop, and might even know more about Sans than he lets on. Hot-blooded, comes with hanging around Undyne too long. Whatever he does it either 100% effort, or not at all. HP to 1, it's impossible to get killed by Papyrus. An attack that would normally do so brings you to 1 HP instead, and the rest of his attack is halted so he can capture you. Iconic outfit: his battle body, as he puts it, is very distinct and recognizable. I just want to have friends. The main reason he wants to capture a human and get into the Royal Guard is for others' friendship and respect. If you offer to be his friend instead, he'll agree without hesitating. I know you're in there somewhere. Fight, what the genocide run becomes for him. He appeals to the goodness inside you. He's making this appeal to Frisk, not you, the player. Incorruptible pureness, never becomes bitter towards you even as you kill him. I need to go iron my dog. He makes his exit from Undyne's house by claiming he needs to use the bathroom. Right before he dives out the window. Returning there after befriending Undyne and calling both of them reveals that this isn't even the first time Papyrus has pulled this stunt. Undyne, I can't believe Papyrus did that. Usually, he nails the landing. Ineffectual sympathetic villain, at first as a punch clock villain. He tries so hard to become part of the Royal Guard, but he's too goofy and friendly to be taken seriously, not to mention his attempts to capture the human with puzzles and his completely ineffectual security measures. He gives up on it once befriended. Innocent inaccurate, he's so naive that he misconstrues any insults or ill will toward him as compliments. Even when a no-mercy protagonist starts shambling toward him, he takes it as a sign that they're listening to his words and want to hug him to make up for it. Also, if every other boss is killed but him, he becomes king of the monsters and honestly believes it when Sans explains everyone's absence by claiming they went on a very long vacation. Insult backfire, he is completely oblivious to any rudeness directed his way. He might think you're insulting yourself, or thank you for your honesty, or misconstrue your statement into something complimentary about him. Intentional English for funny, if Papyrus manages to convince the player not to continue their no-mercy route, by sparing him when he in turn spares them, he reacts with an oddly ungrammatical line. Papyrus, wowie. You did it? You didn't do a violence. It's all about me, falls firmly into this. He even feels like Frisk's entire journey was to get him into the Royal Guard. Still, his friendliness, outgoing nature, and downright earnest support keeps this from being the slightest bit antagonistic. Keat, Papyrus is always extremely enthusiastic about everything he does and lightens up the mood of pretty much any scene he is in. Kicked upstairs, in one neutral ending where Undyne ends up ruling the underground, Papyrus is given the literal title of most important royal position, whose duties involve standing around and looking cute. He believes his talents are finally being recognized. Kick the dog, if you kill him, everyone else who knew him treats this as a particularly standout example of how heinous you are, even if that's all you did. Unsurprising, since he does not actually pose any sort of threat to your life, even if he beats you, he won't kill you, and will offer to spare you if you overwhelm or outlast him, so there is no valid reason, not even self-defense, for killing him. To wit, killing him induces a heroic BSOD in Sans that lasts until your judgment, which itself becomes noticeably harsher than that of any other neutral run, and not only causes Undyne to specifically call you out on it when you confront her outside of a genocide run, but for her to stage a coup d'etat against Toriel if you spare her after you escape the underground because of the humans are friends policy the latter attempts to instate. Undyne, what did you do to him? What did you do to him? Sans, if you have some sort of special power, isn't it your responsibility to do the right thing? After saying yes to his question, I see. THENWHYDIDYOUKILLMYBROTHER? After saying no to his question, well, that's your viewpoint. I won't judge you for it. YOUDIRTYBROTHERKILLER. The knights who say squee, he wants to be accepted into the Royal Guard so badly, in no small part because of how much he worships Undyne. Large ham, how else would you describe an overly confident and glory-seeking skeleton that speaks entirely in caps lock and practices his monologues? Attention everyone. I am going to open the fridge. Leitmotif, nyehehe, /bonatrusl. Let's get dangerous. Papyrus is a cloud cuckoo-lander alright, and the fight with him looks like it will be hilariously easy, since he can only throw bones of various sizes along the floor and your hitbox can fly above them. But then he performs his blue attack, throwing a huge curveball at the overconfident player, and that's when the real fight begins. This could be summed up in that, by word of Undyne, his actual combat ability is impressive enough that it alone could get him on board with her in the Royal Guard. The only problem is that, well, it's Papyrus, and he's more or less his own worst enemy in success. Still, bear in mind when you fight him, he's completely distracted the entire time and even wants to let you go, and he's still the toughest thing you've faced so far. Lethal Chef, Undyne motivated him take up cooking as a hobby in the first place, and as a result he takes a lot from her. Sans notes to the player that Papyrus cooking actually has been slowly but steadily improving since he started, though that he also believes that Papyrus finally making a dish that is edible is still a far way off. Living emotional crutch, his overly jovial, kind, and optimistic personality is what still brings a genuine smile on his pessimistic and nihilist brother's face. Papyrus' love for life motivates Sans to keep going on, and if you kill him, you wouldn't be welcome in the monsters world anymore, to put it kindly. Losing your head, killing him causes his head to fall off. He's able to keep on talking even after his body has turned to dust, although his head will inevitably turn to dust as well a few seconds afterwards. Man-child, we don't know how old he is exactly, but he's adult enough to keep Sans in line and have Undyne be willing to train him for the royal guard, yet still childish enough to believe in Santa and need a bedtime story to go to sleep. Masculine girl, feminine boy, the feminine boy to Undyne's masculine girl. Meaningful name, his speech is written in papyrus font. As an overused decorative font, papyrus is associated with looking silly whilst trying to look cool, which fits his personality perfectly. Minion with an F in evil, he comes off as this while he's still trying to capture you. Morality pet. Most of the good that Sans can be asked to do traces back to his dear brother. In a way, he may become one for the player. No, not the player as in the player character, the player as in you. He doesn't stop believing in your penchant to change if you do a no mercy run, even in his dying breath. This, combined with his lovable personality, means that if someone's going to throw away a genocide run, they usually do it when they realize they can't bring themselves to strike Papyrus down. Mysterious past, while it's far less apparent in his case, both he and Sans have absolutely nothing about their past elaborated on outside of a few intentionally dubious hints. In fact, there are even less hints given about Papyrus. Nice guy, though he may think extremely highly of himself, Papyrus is very much one of the nicest and sincerest characters in the game, and this is in a game where just about every character encountered can't really be considered truly evil, with the exception of the fallen child. He will give you advice even during his fight if you get hit too much when he changes your soul with his blue attack, is the only enemy that doesn't kill you when he beats you. He simply captures you and leaves you in a pen outside his house which you can easily walk out of. And if you lose 2 more times, he just lets you go since he doesn't want to hurt you, and he's nice to even a genocide protagonist, believing that they still have the capacity to be good in spite of likely having murdered every single monster up to that point. He's impossible for you to offend. If you try to hurl insults at him when the chance arises, he accuses you of being a tsundere who just needs a warming up or thinks you're insulting yourself. Undyne tells you that the reason Papyrus isn't in the Royal Guard isn't because he's a bad fighter, he's actually almost as good as she is, he's just too nice and friendly to be able to actually hurt anyone if he had to. She implies the reason your fight with him is so easy is because he couldn't bring himself to fight you properly, much like Toriel. Non-lethal KO, Papyrus cannot actually kill you. If an attack of his would have done so, it'll just reduce your HP to 1 and he'll just imprison you in the easy-to-escape doghouse. Not so harmless villain, while not a villain, from your exit from the ruins clear until the tail end of Snowdon, Papyrus has been a complete non-issue. Not only unable to hurt you, but unwilling to try, at that, he's actually more nice than anything else. When he finally fights you, his attacks slide along the floor, being impossibly simple to avoid. Even his supposed deadly blue attack does nothing of worth, until you realize the do not move shade of blue was not the one used to describe his attack. Suddenly, you can no longer move freely, your soul has gravity to it. Bonatristle kicks in. Game on. Obfuscating stupidity. When he first meets the player, he states that he doesn't know what'll happen after the human is delivered to the capital. However, after sparing him in a neutral of pacifist run, he states that the king wants to open the barrier with soul power and soon after tries to beg Undyne not to destroy the human, indicating that he knows that the human will be killed for their soul. When calling him in Alfie's lab, he'll gush about how Sans would love it. However, if he's called in front of Alfie's lab, when Sans is with him, he'll act like he doesn't know what a lab is, even mispronouncing it as laboratory. Perpetual smiler, always grinning like a goofball. Though being a skeleton, that's kind of a given. The Pollyanna, never gives up hope, no matter what's thrown his way. You can literally murder him in cold blood, and he reacts by sincerely encouraging and promising you that you can be a better person if you just try hard enough, no bitterness in his words whatsoever. Pride, his primary motivation and character flaw is his insatiable desire for attention. He wants to join the Royal Guard knowing that it's the elite military force of the underground, and that he will be fawned over for it, despite being too nice to be a suitable member. As a means of being accepted, he builds various traps and puzzles in Snowdon to catch a human with, but becomes preoccupied with being thought of as clever by said human. The player also has the opportunity to flirt with him during their battle, and even go on a date with him after the battle, both of which leave a strong impression on him. While he continues to pursue his dream of joining the Royal Guard up until the true end, he realizes that his future admirers will never admire him as much as his friends. Punch Clock Villain, as an aspiring member of the Royal Guard, he tries to fit the mold, but he's seen as such a good person that Undine won't let him throw himself into such a dangerous position, even when she acknowledges his sheer strength and skill. Puppet King, a benign version, but if he becomes king in the neutral ending, Sans ends up doing most of the actual work running the country. Pungeon Master, he has a more subtler undertone than Sans, even if he gets annoyed by the latter's more audacious ones. Red Oni, Blue Oni, the red to Sans blue, red armor, enthusiastic personality. Released to elsewhere, Papyrus knows that once he captures a human, he needs to lock it up and call Undine. Then she'll take it to the capital. He admits to being totally in the dark about what happens once they go there. Apparently neither Sans or Undine had the heart to tell him that the human he snags will be killed and have its soul harvested. In a neutral ending where all other characters are killed, Papyrus will not even question Sans' explanation that they've all taken a very long vacation. That said, the fact that he arrives to help stop Frisk and Ascari from fighting near the end of the pacifist run implies that he knows that the child will have to fight Ascari to leave the underground, and either was afraid to break the news to Frisk or figured it out too recently to react earlier, though Flowey also likely encouraged him to intervene. Reverse psychology, in a rare moment of ingenuity, Papyrus utilizes this against Undine if you told her you didn't come to her house to gloat, making her more skeptical of you. She'll loudly refuse to be your friend, cueing Papyrus to say that she wasn't up to the challenge of befriending you. Undine, offended by the remark, makes a complete 180 and vows to be besties with you as a form of revenge. Running gag, the annoying dog stealing his bones, his obsession with spaghetti, his standards, and his hatred of puns. Shameless self-promoter, rarely misses a chance to promote his own greatness. Sibling team, with Sans. Sibling yin-yang, as mentioned above, he and Sans seemingly differ in almost every possible way. Signature laugh, nyeh he he he. He. Lampshaded in his no mercy check. He likes to say, nyeh he he. Papyrus, nyeh he he. Skilled, but naive, Papyrus can effortlessly restrict the range of motion of the child's soul for extended periods of time, and manipulate the battle plane, two abilities that are otherwise virtually exclusive to the toughest boss in the game. The only thing keeping him from being a serious threat is his total unwillingness to kill and inexperience in fighting humans. The skilled part of this trope becomes more apparent when you consider how, again, it's impossible to die at his hands. He can, and will, straight up stop the fight when you're down to one hit point, this sort of feat that would suggest that he can use his attacks with skill and precision that even Toriel lacks. Small name, big ego, but in a very lovable way. Unlike most examples of the trope, Papyrus might think highly of himself, but he is never condescending towards others. His bluster doesn't hide any kind of inferiority-superiority complex either, he does genuinely believe that much in himself. Additionally, he is not quite as much of a small name as you might think. He is a surprisingly challenging and powerful boss, and Undyne admits that he would easily have made it to Royal Guard rank if it weren't for his naive attitude. And if you walk around before finishing the game on a true pacifist run, you might find out that he's even gained an admirer. Socially awkward hero, he's anything but socially anxious, but although he's sweet, confident, and incredibly outgoing and supportive, he's absolute garbage at making friends due to a combination of his lack of touch with reality and how seriously he takes everything. He can potentially check a how-to manual on hanging out from the Snowden library in preparation for having the player over at his and Sans house. Spikes of doom, he's fond of these as obstacles, according to various phone calls with him. Stepford Smiler, if most of the monsters are killed and Papyrus is left to rule the kingdom of monsters by process of elimination because Toriel, Undyne, Metatron, and Alphys are dead. He tries to maintain a cheerful disposition around the few survivors, especially around his newly hard-working brother, but confides to the player that being lonely and unable to raise anyone else's spirits is very difficult. Stereotype flip, he's vain, never wastes an opportunity to promote his own greatness, thinks your entire quest was for his sake alone, and is an unbelievably nice guy who cares for everyone everywhere. Stock video game puzzle, Papyrus is fond of creating these to trap humans. He's not very good at it. When he doesn't inadvertently reveal the solution right away, he instead fails to make sure that you can't just walk past the puzzle unhindered. The only time he actually makes even a remotely difficult puzzle is when he fiddles around with an existing one out of boredom to make it look more like his face. Sudden anatomy, randomly gets huge buggy eyeballs during his more exaggerated expressions. Suspiciously specific denial, has moments of these. It's most apparent in his pre-battle speech on a non-genocide run. I don't ever wonder what having lots of friends feels like. Technical pacifist, Papyrus will fight you in order to capture you. But he wants to capture you, he doesn't want to kill you, which is why he will end the fight and put you in his shed if your HP drops to 1. That one puzzle, in universe, he defies this trope with his belief that all his puzzles should be fair, which is why he cancels his Gauntlet of Deadly Terror, a timing puzzle that could easily kill the player character, although it's possible that he either forgot the password that activates the puzzle or more likely, doesn't actually want any harm to come to them, as shown in most tropes associated with him. Thou shalt not kill, he won't kill you if your HP gets down low enough. Instead, he'll lock you in his garage with dog food and a dog bed and eventually call off the fight if you get captured 3 times. It's part of the reason why Undyne won't let him join the Royal Guard, since he is too sweet and innocent. Too clever by half. At one point, he calls the player to find out what equipment they're wearing for an unexplained reason. It turns out that Undyne wanted to know so she could track you down, and Papyrus attempted to be clever. However, failure is the only option, as no matter what you do, change/don't change, lie/don't lie, his convoluted plan will end up telling Undyne exactly what you're wearing. Too good for this sinful earth, on the genocide route. He's perfectly aware of what you've done and what you can/will do to him, but he spares you immediately nonetheless, with the belief that you still have the capability to become good. Trademark favorite food, loves cooking spaghetti, but doesn't actually eat it. According to the anniversary Q&A, his actual favorite food is dinosaur egg oatmeal. Turn the other cheek, in a no-mercy run, he tries to get you to cease your kill-a-thon by sparing you right off the bat. Whether that works or not is entirely up to you. Undying loyalty, Papyrus, provided you've spared and befriended him, will actively try to hinder Undyne's assault in the waterfall. He's not very good at it. Unwitting pawn, to Floey, who'd been whispering things to Papyrus in the absence of Sans since before Frisk arrived. In the route to the true ending, It's even heavily implied that he had Papyrus call Frisk to send them to the True Lab, before having him call everyone to Ascary's castle, the latter of which was outright stated. Verbal tick, wowie. Video game cruelty potential. It's functionally impossible to exhaust Papyrus's HP before he moves to spare you. The only reason to kill him would be because you specifically want to. Vitriolic best buds, see Sans example. Voice grunting, a weird chattering noise, likely meant to sound like a cartoonish bone rattle. Wake up call boss. Papyrus's fight starts off as a complete joke, but he's the first boss of the game that is capable of turning the game mechanics on their head, forcing you to adapt to a new playstyle. Wide-eyed idealist, Undyne cites it as the reason she can't let him in the Royal Guard. He's strong enough, but he's simply too sweet and innocent to handle the position. Notably, he's the only enemy in the game that won't give you a game over if he defeats you in battle. He's specifically in it to capture you, and will just leave you in his shed, with only a basic fence to keep you there. Even in a no mercy run, he'll immediately offer to spare Frisk when they fight, believing they still have it in them to be a good person. If you take him up on it, he lets you move on without any more trouble, and even when killed, he'll have no regrets, and continue to say that he thinks you can change. Willfully weak, it's implied that he holds back against the player, because he finds them endearing and because he's only trying to capture them rather than kill them. Undyne even mentions that Papyrus isn't as dumb or useless as he realizes. One has to wonder, considering how freaking powerful Sans, his brother, is, what exactly would Papyrus look like if sufficiently angered? Data mining shows that he's actually slightly stronger than Undyne is during her first battle, and only slightly weaker than she is during her second. Workaholic, implied, since he always seems busy and considers 7 hours of sleep a night to be a waste of time. He's also always punctual, answers his phone within 2 rings no matter what, and in one phone conversation, mentions that he'd never go on vacation after he and Undyne joke about it. Would not hurt a child. Sure, he fights you in an attempt to capture you, but Papyrus is notably the only boss in the game who will never kill you. Even Toriel can accidentally. When your HP has been reduced to 1, he simply captures you and puts you in his easily escapable garage. He even tells you how to jump if you fail to dodge his attacks, and if you keep escaping the cell and go back to challenge him, he spares you because he can't bring himself to fight you anymore. Younger than they look, his height compared to his obviously adult brother might initially give the impression that he's older than he really is. We don't know what his actual age is, exactly, but his behavior implies he's probably not far from his late teens.
Now look at this net that I just found. When I say go, be ready to throw. Go! Throw it at him, not me! Oh, let's try something else. Now watch and learn. Here's the deal. You slip and slide on this banana peel. What are you doing?
The captain and commander of the Royal Guard that protects the underground. Likes spears. Dislikes humans. Likes throwing spears at humans. Action girl, loves fighting and big swords. What else could she be? But try to hurt her friends, and. Adorkable, no, really. It's downplayed but it is there, as she genuinely believes that anime is real. Affectionate parody. Everything about her seems to be one to common shonen and shoujo anime tropes. She appears to be wearing Asian armor. She even has a transformation involving the hearts of everyone in the world uniting to defeat you on the no mercy route. Ambidextrous sprite, her overworld sprite is mirrored and leaves a glaring mistake. When walking to the left, Undyne doesn't have her eye patch on. Angst. What angst? She doesn't seem even slightly perturbed when she accidentally burns her house down, and the whole situation is played for laughs. Arc villain, of Waterfall, in the same way that Metatron is the arch villain of Hotland. Throughout Waterfall, a fairly backstory heavy level, you're constantly pursued by Undyne, who is intent on killing you, regardless of how you've acted up until this point. Her battle marks the point where you start making great strides towards returning to the surface. Undyne could also be viewed as this to Snowden, since Papyrus is a total non-threat. It's wanting to please Undyne that drives him to fight you. Armor is useless, she has negative defense in her boss fight, despite being covered in plate. During her unarmored rematch after the date, she somehow has more defense. Ass-kicking equals authority, until you encounter Undyne. The only members of the Royal Guard you've seen are 5 silly dogs that can be gotten past by petting. When Undyne shows up, she makes it very clear that she's the leader of the guards for a reason. Badass gay, she's a really tough woman. She also has a thing for Alphys, and asks you to deliver a love letter she wrote to her in the true ending route, because she can't muster the courage to do so herself. And if you call her while in the garbage dump, she'll describe it as a great place to meet girls. BFS, though Undyne prefers using spears in battle, she keeps a giant sword in her house. Since she believes anime is true, she thinks humans historically have wielded swords up to 10 times their size. Blade on a stick, her weapons are spears, and she seems to be able to summon and throw as many as she wants, often throwing 3 at once or summoning up to 6 through the floor. While they appear to be made of water in the overworld, her battle sprites seem to be holding whole spears. Black Knight, in her first appearances. Her dark armor covers her entire body, disguising her face. She is almost never heard speaking, giving her a very sinister and mysterious vibe. Naturally, she is incredibly powerful and a major antagonist, being the Determinator that relentlessly chases you through the whole waterfall zone. Unusually, she uses spears instead of swords. Blood Knight, loves fighting. In fact, it's impossible to spare her when you engage in combat, you have to run away as she refuses to accept your mercy. Boots of Toughness, she wears boots most of the time and is a huge badass. Bootstrap Leitmotif, she has her own leitmotif, which plays during her introduction, during the chase sequences, and during her boss fight. However, the Ruins leitmotif is more associated with her, playing throughout the waterfall and during her boss fight. The Ruins leitmotif even plays during her death sequence, a clipped version of an ending, her transformation into Undyne the Undying, but the Earth refused to die, and the battle against Undyne the Undying, battle against a true hero, while her leitmotif is absent from those songs. Break the Haughty, she comes into battle composed and determined, fully expecting to win the battle effortlessly, but as the battle goes on, she becomes more and more frustrated at your refusal to die, eventually going from her standard smiling expression to an upset grimace. Her flavor text at this point states that she's hyperventilating, twitching her eye, and wondering if you surviving this long is a prank. And when you save her life by pouring water on her, it's implied her pride is severely damaged by the fact she was just about to die of something as mundane as overheating and was saved by someone she was doggedly trying to kill, making her re-examine going after you. However, she'll still end up on bitter terms with you unless you've played as a complete pacifist and hung out with her. Butch lesbian, hot-blooded, an action girl, refuses to do anything by halves. About the only reason she's not under testosterone poisoning is that she's female, and yep, she likes the ladies. Cat Smile, after befriending her on a pacifist run, she usually wears one whenever Alphys comes up in a conversation. Challenge Seeker, tell her she can't do something. Anything at all. She will do exactly what you say she can't do, or die trying. For example, when she resists befriending you, Papyrus uses reverse psychology on her, saying she's not up to the challenge. After that, she insists on becoming besties with you. Climax Boss, she's the boss of a backstory heavy level, and marks the point at which the player stops moving forward and begins advancing toward the surface. This is also the point at which the ramifications of the player's actions are made explicit, On the neutral route, she'll call the player out for killing Papyrus or any other enemy. On the pacifist route, she'll mock the player for being a goody two-shoes, and on the no mercy route, she'll realize the player's out to kill the entire world, human and monster alike, transform into Undyne the Undying, and claim that the player will succumb to everyone's hopes and dreams. Commander Contrarian, when you finally fight Undyne, she'll be angry regardless of how you played. If you killed Toriel and Slash or some minor monsters, Undyne will say she thought humans were compassionate, but you're just a monster. If you killed Papyrus, she'll specifically call you out on it. And if you played as a pacifist, Undyne will say she thought humans were cool, but you're just a wimp and also assume it's just an act. In truth, Undyne doesn't want to face the implications of murdering a child to save the underground, so she just comes up with a reason for them to deserve to die anyway. Contralto of Danger, her voice grunting is among the deepest in the game, implying she has one of these. Cool Big Sis, according to their nicknames, Undyne is probably 3 to 4 years older than Papyrus, and he seems to view her as something like this. She in turn is very protective of him, and it's obvious that despite their bickering she cares about Papyrus a lot. Cowardly Boss, inverted. To defeat her peacefully, you have to flee battle and then run away as far as you can before she catches up and continues attacking until she can't go any further. Cultured Badass, plays a snippet of Alfie's theme on the piano fairly well, from what little you can hear of it. Can make good tea, though the rest of her culinary skills are questionable. She also thinks she's well versed in human history through no fault of her own, making her an incidental pop-cultured badass. Death by irony, a possible case, depending on the player. Undyne refuses to let Papyrus into the royal guard because she believes that his general innocence and unwillingness to kill would make him ineffective at best and put him in danger at worst. But Papyrus' total lack of malicious intent can make him so endearing that even capable players might refuse to harm him purely on principle. By contrast, not only is the method used to spare Undyne unintuitive, her attitude and actions can prompt less forgiving players not to even bother. Defiant to the end. If she's slain on a no mercy run, she'll just smile proudly, while in anguish, and proclaim that she allowed for others to escape and that King Ascari will avenge her. If she's slain on neutral run, she'll continue fighting even when her HP bar is depleted. But as you keep beating her down, her body breaks down and her attacks slow to a crawl, and goodness, the music. She keeps refusing to die, but her body can't take it anymore, and melts before turning to dust. Just before the final battle of a true pacifist run, after everyone's captured by Floey's vines, she's visibly struggling against hers. The Determinator, the brave heroine that never gives up. Even if it kills her. Easily forgiven, notably averted. Unlike most monsters, who will act neutral or amiable to you no matter how many monsters you've killed, Undyne dislikes humans to begin with and refuses to forgive even a single monster's death at your hands. That said, it's possible to befriend her and, kind of, change her mind if you haven't hurt a soul. She is on the receiving end of the trope if the protagonist does befriend her, as she is unquestionably the most hostile monster you meet, tries to kill you not one, but several times, and is one of the very rare monsters who cannot be directly talked out of battling you. Establishing character moment, the cutscene right before her boss fight in a neutral/pacifist run. Up until now, her actions and dialogue had made her seem like the standard Black Knight archetype, serious, cold, and direct in her efforts to stop the player. Then she suddenly tears off her helmet and goes on a really hammy rant about why the player's existence is a detriment to all monster kind and how she'll do anything to protect them, all while her real leitmotif, a heroic and somewhat goofy sounding theme, plays in the background. Everyone has standards. Apparently, she won't fight someone who's on the phone. During the middle of the fight in the neutral/pacifist run when Papyrus calls you, she won't attack while you're talking to him. This isn't a matter of talking is a free action. If you speak with Undyne in the same room after befriending her, she'll say she had to wait because you had a phone call. She also insists on making sure the fight is a fair one. If you fail to block her first attack, she'll remind you how the mechanic works, and if you keep failing, she'll complain that she gave you a spear to block with just to make things fair and become quite frustrated. She also believes in sacred hospitality, so as much as she loathes you at the time, she won't attack you while you're at her house, with the exception of the rematch that gets triggered if you are on good terms with her. Eye beams. Upon transforming into Undyne the Undying, she gains the ability to shoot energy out of the eye that had been covered by her eye patch. Eye color change. When she taps into her determination, her sclera turn black and her pupils white. It only happens after she's mortally wounded in a neutral or no mercy playthrough. Eye patch of power. Most people will barely notice that she wears one. And it's not for nothing either, as she is missing that eye. Subverted in a no mercy run, where she loses it as Undyne the Undying. Fantastic racism. She has a rather odd love-hate relationship with humans. While it's clear she thinks very little of them, she also watches a lot of human history, read anime, with Alphys, and it's clear that it's an influence in her demeanor. She also mellows her demeanor toward humans on a pacifist run, and on No Mercy she realizes that you're just as much a threat to humans as you are to monsters and fights for them as well. Fiery redhead. She's a hot-blooded large ham, and her overworld sprite reveals that she's got a big red ponytail under that helmet. Fish people. Looks like a fish when she takes her armor off. Her online handle is strongfish91. Friend to all children. She apparently knows the children that live in Snowdon Woods on a personal basis. Gaydar. Amusingly enough, subverted. Despite being a lesbian herself, she is completely clueless to the obvious UST between two of her male subordinates. Even if they hook up, with the player's help, she still seems to think they have a close, platonic friendship. Glass cannon, statistically, anyways. She has a very powerful attack score of 7, but her defense score is 0, despite all of that heavy armor she's wearing. She has enough health to make up for it, though. Averted during a no mercy route, as she's one of the few things that can take more than one hit from you. Go out with a smile. On the no mercy route, she dies happy believing that her friends will stop you from killing everyone after her death. Too bad it doesn't come to fruition. Handicapped badass. Sometimes players forget she is missing an eye. Helmets are hardly heroic. She's wearing a full helm in her first appearance, but ditches it right before she is fought and never wears it again. Hero antagonist. Begins this way, but can get over it in the pacifist endings. Heroic BSOD. In most neutral endings where she's alive, Undyne either swears vengeance on you or forgives you, depending on your friendship with her. However, if your neutral run ends with Ascari and Metaton dead, Papyrus explains that Alphys vanished. As a result of losing both Ascari and Alphys, Undyne completely gives up at life, spending most of her time either working at Sans hot dog stand or laying on his couch. Heroic RROD. In the No Mercy run, she has so much determination and willpower to strike you down in order to save her homeland that energy radiates out of her eye socket where her eye patch was, and then her body begins to melt before disintegrating, a side effect of monsters with determination, as Alphys is all too aware of. Heroic Second Wind. If you kill her during the neutral route, she shows signs of pulling this, but it turns out to be a mere hope spot. During the No Mercy route, however, after taking a killing blow directed at Monster Kid, she manages to come back even stronger than before. In both situations, she finally dies when she begins to melt, meaning she had so much willpower, she was creating her own determination and using the same ability Frisk gains at the climax of the true pacifist route. Hero worship her. She seemed to be this in her youth for Jerson, the old turtle archaeologist, who was once a hero himself. That relationship wasn't much unlike the current relationship between her and the Monster Kid, as she was also described as being clumsy back then. Hidden Depths. The version of Undyne most people see is a hot-blooded anime-loving Blood Knight. Then there's a layer on which she is insightful, gentle, and caring. She admires Ascari for his pacifism, doesn't want to let Papyrus in the royal guard despite his fighting skills because of his naivete and kindness, and is in love with Alphys for her passion. She won't hurt an innocent, except the protagonist on a pacifist run, which is a source of great conflict to her. The strange behavior on the date with her just highlights how much of a moral dilemma she's been facing with the apparent salvation of monster kind being killing a kid. Hot-blooded, does absurd things like suplex boulders in the middle of a fight, just because she can. Even her cooking is hot-blooded, making spaghetti sauce by punching the vegetables, and stirring the pot by stabbing it with her spear. Insult to rocks, even with her disdain for humans, when she fights you as Undyne the Undying, one of the lines she uses is human, no. Whatever you are, which seems to have a taste of this to it, she regards you as being even more contemptuous than humans in general, and that's saying a lot. Interface screw, when your soul is green during her fight, sometimes the next bullet to hit you will be highlighted red. Sometimes it won't. Irony, she's a hot-blooded badass gay screaming warrior who also plays the piano, an instrument whose name means soft or quiet in musical notation. Jerk with a heart of gold, very much so. She's extremely aggressive, but also completely dedicated to justice for all of monster kind. This trope can be seen in full effect whenever she shows affection toward the people she likes. She will lambaste a pacifist player for being a wimp and a coward. However, killing even one monster will preclude any chance of friendship with her. The ladette, she shows traits of being one, anyway. Loud, rude, loves fighting with a passion. And then there's her tendency to involve projectile vomiting in her puzzle ideas. Large ham, does everything, aside from crafting puzzles, with extreme ardor, from making friends to cooking. Undyne, cherish harder. Leitmotif, at first, Undyne. After she unmasks herself, it's replaced by Engah/Spear of Justice. As the Undying, she gets battle against a true hero as her battle theme. Lethal Chef, suffice to say, one cooking lesson from her will highlight where Papyrus gets his skills from. Undyne, after setting fire to her kitchen, man, no wonder Papyrus sucks at cooking. Let's fight like gentlemen, she wants to defeat you fairly, so she gives you a spear at the beginning of the battle to block her attacks. If you repeatedly fail to block her first attack, she gets extremely pissed off over you being such a worthless opponent, and unleashes an extremely brutal flurry of attacks. Even faster than any of her Undying forms attacks. Like brother and sister, her relationship with Papyrus falls squarely into this. Logical weakness, a water dweller wearing full plate armor that heats up easily. Of course she doesn't do too hot in a volcano area. Lonely piano piece, aside from playing the piano, her battle themes, Engah, Spear of Justice and Battle Against a True Hero all have piano segments in them. Making a splash, the spears that she summons appear to be made of water. Mama Bear, if you spare the monster kid on a no-mercy run but have already killed Papyrus, Undyne becomes incredibly cold and straightforward. No heroic declarations, not even the haminess she has as Undyne the Undying, nothing but quiet rage. And, with no shouting or theatrics whatsoever, so swears that she will kill you. Masculine girl, feminine boy, the masculine girl to Papyrus feminine boy. Meaningful name, and Undine is a female water spirit. Undyne is a fish person that can conjure spears made from water. Also comes up in the genocide route Undyne the Undying. And Undine's goal is to obtain an immortal soul, and Undyne's goal is to obtain the player's soul. Monster Knight, quite literally. She is a monster, and a knight, and she has the sense of honor and justice that comes with the description. Moral dilemma, being a chivalrous fighter, Undyne has some doubt about the righteousness of killing a child to save monster kind. She doesn't own up to this unless she's befriended, however, and will come up with varying reasons that necessitate your death. Muscles are meaningless, she's surprisingly skinny underneath all that armor, and she suplexes boulders, Note: non-mammal mammaries, not much, but they're there. No cell, she's so determined to capture you that even the debug command that makes monsters instantly sparable doesn't work on her. No social skills, the two of you hanging out starts with her breaking her table in half with her spear when you try to select a beverage, and ends with the two of you accidentally burning her house down while trying to make spaghetti. Not in front of the kid. One phone call with her has her cutting herself off before she says the word ass to you and substituting the word booty instead. Not so above it all. Although she seems like a very straight-laced, dutiful knight fitting her position as head of the royal guard, once you befriend her, it turns out she's just as big of an enthusiastic goofball as Papyrus himself. The monologue she subjected you to just before her fight was something she'd been practicing for just the occasion, and the reason she cut it off partway through was because she forgot the rest of it. Possibly shown later when you question her about the soda in her house. She claims to not like it because it's gross and it rots your fighting spirit, but she responds with an embarrassed silence when you ask her why she even has it if she doesn't like it. It's either an example of this or, considering the look on her face, it's also possible that she keeps it for Alphys. Official couple, becomes this with Alphys in the true ending route. One-winged angel, as Undyne the Undying. Her attacks get more complex, deal far more damage, and move much faster. She also switches the player's soul color between red and green more often, and the player is prevented from escaping the fight. Perpetual smiler, once the helmet's off, she almost never frowns. Due to her large teeth, this can border on a slasher smile at times, but it is also strangely endearing. Reminding her of how much she loves to smile is one of the ways you can act when facing her as a lost soul. Platonic life partners, she's huge friends with Papyrus, but they're clearly only friends, and it's enforced by the fact that Undyne's a lesbian. Playing with fire, examining her stovetop during the child's visit to her house will prompt Undyne to remark that despite the wonders of technology, flame magic cooked food beats the stove when it comes down to it, so she might have access to such magic. Regardless, she pulls this trope literally, cranking the heat up on the stove to needless levels and promptly burns her house down when it explodes in her face. Power incontinence, in her normal boss battle, once you deplete her HP, she lingers around, requiring a few more attacks to fully defeat her. While this happens, her body begins wavering in and out of focus. Her will to stay alive is strong enough to generate determination, but without the realization that you are a threat to the entire world giving her the final push, she simply can't muster enough of it to stave off death. The result is only a partial transformation, her visible eyes colors invert, and she begins to melt before disintegrating into dust. The power of friendship, professes this to cheesy anime levels. Pun a name, Undines are a mythological elemental creatures of water. Undyne is a fish-looking monster who lives in a house that also looks like a fish. It's also a play on undying, which comes into play when you fight her on a genocide route. Red ONI, blue ONI, red ONI to Alphys blue ONI. Right for the wrong reasons, when you fight her after having killed people, she'll call you a cold-blooded murderer and immediately reject your protests of self-defense by saying you didn't kill them because you had to. You did it because it was easy. She is somewhat correct, as you have the power to rewind time and thus arguably have no excuse but to strive for the perfect nonviolent outcome if you're aware of how the story's really being framed. However, how exactly she came to this conclusion without knowing this about you, only Floey and to a lesser extent Sans know this, and even the player won't be clued into the full implications of their role if they're new to the game, and thinking you're just a powerless human with only one life surrounded by people who are either trying to kill you or in some cases blissfully unaware that they're walking hazards to your health, is anyone's guess. Sacred hospitality, sure, she's antagonistic with you until her house gets burned down, but you're not going to get up for anything as long as you're a guest in her house. Samus is a girl, she wears a huge, feature-obscuring suit of armor, but many people refer to her as a woman before you see what she actually looks like. Serious business, cooking. Exploited when befriended. When Papyrus tries to set up the player and her as friends, she refuses. Papyrus plays it up as a challenge, she does it for the need to win. Shoot the shaggy dog. She was only trying to keep the world safe from you. Furthermore, on a no-mercy run, she's confident that Ascari will avenge her. He puts up even less of a fight than Metatron Neo when you face him later on. Signature scent, smells like sushi and smells like angry fish will occasionally pop up in her battle. Sir swears a lot. The level of language in Undertale is pretty conservative to begin with, but Undyne is the most crassly spoken among the cast. Statuesque stunner, she's among the tallest of the characters, only after Ascari, Metatron X, and Toriel. Stealth pun, she's a kind of fish monster who fights using spears. A spearfish. The stoic, when she stalks you she is completely silent, and never says a word. Eventually, she gets sick of your shit and starts behaving like an overly hammy anime heroine. The latter is what sticks for the rest of the game. Straight gay, aside from the occasional ship tease, the only way to get a clear hint of her lesbianism is if you try calling her from the garbage dump, where she talks about how it's a good place to pick up chicks, with a clear air of personal experience. And the only way to confirm it is by playing the pacifist route, where she eventually recruits you to help win Alfie's heart. Tactical suicide boss, well, not exactly suicide. During the battle, she can smack your soul with her spear to switch it from green to red and vice versa. She intends for this to allow her to use a second attack pattern, but she forgets something: the red soul has the ability to run from battle. Talking down the suicidal, her first meeting with Dr. Alphys was at the bottomless abyss in Waterfall's garbage dump, where Alphys was staring into the depths, looking contemplative. She asked Alphys where she thought the abyss led to. Cue several hours of Alphys running through every theory she had almost without stopping, leaving Undyne captivated. In the end, Undyne managed to talk Alphys out of committing suicide without having to say much at all. Tank top tomboy, when she's out of her armor, she's usually in a black tank top. Technically a smile, she tends to show these when her plans derail or something unexpected happens. During the first third of your time hanging out with her she shows one constantly, which makes her, as you know what she is capable of, extremely scary, as you are constantly afraid that she will impale you with a spear. This is unforgivable, won't befriend you if you've killed any monsters beforehand, and explicitly mentions if Papyrus doesn't show up to his meeting with her, and killing anyone after befriending her will cause her to hate you far more in the ending phone call than she would if you had just killed people. Tin Tyrant, in her first appearances, her body is fully covered in plat email, so her face doesn't show. She even makes a heavy clanging sound when she walks. She discards the helmet when she battles you. Toilet humor, loves this. Particularly notable is her puzzle idea of timing pukes. Tomboy, she partakes in male-oriented activities and has all the masculine gender roles you can think of. Tomboy and girl, tomboy to Alphys girl. Tomboyish voice, her deep voice grunting implies that she has this. Took a level in badass, not that she wasn't badass before, mind you, but in a no mercy run, she takes several levels when she becomes Undyne the Undying. And we do mean several. Tranquil Fury. If you kill Papyrus on a neutral run, she slips into this. Even as Undyne the Undying, she falls into this. After her hot-blooded speech about how she can feel everyone's hearts beating as one, she becomes completely quiet for as long as the battle goes on, focusing entirely on killing you. Troll has a tendency to do this, especially on Papyrus. Papyrus, oh my god. No. Why? I thought you hate making puzzles. Undyne, yeah, but I love driving you crazy. Tsundere, she acts extremely aggressive in order to cover up her softer side. The dear side is mostly reserved for Alphys. She also shows some of her softer side with Papyrus, though platonically. TV never lies, Watching Human History with Alphys has left her convinced that anime is real. Voice grunting, not a particularly unique sound, but she has the second deepest voice in the game. Gains a subtle reverb effect as Undyne the Undying. Wake up call boss. She's the first enemy you see that's actively trying to kill you, and it shows. She's much more difficult to deal with than Toriel and Papyrus. The method of sparing her is quite unorthodox as well. That is to say, you can't spare her. You run away. She's also this if you're attempting a no mercy run. Players expecting her to get one shot like every other enemy in a no mercy run are going to be in for one hell of a surprise. Was it all a lie, in the true pacifist playthrough? She laughs off Alphys' confession that anime is fiction, but as soon as Alphys is out of earshot she begins to undergo an existential crisis. Why won't you die? As the battle drags on, she gets progressively more angry at the fact that you're able to survive her attacks, eventually reaching a point where she abandons her main attack pattern and just starts hurling spears around. This is the best time to start running from her, as she'll never turn your soul back to green. Undyne, Engah. Die already, you little brat. I will never take mercy from the likes of you. You will never spare me. Wrong genre savvy. After Alphys tells her that anime and comic books are human history, she's become convinced that the world works that way. As a result, she acts much like a typical shonen anime protagonist. In a no mercy mode, she's more or less correct. She really is a genuine hero, powered by the power of friendship and sheer determination, fighting to prevent the world's destruction. The only thing she's wrong about is that the hero always succeeds. That said, the battle is so brutal that it makes some players give up on the run altogether, so her cause is not so hopeless after all. You are a credit to your race. She has a grudging respect for human culture. It's implied she eventually feels this way about a pacifist protagonist, as when she's saved from being a lost soul she mentions some humans are alright. You are what you hate. Aside from being influenced by human anime, she possesses a number of attributes that are described in-game as belonging to humans, such as a strong will to kill and implicitly determination. You bastard. On a neutral run, her opening speech calls you out for particular monsters that you've slain. Especially Papyrus. If you abandon a pacifist run by killing someone after befriending her, Papyrus notes in the epilogue that Undyne took your betrayal of her belief in you very harshly, and that if you ever returned to the underground, nothing, not even Toriel, would be able to stop her from killing you. The only exception is if the one enemy is Metadon. Since it causes Alphys to commit suicide, it leaves her in a full-blown heroic BSOD. The royal scientist, who works directly for King Ascari. She is incredibly talented at building things such as puzzles and human hunting killer robots. Adorkable, she's adorable, fumbling, and nervous and constantly fidgeting or sweating. The Atoner becomes this in every ending in some capacity. At the very least, she'll admit to you that you'll need to kill Ascari and take his soul in order to escape the underground in most neutral routes. In the true pacifist ending, she releases the amalgamates and confesses to everything she did in the true labs, and in the near-genocide neutral ending, she evacuates the surviving monsters and becomes the ruler of the underground, and is implied to have confessed her secrets in this ending as well. Bad acting. She's very bad at remembering her lines and cues when helping with Metadon, even though she's presumably the one who wrote the script. Because you were nice to me, in order to thank you for allowing her to take part in your adventure and to make it up to you for having set up a fake adventure to begin with, Alphys is willing to have a cute pretend date with your player character, though she admits that it sounds bad when she says it like that. She isn't actually interested in the player character, of course, and the date ends with her pouring her heart out to Undyne, the person she actually likes. Bitch in sheep's clothing, she was pulling the strings behind the entire Hotland section of the game in non-no mercy routes out of a desire to feel useful as your voice with an internet connection. And that's to say nothing of her dark and troubled past. It's ultimately subverted, though, since you can still get to know her on the true pacifist route and find her to still be very genuinely nice and regretful of everything, and still taking care of the amalgamates in secret despite great personal danger in doing so. By the way, she openly shows off her feelings for Undyne when you meet her, but Ascari is also a correct answer in response to the Alphys crush question in Metaton's quiz, and she can admit that Ascari is handsome in the pacifist ending, though her attraction to Undyne is still ostensibly stronger. When describing the reasons for her reluctance to finish building Metaton's body, she adds that whenever she tries to do so her hands become sweaty. Considering just how bishy Metaton X is and that Alphys helped design him, it is likely that she finds him attractive. Break the cutie, it's a long process for poor Alphys. It starts when Metaton sabotages her attempts to save you from danger that she herself set up, causing her to suffer a lapse in the confidence she's just recently built by saving you before. It gets worse when Metaton reveals she's been deceiving you, and that he's done playing around, causing her to have a full breakdown. And that's not even getting into the true labs, where the results of her experiments on determination show their face. It's no wonder that, on some routes, Alphys can commit suicide out of grief. Cool big sis, according to Bratty and Caddy, Alphys used to be this for them. Did I just say that out loud, while romantically role-playing as Undyne with her, regardless of your choices, she ends up going completely overboard and yelling at the top of her lungs. This gets the attention of the real Undyne, who'd been looking for her by that point. Driven to suicide. She's on the verge of it. When Undyne first met her at the garbage dump, she was sitting on the edge of the abyss, looking, as Undyne put it, contemplative. It's heavily implied that she goes through with it in any ending where you kill Metaton, but weren't on the no mercy route. Even in a true pacifist run, she implies that she had been considering it when she went into the true lab, when faced with the prospect of revealing the truth of the determination experiments. This is also implied in any ending where Metaton takes over the underground, as Metaton mentions that he searched for her in order to apologize for how he treated her and ask her to assist him in ruling, but was never able to find her. Notably, one of the requirements for this ending is killing Undyne. When you meet her at the bottom of the true labs, she notes that she thought that she might not make it back out, not because of the amalgamates, but because she didn't think that she would be able to tell everyone the truth and end up running away or doing something cowardly. The ghost, in the no mercy route, she's said to be evacuating any and all survivors someplace safe and out of your reach, and as a result, most of Hotland is completely shut out to a no mercy player. She can only potentially appear if you get pushed into the neutral path by Metaton Neo, at which point Sens will end up putting her on the phone for you. However, she does this only to tell you that you're a monster and that she hates you. Gone horribly wrong, her experiments with determination are mostly this, as they caused the monsters she was experimenting upon to not only come back to life, which was the opposite of what she wanted, but it caused their bodies to melt and fuse with one another, creating the amalgamations. However, gone horribly right, her experiments also led to the creation of Floey, a test to see if one could give something that was neither human nor monster the will to live. It worked, but it also accidentally proved her previous theory. She gave determination to the original flower from the surface, the one with the most dust on it from Asriel's passing, and in doing so, resurrected Asriel's personality and implanted it in the flower we now know as Floey. Grew a spine. If the protagonist is on the no mercy route, Alphys finally gathers the courage to leave her lab and get as many monsters to evacuate as possible. If you abort the genocide run in Hotland, the neutral ending involves Sans giving the phone to Alphys, who discusses how she finally had to become brave and become the new ruler of the remaining monsters. Having a blast, since her attacks, as a lost soul, are the same as Metaton's, she uses bombs in one of her attack patterns. Heroic self-deprecation, she seems to make a habit of comparing herself to garbage. During the true ending playthrough, it's revealed to come from guilt over the results of her experiments. It can even lead her to kill herself if she's pushed far enough. Hollywood hacking, played with. Alfie's hacking skills help the protagonist quite a bit throughout Hotland. It's actually not hacking at all. Alfie controls everything remotely and wants to appear like mission control to the player. Hot-blooded, while it's not so obvious to the audience, Undyne admits to liking Alfie because she's passionate and does things 100%. I just want to be loved, the reason she lies constantly. She fears that if people knew she was a nerdy loser and responsible for several monsters' hideous mutations, everyone would hate her. Interrupted suicide, it's implied that at one point she was suicidal. Undyne first met her in the dump staring into the abyss and looking contemplative. Undyne managed to talk her out of it, though. Intrigued by humanity, loves anime and joined a human fan club. It's all my fault, maintains this mindset throughout the entire true pacifist run, and can even be seen saying it when you fight her as a lost soul. Karma Houdini, she never actually faces any consequences for her actions beyond her own guilt, which is self-inflicted, and her character arc centers on improving her self-esteem by letting go of her guilt, which means there are no consequences at all. She does get fired, but since her job is rendered pointless when the monsters go free, it's not actually a loss. Leitmotif, Alfie's. The dark reprise here we are plays in the true lab. Leaning on the fourth wall, the way that Metaton describes Alfie watching the player and yells at the screen can be seen as a playful jab at Let's Play video audiences, and the way she continually attempts to influence your playthrough can be seen as a commentary on backseat gaming as well. Lizard folk, she's a monster that looks like a reptilian humanoid. Luminescent blush, if the player chooses either Undyne or Ascari during Metaton's quiz, as Metaton goes into detail, choosing yourself makes her give you a bewildered look and not being sure has her argue with Metaton. Being kissed by Undyne in the true ending renders her red from head to toe and she topples over. Manipulative bitch, Metaton reveals that the entire killer robot act was just a song and dance Alfie put him up to so she could involve herself in your adventure. Alfie never quite owns up to it, but she also never denies it, and it's quite obvious on replaying the game that she's manipulating you. Though to her credit, this plan was a gambit to convince the player not to leave and risk getting into a death match with Ascari. Meaningful name, her name is a meaning for being intellectual and having interest in research. It also can be an anagram of Shypal or be a conjunction of algebra and physics. Mission control, she acts as this throughout Hotland, frequently calling you and giving you remote help from her lab. Motherly scientist, towards the amalgamates. Motor mouth, whenever Alfie brings up anime that she likes, she has a tendency to ramble on without pause until she catches herself, in hilariously stark contrast to her usual stuttering and stammering. The last time she does it plays this for drama on the true pacifist run when Alfie confesses to Undyne that all the human history they watched together was nothing but nerdy cartoons. My greatest failure. Turning Metaton into an anti-human defense mechanism. And failing to turn off his inhibitors. And possibly having made that up, having instead conspired to create artificial danger she could save you from. Her actual greatest failure is her determination experiments, which have turned numerous monsters into body horror amalgamates, as well as having created flowy nerd glasses. Nerds are sexy, hard for her not to count as this when you consider that Undyne is attracted to her. Nice job breaking it, hero. Her experiments involving determination led to the creation of Floey, a being that had the will to live but no soul, and therefore no capacity for compassion or love. By assisting the player if they've murdered enough monsters to drive the survivors into anger and / or despair. Depending on the player's actions, Alfie may even be driven to suicide by the game's end. Official couple, becomes this with Undyne in the true ending route. Oh crap, several times. A standout example is when she realizes that Floey, the ultimate product of her experiments, is the one who told Papyrus to call everyone to Ascary's castle, and even worse, it wasn't for a party, but for their souls. Omnidisciplinary scientist, among her areas of expertise, robotics, repairing and upgrading human technology, hammer space access, bioengineering, and turning waterfalls grass into ice cream. Otaku, she rarely gets out of her lab, is obsessed with anime, comics, and video games, and even has cups of instant noodles in her fridge. She has passed some of her otakuness to Undine, who will beg the player to answer if anime is real at one point. Red ONI, blue ONI, blue to Undine's red. Robosexual, implied. She keeps anime of robots making out saved to her phone for some reason, and she had trouble finishing Metaton's ex-body because she got really sweaty whenever she tried to work on it. Shipper on deck, to Ascari/Toriel in the true ending, if you say yes when she asks you if you think they'll get back together. If you say no, she admits that you're probably right. Shock and awe, during the ending sequence of A Pacifist Run, she blocks Floey's attack with a wall of electricity. Shrinking Violet, Alphys is very shy, nervous, and anxious, and even admits that before meeting protagonist, she didn't used to like herself very much, and on her date, she admits she doesn't like who herself is. This is mostly caused by regret she feels for creating the amalgamates. Tomboy and Girl to Undine's tomboy. Trademark favorite food, she seems to enjoy instant noodles and other junk food judging by her fridge. Makes sense when she needs to work on her experiments or spend hours watching anime. The unfought, she is the only major character who doesn't attack the protagonist, though Metaton's attacks are used for her as a lost soul in the pacifist ending. Voice grunting, sounds like a buzzer. It only amps up her adorkableness, getting across how awkward and shy she is. Walking spoiler, anything relating to her real motivation for helping you in the Hotland portion of the game, and especially the true laboratory and her past, cements her as one of these. You are better than you think you are. Her character arc revolves around her difficulty believing this, and her confronting the past mistakes responsible for it, in A Pacifist Run. A robot celebrity built by Dr. Alphys, whose metal body renders him completely invulnerable to attack. She recently added sophisticated anti-human, pro-murder weaponry to him. Which should go well. Actually pretty funny, during the quiz section that introduces Metaton, at one point Metaton will ask you who Alphys has a crush on. Answering either Undine or Ascari will work, but if you answer yourself, Metaton will declare that while that answer is completely wrong, and Alphys will have an incredulous look on her face, Metaton finds the arrogance of this answer to be so amusing that he still won't penalize you for it. Affably evil, he's still a lot more entertainment robot than killer robot. He treats you like an honored guest on his show, and he shows absolutely no malevolence towards monsters. Subverted, he doesn't hate humans in general either, he actually adores them. He just wants to kill you to stop a massive war. Agent Peacock, especially in his X form, which has the looks of a Bishnan, a near-perpetually flirtatious range of facial expressions, attacks implementing his pink stilettos and heart-shaped core, and the honor of being arguably the toughest pre-endgame boss. Even before it's introduced, he's vain, flamboyant, and by all accounts has a fixation on the finer things in life while also demonstrating that he's clever, charming, and competent. AI is a crapshoot. The long and short of it is, the killer robot thing was an act set up to make Alphys look cool, but then he decides to kill the protagonist anyway, to save the rest of the human species, and get famous above ground in the process. Ultimately, it's a subversion, because his intelligence isn't actually artificial. Ambiguously by, his similarities to Alphys and his flamboyant glam rock demeanor imply this, but his sexuality is never confirmed either way. Anti-villain, he is set up to be a noble anti-villain first, as he never tries to stab you with your back turned and you can't actually die from any of his segments, before he is revealed to be a well-intentioned anti-villain that wants to kill you to stop a massive war, and to make himself a celebrity on the surface. Also goes in hand with villain in name only for first not being evil to begin with, and that him desiring to kill humans is far from the truth. Arc villain, he is this in the Hotlands section of the game, especially when he takes his kid gloves off and starts hiring other monsters before trying to kill you himself. Arm cannon, he gets a prominent one as Metaton Neo on the No Mercy run, not that he ever gets to use it. Attention whore, the number of shows he apparently runs and some potential NPC dialogue implies that he's almost literally always performing, and at the end of the Hotlands section of the game, he drives Alfie's plan off the rails and attempts to steal the player's soul partly to get a bigger audience than he already has by taking his career to the surface. Bad acting, for the most part, he seems enthusiastic and competent, but after the tile puzzle, he's clearly sick of the charade and of Alfie botching her lines. Bad boss, Burger Pants affirms that he's terrible to him at least, and if he becomes king of the underground, anybody who doesn't like him just disappears, with the implication that he's getting rid of any dissenters. Beauty Mark, when he's in his X form, he has a rivet near his eye that essentially resembles one. Benevolent boss, talking to a few of his other employees after killing him on a neutral run reveals that he was a rather kind and well-liked boss. Therefore, it seems he was only a nasty boss to Burger Pants, and even then, he might have distorted the truth a little bit. There's also new dialogue added in the 1.001 version which implies that Metaton has a thing for Burger Pants, randomly asking him to try on new themed promotional outfits, even though according to Burger Pants, most of the time nobody else has to wear them and some of them he had to wear just because Metaton felt like it. Big brother instinct, he's very protective and supportive of Napstablook, his cousin, and they're probably the only character he openly cares for. In addition to calling you out if you reject Napstablook's friend request, them calling him during the Metaton X fight makes him lose the will to fight you. Big Yes, gives out a voiced one when he transforms into his X form. Ah yes. Bishnan, his X form. For a robot, he does look rather handsome. Bishonen line, his alternate form is basically a glam rock star. Caps lock, his speech is written in all capital letters, to give it a robotic feel. Once he changes form, his text appears normally. He still uses all caps in some sentences, implying his previous no-indoor voice was mostly affected. Cat smile, he pulls a few smug ones here and there in his X form. Chainsaw good, he seems to enjoy them enough to feature them regularly in his cooking show. Chef of Iron, literally. Clipped Wing Angel, in his normal, rectangular form, he's totally invulnerable to the player's attacks. Not so in his humanoid form, which can be damaged easily and has terrible battery life to boot. His No Mercy run form gets this even worse, being his hardest to reach form and met with a lot of self-hype, when literally all it can do to you is potentially die throwing you out of the No Mercy run. Combat sadomasochist, if you choose to fight him in a neutral run, every hit you land against him results in him moaning and pulling an interesting face. Once you knock some of his limbs off, he stops doing this. Combat stilettos, his humanoid forms have some killer heels. One of his early attacks even attacks the player with them in the form of legs with heels that start/stop moving when the player shoots them. Crush. Kill. Destroy, seems like his goal at first. It's all an act. It actually turns into an outright inversion, since his goal after dropping the act is actually to take the human soul in order to prevent the barrier from being broken and save the rest of humanity, and become a star on the surface. Deadpan snarker, to a truly hilarious degree. He'll never let an opportunity to snark at Alphys or the protagonist's expense pass by him. Declaration of protection, despite his self-absorbed nature, he cares a lot about his cousin, Napstablook, and his friend, Alphys. It is more explicit in the No Mercy run, where he states there are people he needs to protect. Does this remind you of anything? His efforts to become corporeal are highly reminiscent of transitioning. Early Bird cameo, he or a machine identical to him appears in Snowden, right outside papyrus-colored panel puzzle. Shows how he knew to use it against the player. Eating machine, has a cooking show, even. Justified, he's actually a ghost. Even the guys want him, oh, yes. Papyrus calls him his favorite sexy rectangle, and remarks that he wishes he lived in Hotland so that he could meet him. This is after Papyrus mentions about 3 times before how glad he is he doesn't live there. Evil gloating, seems to enjoy doing this quite a bit. Exact words, because you defuse all 6 of his lesser bombs, the big bomb will not go off in 2 minutes. It will go off in 2 seconds. XP, appearance-wise, he bears more than a passing resemblance to Claptrap of Borderlands fame. Face death with dignity. If you kill him on a neutral path, he'll go out with a smile, coolly, and dishonestly, saying Alphys can fix him and wishing the player luck, thanking them for giving him the chance to perform for them. Even when you one-shot him in a no-mercy run, he'll go out with a smirk and a dry one-liner, or mocking you, if you flub the requirements for a no-mercy run at the very last point where it's possible to do so. On the pacifist path, he acknowledges that his X form has a fatal flaw in its poor battery life, not that the batteries can't be replaced until Alphys fixes the problem off-screen later. He postpones his debut in the human world to remain a cultural icon in the underworld, thanks everyone for tuning in, and lets his battery life finally run out. 4-fingered hands, with white gloves. Word of God says he's confused over how many fingers humans usually have because all of his knowledge comes from media, including Western cartoons. He actually has several gloves with different numbers of fingers. From nobody to nightmare, in the King Met-Atten ending. Goes from a nameless snail farmer to a tyrannical king. Glass cannon, Met-Atten Neo, 90 ATK. 9 def. He dies in 1 hit. If you failed the no mercy requirements at the end of his battle, he even lampshades it as he dies by saying that Alphys should maybe have worked a bit more on his defenses. Glory Hound, a very sympathetic version. Since he still gets a soul by killing you, he knows that he'll be able to get through the barrier and get fame in the human world as a hero. He does honestly want to help both species, and by helping his ratings, you get him to realize you're a worthy hero to stop the war yourself, and people already appreciate him, so he allows you to go on in peace. Good all along, although he acted as if he wanted to kill all humans at Alphys' request, he actually wants to save humanity, which means he has to kill you so Ascari won't get your soul. Harmless villain, during encounters with Met-Atten, no matter how much you fail at his tasks, answer every quiz question wrong, stand still during the bomb defusing segment, etc., it's impossible to lose to him, and he announces his defeat and goes on his way. This is a hint that it's all a charade planned by Alphys, and Met-Atten's not supposed to harm you. Once he admits the truth to you, he isn't so harmless. Haunted technology, entering the house next to Napstabluks reveals his backstory. He's a ghost, Napstabluks' cousin, to be precise, who had dreams of making it big in showbiz, and was given a robotic shell by Alphys. Having a blast, he loves using bombs against you, both in the newscaster segment and in battle. Heart drive, his heart-shaped core. The hedonist, from what we learn about him as a person, he takes full advantage of the level of lux and self-indulgence his role as a high-profile performer living the dream affords him. Undyne, I don't really like that guy. But I admire his lifestyle. Heroic sacrifice, in the No Mercy run, it's implied that part of his real reason for fighting you, even though he knows he can't win, is to allow Alphys and other monsters to escape. He's got legs, lampshaded in his X form. Praising said legs during the essay portion of his boss fight nets you a ratings bonus. And in the true ending when he forms a band with Napstabluk and Charan, his legs are noticeably the only part of his body not covered up by the metal box he wears. Who needs arms when you've got legs like these? Hypocritical humor. If you swear during your essay response, he responds. Oh my. This is supposed to be a family-friendly show. Now stand still while I murder you. And if you answer Toby instead. What the hell is that? Sounds sexy. He'll also call the player character conceited if they claim Alphys has a crush on them. Impossibly graceful giant, he's not exactly gigantic, but he's incredibly agile and graceful for a metallic robot. Incoming ham, every time he makes an entrance. Oh yes. Intrigued by humanity, he started a human fan club before he became Metatton. He's shown to have an infatuation with humanity, as most of his entertainment is based on shows humans love, and his X-form is the most humanoid being in the underground. He only wants to kill the child to prevent a war between humans and monsters. Jerk with a heart of gold, an arrogant, smugly antagonistic attention hound he may be, but he cares quite a bit about his cousin Napstabluke, is good enough friends with Alphys to have initially agreed to his killer robot role in a scheme for her sake, and seems to genuinely appreciate how much his fans value him. Also, in the no mercy route, he confronts you even though he knows he can't win, and implies that part of his real reason for fighting you is to protect Alphys. Killer robot, as called out by his cooking show, Cooking with a Killer Robot. Again, this is all an act. Large Ham easily outperforms Papyrus and Undine in this department. Then again, he is an entertainment robot. Leitmotif, arguably as many as 3. Metal Crusher is his standard battle theme, it's Showtime sounds for his intro cutscene, and cooking show, Death by Glamour, his boss fight theme, draws from both of them. In addition, One True Love reappears as for the fans. While he has Power of Neo for his Neo form, it's really just a remix of Battle Against a True Hero. Lightning Bruiser, bordering into Confusion Fu territory. Metatton's battle style is unusual and based on being varied, fast, and flashy to entertain viewers first and foremost. Trying to both entertain and battle, he's a competent fighter. Logical weakness, Metatton is originally a ghost monster, given a physical form by Alphys. As a ghost, he was incorporeal and thus immune to nearly all attacks. However, as Metatton, he's as prone to death as any other corporeal monster. Mad Bomber, in his newscaster scenario, he traps you in an area full of bombs disguised as several seemingly innocuous things, like a glass of water and a dog. In his X form, many of his attacks involve bombs as well. Mean Boss, when it comes to Burger Pants in any case, not so much towards his other employees. He made a whole album purely dedicated to telling Burger Pants how bad at his job he is. Meaningful name. True to his occupation, Metatton is very much aware of genre expectations and the fourth wall as it exists in the game. A ton of meta, in other words. His name could also be a reference to Metatron, an angel whose name abbreviates to MTT and who was a human before being transformed into an archangel. Mirror Boss, notable for being the only boss that has a soul present during the fight itself. In a reversing of roles, you can attack it just like how bosses attack your soul. Morality chain, it's implied that Alphys is one of these to him, as shown in one of the neutral endings. In particular, the neutral ending where he becomes tyrant ruler of the underground has him mention that he wanted Alphys to help him rule, only to discover that she went missing. It's heavily implied that, had Alphys not disappeared and possibly committed suicide, Metatton would have become a much better leader due to her advice. Mr. Fanservice, Metatton X certainly doesn't play down this sort of appeal. Ironically, his default rectangular form is considered this in-universe, being, in his own words, more photogenic, and Burger Pants admits to purchasing, non-working, kits to make himself more rectangular. Multiple choice passed, depending on what route you took. In a neutral/pacifist run, he was made as the entertainment-type rectangular robot and upgraded to his X form later. In a no mercy run, he was created as an anti-human robot first, then given his rectangular form later when he was repurposed as an entertainment robot. Of course, his speech in his No Mercy encounter could be baloney. He takes a noticeable pause when he describes his rectangular form as more photogenic, and despite having a fierce and imposing looking appearance, doesn't attack you at all. Also, why would his old form be called Neo, new? Musical spoiler, Metatron Neo's battle is hyped up to all hell, receiving a pimped out new form and crazy stats to deal with you. That is, before you one-shot him. But the fact that his theme, Power of Neo, is only a 30-second loop should tip some off that it's going to end quickly. My god, what have I done? If you spare him, he receives a call from Napstablook and clearly feels guilty about leaving them behind. It happens again in the neutral ending variant where he becomes king of the underground. With Alphys missing, he expresses regret over how he treated her. Nigh invulnerability, his rectangular form is described to be impervious to attack by the check option, and the only way to defeat him is to flick his switch so he becomes Metatron X, which has low defense and a limited power supply. Despite this, he appears to be phased when you attack him in the dungeon segment, which is actually foreshadowing that he was merely playing along the entire time, as he is immune to your later attacks before you flip his switch. No, if you throw out an insult or cuss word during the essay portion of his last battle, he throws it back in your face with "This essay is supposed to be describing me, not you." Older than they look, his Bishounen form looks early 20s. However, Napstablook indirectly confirms the snail farm existed before their best customer Toriel left. If Sen's implication she has been gone 100 years is correct, the ghost cousins are over a century old. Oh crap, has a mild version of this when his limbs blow off during your fight. He tries to play it off as a major injury underreaction, but his stuttering gives him away. One-wheeled wonder, in his usual appearance, where he balances his rectangular body atop a single comically tiny wheel. Opportunistic bastard, when Alphys asks him to play the heel against the human, he plays along so he can derail the plan later. PK bangs, Metatron X has his right eye covered with hair. Metatron Neo, keeping with the subtle theme of left eyes being shown in serious situations, has obscured his right eye. Percent damage attack, the penalty laser he uses during his quiz halves your HP and as a result cannot actually kill you. The Perfectionist, an unusual sanguine example. He pushes everyone who works for him to attain his high standards, and refuses to accept anything he doesn't deem to be as good as how they do it on the surface. Pet the dog, he really cares about his cousin, Napstablook, and his old friend Sharan, enough to go into showbiz with both of them in the pacifist ending. If you spare him but kill every other boss, leaving normal enemies alive, he becomes king and has a statue built in Alphys' honor, admitting that he was cruel to her. Pinocchio syndrome, hinted. He is so fond of humans he founded a fan club celebrating them, and the body he asks Alphys to build for him is the most humanoid thing you see underground, being basically a metal Bishounen. It even has its own visible soul. Pointy-haired boss, in addition to his celebrity life, he's also the owner/boss of the Metatron resort located between Hotland and the core. And he is terrible at managing the place. Even disregarding Burgerpants' complaints about him, he has put many bad ideas into use, including adding a statue of himself into the fountain that causes the spray to flow out and miss the fountain entirely, completely flooding part of the lobby floor, the hotel rooms not coming with room keys, which means that once anyone leaves their rooms for any reason you have to pay full price just to get back inside, hiring a janitor that constantly drops slime from his chin, making him constantly clean up on the same spot, and the resort's restaurant being one where patrons have to reserve not just their meal time in advance, but also all their food, tables, tableware, water, etc. It should come as no surprise that he's just as bad if not worse at ruling the kingdom in his version of the neutral ending, as explained above. Powers of 2-1, to more accurately reflect a cap in an 8-bit game, Metatan's defense was changed from 999 to 255 after an update to the game in January 2016. Shaped like itself, the game occasionally gives scent-based information in the status window, such as saying that papyrus smells like bones. All the game can muster for Metatan is smells like Metatan. Shipper on deck, near the end of the pacifist run, he says that Alphys and Undyne should just kiss each other already. Undyne is insulted, but Alphys thinks this is a good idea. Oh my god. Will you two just smooch already? The audience is dying for some romantic action. Shock and awe, Metatan zaps you with electricity if you get a question on his quiz wrong. Metatan X's heart sprays out lighting when it attacks directly. Sissy villain, even as a box on wheels, he's very flamboyant, calls the protagonist things like sweetheart, and shows that he has no problem cross-dressing for a role if the musical scene is any indication. His X form is also an even more flamboyant rock star akin to Michael Jackson or David Bowie, and once the player gets into his old house, they find the whole place covered in pink. The typical sissy villain/manly hero dynamic, however, is absent, since the protagonist is a small child of ambiguous gender. Sitting sexy on a piano, visited Undyne's house only to sit on the piano and eat grapes. Sophisticated as hell, he's usually if super dramatically, spoken. He also has a scene in which he puts on a dress and sings you a soft little song under a shower of rose petals that includes the lyrics "It'll suck, and then you'll die a lot," and reacts to the player typing Toby in part of his final boss battle with "Who the hell is that?" Suddenly voiced, lets out a "oh yes," when you flip the switch that triggers his X form. Tactical suicide boss, in his X form, Metatan has a weak point in the shape of a heart not unlike a human soul, which he'll reveal in order to make puns and attack with it, allowing your yellow soul to shoot it. Note that this doesn't actually kill him, that can only be done by physically attacking, its only purpose is to knock off his limbs and lower his desired ratings count. There was a door, how he makes his entrance at Alphys' lab, with unexpected grandeur. Checking the hole he made in the wall reveals the space inside it is actually quite small, implying he was camping out inside Alphys' wall the entire time she was talking to you beforehand. Threshold Guardian, Metatan is an unusual variant of this trope, as you fight him very late in the game, but he isn't a Threshold Guardian to a heroic adventure, he's a Threshold Guardian to the No Mercy run. If the player is having second thoughts about killing everyone in the game, Metatan's Neo form is the player's last chance to back out if the player fails to kill enough Hotland encounter monsters, around 40, before fighting him. Metatan decides you're not irredeemable and sets you on neutral instead. Tinken Robot, his typical appearance. Becomes a ridiculously human robot when he transforms into Metatan X. Tranquil Fury, as the player knocks his limbs off during his final boss fight, his usual cheery, lively playing to the crowd manner steals over and his attacks get more aggressive and direct to the point that in the time it takes to fully meet his spare requirement, you can have him wordlessly, motionlessly spamming lightning at you with a fixed, clearly effortful smirk. Trap Master, far more than Papyrus and his puzzles. However, Alphys is able to disable most of them. Of course, it's all part of her little show, and none of the traps put you in any real danger until he decides to stop playing along. Troll, has his moments of this. Especially when you learn he isn't an AI. His question about who Alphys has a crush on and would you smooch a ghost, are notable examples, as is his early bird cameo as the control panel in the randomly generated puzzle in Snowdon. It wasn't a malfunction, he was screwing with Papyrus for reasons only he probably knows. Unexpected shmup level, or rather, unexpected shmup boss. The yellow soul feature you get from Alphys gets used more extensively in the fight against Metatan X, where you have to shoot his bombs, legs, and soul to fight back, the only time in the game where you have any sort of direct offensive capability on the bullet board. Unrobotic reveal, if you find the door that the mystery key opens, it's revealed that he's actually Napstabluke's cousin, given a physical form by Alphys so he could make it big in show business. Vocal dissonance: after becoming Metatron X, he speaks in a deep voice that doesn't quite match his flamboyant looks. Aside from that, he also keeps the same voice grunting. This trope is then subverted by his higher-pitched voice when he says yeah if he is hit. Oh yes. Voice grunting, stereotypical robot beeping. Walking spoiler: when the player first meets him, he is a stereotypical, if snarky and affable, killer robot hell-bent on their destruction. Truth is, it was all an act to make Alphys look better. He is actually a ghost inhabiting a machine that wants to take your soul and become a star on the surface. By extension, his X form also leads to this. We can rebuild him, Alphys claims as much after his boss fight, whether he was destroyed or not. It's supposed to be implied that, due to actually being a ghost inhabiting a robot, killing Metatron X means he's gone for good, to the point where it can be a deciding factor in Alphys' implied fate, at least if, like the mad dummy on the no mercy route, he's grown sufficiently attached to his body. Well-intentioned extremist: the real reason he wants to kill the player is to deny Ascari their soul, preventing the war between monsters and humans from resuming. Using the soul to pass the barrier and to make it big in the human world is just a bonus. World of Snark, his TV shows seem to be this, if what the human child goes through is any indication. The king of the underground and ruler of the monsters. He wants to harvest your soul so he can finally break the barrier that imprisons the monsters from the outside world. You're probably going to have to fight him. Adipose Rex: he certainly is of a rather wide frame, more than any other monster, but it becomes rather clear that if this trope applies, another does as well. Adorkable: you'd think the big, bearded king wearing armor and a cloak, armed with a crimson trident, would rule despotically. Nah. As Papyrus says, Ascari is a big fuzzy pushover, one who spends most of his time gardening, taking tea, trying to bake, and being unable to come up with good names to save his life. Affably evil, he seems at least respectful of his soldiers, and no one really says anything bad about him. Over the course of the game, it's revealed he's anything but evil. The Ageless: as a boss monster, Ascari is immortal and only ages as his children do. Because his son, Asriel, died, both he and Toriel cannot age. Amicable Exes: wants to be this with Toriel. She doesn't seem interested. Though the true ending shows him working at Toriel's school, so maybe she forgave him. Anti-villain: his declaration of wanting to escape the underground and kill all humans was made in anger after the death of his son, and it's clear that he's regretted it ever since. But since said declaration also gave all monsters in the underground hope of finally seeing the surface again, he has to go through with it now since he doesn't want to let them down. When it finally comes time to fight him, he says that all he really wants is to see his wife and son again. Apologetic attacker. Downplayed in the neutral and pacifist run endings. Ascari, human. It was nice to meet you. Goodbye. Shown visibly in his transition from normal dialogue to his game face, he lowers his head, causing him to look more like a fearsome, barbaric beast, but the honest-to-God truth of it is that he can't look you in the eye while actively attempting to murder a child. Very subtly used in gameplay as well. All of his attacks will reduce you to 1 HP if you're not already there, meaning he holds back until he literally has no choice otherwise. Played entirely straight as a lost soul, where he says forgive me for this. The Atoner seems to be set on making on things right in the true ending. Authority equals ass-kicking: he's not the king of monsters for no reason. Badass beard: wears a King Harkonian, and is badass enough for Undyne to only defeat him once, and that was after training her to do so. Badass cape: wears a rather long one. Beware the nice ones: it's said he's the most gentle-hearted monster in all the underground, and he is. However, once he's resolved to fight, he's an absolute terror. Even Undyne has only ever managed to knock him down. When he trained her to be able to beat him, if that tells you anything. Big Bad, set up to be one for the story proper, as he leads the monster kingdom, has declared war on the humans, has harvested 6 human souls, and is trying to take yours. Ultimately, you find that he really isn't evil, and Flowey fits the description better. Bilingual bonus, the prelude theme to his boss battle is titled Bergentrucken, which is German for King in the Mountain, specifically, the literary motif, rather than a direct translation. As a bonus, it also describes Ascari more literally. Blade on a stick, his weapon of choice is a giant crimson trident, which has a flower carved onto it. Boss remix, Bergentrucken, his normal theme, gets a bit more kick to it as Ascari once he starts his battle. The chains of commanding, he has no interest in killing you or waging war on humanity, but since the promise that monster kind will someday return to the surface and exact revenge on the human race is the only thing keeping morale up, he feels he has to. Comically missing the point, in the pacifist ending, Ascari apologizes for trying to kill Frisk while Undyne says not to feel too bad since everyone's tried to kill Frisk at one point or another. Ascari then says he's not sorry after all, causing Undyne to laugh and tell him that's not what she meant by it. Cutscene boss, in the true pacifist route, his fight is interrupted before it can start. In No Mercy, the fallen child takes over your character and one-shots him. Defeat means friendship, played with. When you encounter him, he shatters your mercy button immediately, making it impossible to talk him out of fighting. However, if you beat him into submission, you can elect to spare him. In this case, he shortly entertains the thought of letting you live together with him, right before Flowey kills him. If you already beat Photoshop Flowey and are replaying a neutral ending without resetting, he will instead commit suicide to atone for his sins, and attempt to give his soul to you in hope that you will someday find a way to free the monsters, only for Flowey to show up anyways and destroy it. Disc 1 final boss, despite being the big bad of the story proper, he's never the last monster to be fought. That would be Flowey, who is fought as Photoshop Flowey on the neutral route, and as Real Dreamer on the true pacifist route. On the No Mercy route, Ascari and Flowey are quickly done away with in succession, the last proper battle being with Sans right before. Double meaning, at the end of a genocide run, during Ascari's brief encounter with the player before he is killed, Ascari asks the child, with a standard expression on his face, "What kind of monster are you?" simultaneously not recognizing the player as human, which many other monsters do during the genocide route, and calling them a monster in a figurative sense. Driven to suicide, in a neutral run where Flowey doesn't show up to kill Ascari after granting him mercy, Ascari talks briefly about adopting you and reuniting with Toriel before realizing the impossibility of that dream and killing himself to let you through the barrier with his soul. Embarrassing nickname, Lord Fluffy Buns. During a public speech, Toriel called him this, and it got picked up by the microphone. Despite the audience's laughter, he decided to roll with it. Evil sounds deep, has a very deep voice. A familiar one, at that. It's also actually a badass baritone, as he's not remotely evil. Face framed in shadow, an unusual example. His face is not visible during the battle because he is looking at the ground instead of at you the whole time. He can't bring himself to look you in the eyes. Final boss, Subverted. The battle with him is built up throughout the game to be the final showdown, but he is not actually the final boss of any route. That role goes to Photoshop Flowey in neutral, as Real Dreamer in true pacifist, and Sans in genocide. In the latter two cases, Ascari is not even a boss at all. There is one exception, though, a neutral run set after another neutral run where Photoshop Flowey was defeated, without a true reset. In this case, Ascari really is the final battle of the game, as Flowey will not assume his Photoshop Flowey form again. Flower motifs, flowers seem to pop up in everything related to Ascari, to the point where even his weapon has one engraved on it. He's an avid gardener and when you first see him he's in a room overflowing with flowers. This is both a hint that he's actually a loving, caring ruler who doesn't want to hurt you, and that his relationship with Floey is deeper than anyone realizes. Forced into evil, it's implied he can't give up his goal to break the barrier with the human souls even if he wanted, and how badly he does, or else his people will lose hope of ever escaping the underground. Friendly enemy, he is very friendly to the player and makes it apparent he dreads the final battle. Ascari, are you ready? It's alright, neither am I. Game over man, his is the voice calling out to you whenever you get a game over, except in a couple of other very specific circumstances. Gentle giant, dwarfs everything else in the game, including Undyne, and is the most gentle and passive character in the game. That is, unless you have to fight him. Giver of lame names, Ascari is terribly uncreative with names, naming their old land home, and their current land new home, among others. Lampshaded multiple times through the game. Even his boss theme, Ascari, is this. It's literally just his name in all caps. Good hair, evil hair, curiously enough for a big bad, comes with the almost unambiguously good full beard. This might be because he is neither the main antagonist nor actually evil. Good is not soft, he's a decent, well-loved king that will kill a child to free his people from their prison. However, the exact degree of his softness is what disgusts Toriel to the point she doesn't even want to be friends with him. She points out that after obtaining the first soul, he already had the power to pass through the barrier, kill 6 more humans, then return to destroy the barrier in almost no time at all. The current plan to just wait for humans to fall into the underground is described as being cold-hearted enough to murder children, while at the same time being so soft that he's making all monsters wait who knows how long for freedom just because he's stalling, dirtying his hands. Go out with a smile, should you choose to finish him at the end of his battle, although you can see his pained expression as if he's trying to atone for his mistakes. If you fight him again in a neutral path and spare him, he will be driven to suicide, but this time it's a genuinely hopeful smile that you would find a way to free monster kind. Green thumb, while it may not be a magical power and just a natural knack, the fact remains that Ascari is heavily associated with gardening and plant life, kinda like Toriel is with cooking. His palace is full of potted flowers and has a magnificent garden, and his trademark favorite drink is tea, which is made from the tea plant's leaves. Since plants symbolize growth and prosperity, it can be seen as a symbol of his goal to free monster kind. With this in mind, if you visit Toriel's home again, you may realize that all of the plants in and around it, aside from the low-maintenance water sausages, are dead without Ascari to care for them, and she has no tea to go with her homemade meals. She needs Ascari more than she cares to admit. Hair of gold, heart of gold, well, it's mostly a heart of gold. Ascari is a loving king and is far from being a true antagonist, but his morality is tainted with the desire for revenge on the human race, reluctant as he may be to slaughter innocent humans for their souls. Hero antagonist, in the eyes of the monsters, he would certainly play this role to the player. As it turns out, he's an unusual case, especially for a neutral or pacifist protagonist. Ascari is justifiably described by his subjects as being gentle and good-natured, despite being a powerful badass. But being in the position where he wants the best for his people, and being willing to choose it over the lives of any errant human children, firmly places him as the chief antagonist in the story. Until you find out what Floey is up to. But this trope is also deconstructed as well, as Ascari doesn't quite fit into the antagonist role very well. See, good is not soft above. After the deaths of his children, he got the first human soul which would allow him to leave to kill 6 adult, not innocent humans, but he couldn't bear the idea of seeking out people to put their blood on his hands. His inability to commit to action against a few humans and allow the whole of the monsters to languish underground tears him up emotionally, and was approximately half of what wrecked his relationship with his wife. Hidden eyes, once his fight begins, he never once makes eye contact, probably because he feels he's forced to kill you and doesn't really want to. Hope bringer, to all the underground, it's unanimous, King Ascari is their greatest hope for freedom. And dear Lord, does this tear him apart inside? HP to 1, getting hit by any of his attacks will always leave you with at least 1 HP, unless it's at 1 already. Immune to flinching, he won't move, shake, or flinch at all when you hit him. With the exception of when you get his health low enough. Informed ability, most of what you hear about his actual fighting ability is just take our word for it. At 80 ATK he could easily kill a pacifist or neutral player in one hit, and severely dent even a genocide player's health. For comparison, Undyne the Undying has 99 ATK, but in the former, he's holding back so that his attacks are survivable, and on genocide, when he would probably fight at his full power, he's taken down in one hit by a cheap shot. Not to mention that with 80 def, it would be impossible for a pacifist or neutral run player to even damage him at all. Also, Undyne mentions him dodging her attacks. No monsters except Sans have this ability, and if you factor everything else in, Ascari could easily be the toughest boss in the game. Interface Screw, his first aggressive action when the fight begins is to destroy your mercy option, making it clear that he won't be talked down. Ironic name, for a guy called Ascari, he's not very comfortable with having blood on his hands. Kill all humans, seems to be his ultimate goal. Very much subverted. At first, he's all for this, but after calming down from the initial rage of his son's death, as well as either directly or indirectly causing the deaths of 6 humans, he's become extremely disillusioned. Killed off for real, Ascari dies no matter what you do in the neutral path. The only ending where he survives the end of the game is the true pacifist ending. Large and in charge, he's extremely tall and bulky, taking up most of the screen that isn't part of the combat menus, though his wife is only slightly shorter than him, presumably, it's just a trait of his species. Leitmotif, Bergentrucken note /Ascari. Lightning Bruiser, despite how massive he is, Undyne makes a very telling comment during her narration about never landing a hit on him. However, because of the way the battle system is set up, it's stuck as an informed ability, though in one of his attacks where he directly swings his weapon, every swing is executed in full in under half a second. Meaningful name, Ascari Dreamer. He's known for his dream more than his person. His name is also a significant anagram. Ascari Dreamer is an anagram for sage or murderer. You can see him as either a good king who is only trying to give his people hope, or a man who let his rage and cowardice get the best of him and force him onto a dark path. My greatest failure, he lost both his children, his child by blood and the human he'd adopted, all in one day, and soon after his life was effectively ruined. His following half measures in harvesting 7 human souls to free his people caused his wife to leave him, and even though he's remained a symbol of hope to the people, he has been a very broken and lonesome man ever since. Ultimately, all he desperately wants is what he can never have, his family back. Names to run away from really fast, just listen to his name, Ascari. Can you imagine what a guy named that could do to you? And the not so funny part? He really can do what you just imagined to you, though he'll hate that he has to do it and will do his best to stave it off for as long as possible. And, as noted above, Dreamer is an anagram for murderer, though whether this actually qualifies is debatable. Nice guy, an utter sweetheart who has no real ill will towards anyone, and is more than happy to make amends with anyone without violence if he can help it. Although, being the king of the monsters, he is more than willing to what is necessary for the betterment of his people, no matter how hesitant he is to do so. Arcus on his throne, despite being the most powerful monster in the underground, he waits for you to approach him, since he guards the barrier. Turns out to be more because he doesn't want to kill you in the first place. Personality powers, has fire powers, fitting for someone who swears he will conquer the surface by any means necessary and raise humanity, even though he doesn't want to. Since he is the good king, he is affiliated with the warming and nurturing side of fire, like Toriel, but unlike her, he is also associated with the more impulsive, hot-headed, and destructive side of fire as well, especially since he made his promise to destroy humanity in a fit of rage. Playing with fire, largely shares his attack patterns with Toriel. Prongs of Poseidon wields a transforming trident that's longer than he is tall. Real men wear pink, he loves gardening and tea, as he tends a garden in his throne room and apparently having tea hangouts with Undine. Taken literally in the pacifist ending, where he trades his blue robes for a pink shirt and jeans. The reason you suck speech, Toriel delivers one to him during the true pacifist run, calling him out on the fact if he was serious about breaking the barrier and waging war against humans, he should have just went through the barrier himself after collecting the first human soul, killed 6 other random humans on the other side and stolen their souls, and came back to break the barrier. The fact he waited around for 7 humans to just happen to fall into their world so he could take their souls just shows that he obviously didn't want to succeed in his plan, and in the end Toriel calls him a coward for just causing more misery and giving the monsters false hope. Satanic archetype, played with and subverted. He resembles a goat, an animal associated with demons and Satan, wields a trident, demons often are depicted with pitchforks, and uses fire magic. He is also a leader of monsters, banished and sealed underground, who swore that he would one day break free and conquer the world above, and steals human souls to accomplish this. And he's also a total pushover, who made this promise in a burst of anger, really doesn't actually want to kill anyone, and only goes along with the plan because he feels the monsters expect him to do it as king and he needs to give them hope. A much more fitting satanic archetype in the game is actually the fallen child. Shoulders of doom, just look at them. Sickeningly sweethearts, used to be this with Toriel. Skilled, but naive, he totally fails to appreciate the threat the fallen child presents even after Floey warns him, acting with his usual friendliness right up to the point where he's killed. He also lacks any knowledge of the true facts behind Asriel's death, and his ex-wife calls him out on just hoping his problems go away, rather than take firm if unpleasant action that would be much less painful in the long run. Spot of tea, he wants to offer Frisk some tea, but can't, since you and him are enemies. On a true Pacifist playthrough, he finally can offer you some tea, but the one he had has already gone cold. Stepford Smiler, everyone knows him as a cheerful, friendly guy, and his diary in New Home has him note what a lovely day it is, but the fact of the matter is that the loss of his family has left him a sad, broken man who just wishes that this tragedy would come to an end. Stout strength, he is capable of single-handedly swinging around a big honking trident taller than himself, and certainly does not look particularly slim. Suicide by cop, he is the only character in the game who you outright tell they can't kill you for good no matter how many times they try, as your death resets the timeline. Logically, this would be a way to spare him. What's the point of fighting you if there's only one possible eventual outcome? The only obvious answer is that he's trying to get you to kill him. In the second and further neutral endings, if you spare him, he outright commits suicide to let you leave. Talking the monster to death, averted, besides Photoshop Floey, he's the only opponent you face in the neutral or pacifist route who must be defeated by force. However, talking to him with the act command will hurt his will to fight, reducing his attack and defense, as will eating Toriel's pie, showing him that she was supporting you and reminding him that he misses her. Telescoping staff, although it's usually longer than he is tall, Ascari's massive trident is shown to be capable of changing length, most obviously seen when he takes it out from under his cloak just before he fights you. Tragic villain, he clearly hates himself for attempting to take Frisk's soul and probably didn't want to kill the 6 humans either, but still felt like he had to do it to give the other monsters hope. Villain with good publicity, subverted. With all the NPCs saying things about how nice he is, the player probably thinks he's this. Then you meet him and he actually is as nice as they say. Played with a bit in how the story introduces him. When characters refer to him as the antagonist, he's initially referred to as Ascari. When characters refer to him as the lovable king, he's referred to as King Dreamer. It isn't until Undyne states his full name where it's made explicit that they're both the same character. From that point on, Ascari and Dreamer are used interchangeably. Violence is the only option invoked. On a pacifist or neutral run, he begins his fight with you by smashing the mercy button, and trying to talk to him won't do any good. Voice grunting, he has a deep voice, and it gets deeper when you face him. Walking spoiler, for literally every reason. His identity, his physical features, his motives, and even what he does are extremely difficult to discuss without giving away the massive twist that Toriel is his ex-wife, and that he is not evil at all. Who Wants to Live Forever, the Turtle Explorer explains that Ascari, as a species of boss monster, only ages as his child grows. Because Asriel is dead, he has to live with that pain forever. In the golden ending he seems happy enough, and there's always the chance he could reconcile with Turiel and have another child. Willfully weak. According to Undyne, he is perfectly capable of dodging attacks, something that Sans uses to great effect during his own boss fight, yet he chooses to remain stationary and tank attacks like every other monster does. According to his examined text, he's got the second highest attack and defense stats in the game, sharing this place with Toriel. According to everyone from Toriel to Metatton, he is capable of putting you into the ground the moment combat begins. Out of shame, he refrains, which serves as a drama-preserving handicap in favor of the player. This is also reflected by his internal stats during his fight, which are much lower than his check makes them out to be. His ATK is 10 and his def is -30. If he didn't hold back, you'd have to be on the genocide route to deal any sort of damage to him and to be able to take a single hit from him without dying. World's strongest man, Ascari is the allegedly good king of the underground, but, as Undyne will readily let you know, he is not to be trifled with. The game also takes a few instances, such as the ending wherein Toriel is thrown from ruling, to make perfectly clear that a weak monster could not hope to rule down there. Even Floey was too afraid to actually confront him for the human souls, and the only other two he seems to be afraid of at all are Sans and the fallen child, if that tells you anything. Would hurt a child, but very clearly despises himself for doing it. Xanato's Gambit, the neutral path and future repeat playthroughs of it has him pull the trope on the player character. Ascari feels that he had let everyone down by not being able to accomplish his goal of giving his people the freedom they yearned for so long, and also feels bad that his initial anger and his plan is what drove Toriel away from him. However, he already has 6 human souls and yours is the last one he needs to fulfill his plan. At the same time, Ascari believes that he cannot be forgiven for his sins and death is the only way to make up for what he did, thus he fights you hoping that you will kill him. Should he successfully kill the player character, he gets the last human soul he needs to break the barrier. If the player defeats him, Ascari asks them to finish him off so that the player character can return home and he is at peace when he dies. On later neutral path runs, if you decide to spare him, Ascari decides to kill himself to give you his soul because he thinks the dream of you living with him and Toriel is impossible to achieve and he would still bear the sins of what he had done in the past. Whether Ascari succeeds or fails, he still gets what he wants. The true pacifist ending derails Ascari's plan with Toriel stopping the fight, and the ending basically gives Ascari a second chance at redemption. Zero effort boss, on a genocide run, the player doesn't even need to go through the effort of one-hit killing him themselves, as the first child takes over to do it for you. The deceased crown prince of the underground. His mind was resurrected within a flower that had determination injected into it, but without a soul and the ability to feel compassion. He was twisted over time into the being calling itself Floey. Abnormal limb rotation range, when using his sword attack, he rotates his head 360 degrees. Amazing Technicolor battlefield, in his first form, he will wait for the music to swell before turning the background into a trippy rainbow tunnel. Animesque, in the final battle, he crosses the Bishonen line, calls his attacks, and the attacks themselves are visually stunning and look like complete overkill. It's actually a kind of sad twist on this trope by reminding you that under that almost demonic-looking exterior, he's just an 8-year-old fighting like how he would have seen in a cartoon or read in a comic. The anti-nihilist, in contrast to Flowey, once redeemed Asriel expresses the opinion that while the world can be a dark place filled with Floweys, what should be strived for is an existence where nobody kills and nobody is killed. Arm Cannon, one set of his attacks in the first stage of his boss fight has him morph one of his arms into a gun. Berserker Tears, once you save the souls of all your closest friends from within him, he starts to break down. He'll begin to sob while begging you to let him win, that you and he will be happy together, eventually bursting into a bawling scream as he fires a point-blank death ray at you. Bishonen Line, his final boss form is far more powerful than the boss form he assumed as Flowey in the neutral run, and is also much more anthropomorphic, simply being a grown-up version of himself with slightly demonic features. This ends up getting played with a bit upon his second form, which is strange and mechanical looking, but is still nowhere near the abomination Flowey became. Black Eyes of Evil, in his Bishonen Line form his sclera are black with narrowed white pupils, contrasting both of his parents who have standard white sclera and black pupils. Calling your attacks, during the first phase of his fight, the text box will announce which attack he'll use. The same attack types even have upgraded versions with different names he uses halfway through. Came back wrong, as is said early in the game, when a monster's ashes are scattered onto their favorite thing, their essence lives on, permeates it, even without a soul. Unfortunately for Alphys, she had no idea the flower she'd chosen for to bring to life through determination was carrying Asriel within it. Thus, the product was a soulless vessel carrying the will and intelligence of their crown prince and tainted by the soul of the fallen child, with no capacity for any kind of love, Flowey. The chosen one, in the true pacifist route, he becomes the angel spoken of in the Deltarune's prophecy. He has seen the surface before, having gone there in his attempt to return Chara's body, and upon returning to his true form and being redeemed he uses his power to shatter the barrier. Clipped Wing Angel, he's far less aggressive and unfair than Omega Flowey, and despite being far more powerful is likely a little easier. This makes perfect sense really, as absorbing all those love-filled souls restored his conscience, and he's clearly struggling to sustain the hatred powering his attacks. Crucified Hero Shot, after you save him and get him down from his ultimate god of hyperdeath form and to his normal child form, he releases the souls of the monsters and the fallen children this way. This also shatters the barrier. Even bad men love their mamas. His base power form is borrowed from Toriel's appearance, same height and width, though he wears a tabard with the Delta rune on it, and has horns that curl outward, as well as the aforementioned black eyes of evil. Even evil has loved ones. In fact, it's the driving force behind his villainy. He simply cannot let go of the fallen child. Fate worse than death, no matter what choice you make, there is no happy ending for Asriel. He is either stuck as Flowey for eternity in a true pacifist run with no one other than Frisk remembering that he was ever brought back, or has that vessel destroyed in a genocide path, presumably, either cessation of existence or and I must scream apply for the latter. Fighting from the inside, tragically, while this doesn't happen when he's Flowey, when spoken to in the true pacifist's epilogue he states that the fallen child wanted to use their combined power to annihilate the humans living in their hometown. Asriel resisted, and they were mortally wounded as a result. Final exam boss, rescuing the lost souls involves fighting them in the red, Toriel and Ascari, yellow, Dr. Alphys, green, Undine, and blue, Sans and Papyrus, hard modes. Fragile Flower, particularly in his child form. A god am I, his ultimate plan, both as Flowey in the neutral route, and as his resurrected self in the true pacifist route. He thinks he and Chara will become gods in the genocide route as well. He's wrong. Grand Theft Me, a victim. Asriel absorbs Chara's soul in the backstory, acquiring a new powerful body, but much to his horror finds out that Chara also has control over that body and wants to attack the people of their home village with their newfound power. It takes every ounce of willpower to resist the fallen child's will. The greatest story never told, not at any point in a pacifist run, the only run where Asriel can actually come into being. Can he be reunited with his parents, or even have the fact he exists again be known to any other character? After he redeems himself, he purposely puts himself out of sight from anyone who knew him, knowing the joy of reuniting with his loved ones would be tragically short-lived given that he still lacks his own soul and will eventually revert back to a sociopathic flower. Hoist by his own petard, throughout the game, especially in a pacifist run, he repeatedly exploits the trust and compassion of the people around him in order to get all monster and human souls in one room and devour them simultaneously. When he finally does, he gains the power of a god, but also regains his own compassion, and Frisk's pacifism turns him from a sociopathic maniac to a sobbing wreck who can't bring himself to hurt people anymore. And if you do the true reset, he points out you're even worse than he is because you're enacting the very same insane, evil plan he was trying to do after even he himself had let it go. Hopeless boss fight, just like when you face him as Flowey, he tries several times to convince Frisk that they are completely helpless. In actuality, Frisk is this for Asriel. No matter what Asriel does, or how many times Frisk is brought down to 0 HP, Frisk's determination keeps them going. HP to 1, his final beam attack will reduce your life meter to 0.0000000001/20 HP 1/10 billionth of a hit point. I hate past me. In the epilogue of the true pacifist playthrough, he expresses sincere remorse for his actions as Flowey, to the point where he asks Frisk to consider his two forms to be separate individuals should they meet again after he's reverted to being Flowey. Asriel, let's be honest. I did some weird stuff as a flower. I just want to have friends. It's up for debate whether it's an overstatement or not, but the fallen child was the closest thing Asriel had to a friend and simply cannot let go his memories of them, to the point of projecting the fallen onto Frisk. He just wants to see his friend again that badly. This is part of why his Flowey persona is so elated to see fallen Frisk at the beginning of the genocide route. It's all my fault, he explains his kill or be killed outlook as Flowey came from him blaming himself for preventing the fallen child from attacking the humans, which resulted in them dying and Asriel being reborn as a flower. His jaded belief that love and compassion only cause pain and suffering is due to this as well, as he refuses to believe his beloved Chara is at fault and blames his decision to spare the human village instead, as the cause of everything that came after and the pain he and his loved ones experienced because of it. Leitmotif, your best friend and memory, which is further reprised in Undertale and his theme. Living on borrowed time, in the playable epilogue of the true pacifist, he's restored to his true form, but says that without a soul he'll eventually return to being Flowey. Many spirits inside of one, his final form. Comprising of virtually every soul in the underworld. Meaningful name, his name is chock full of meaning. Asriel means Prince of God in Hebrew, or one who helps God. Asriel is an amalgamation of Ascari and Toriel. If you rearrange the letters in Asriel Dreamer, you get serial murderer. Morality chain, when you kill Asriel, Chara finally awakens fully. It seems to be the last straw. Names to run away from very fast, Asriel is also a reference to Asriel, the name of the Archangel of Death. In one of his forms, Asriel has 4 faces and 4,000 wings, and his whole body consists of eyes and tongues, the number thereof corresponds to the number of people inhabiting the earth. Sound familiar? He will be the last to die, recording and erasing, constantly in a large book the names of men at birth and death, respectively, paralleling his control of the game overs as Flowey. His name is also an anagram that spells serial murderer. Nigh invulnerable, you cannot harm him in the final battle. Asriel becomes everything the human ancestors feared. Thank goodness, like all monsters, he regains his love and compassion, or else you'd be screwed. No good deed goes unpunished, all he wanted to do was return the first child's body to their village out of respect. Older alter ego, when he fights you, he ages himself up from a child to what looks to be a young adult. He reverts back to his child form once he loses the will to fight, though he briefly assumes his older form again for a gag during the true pacifist credits. One winged angel, after absorbing the fallen's soul, Asriel was stated to have undergone a transformation into a powerful form, which is presumably the same form he takes during the first stage of his boss fight and simply resembles an adult version of his species, similar to his parents. His second form also qualifies, as it resembles a winged, demonic version of himself. Only friend, Chara. The entire reason he's putting you through this fight is because he thinks Frisk is Chara, and if the player gets their happy ending, Chara will leave them forever. Whether his fears are founded depends on if the player subscribes to the Chara is the narrator all along theory or if they've cleared the genocide route first, though the second case could be a blessing in disguise. Our ghosts are different. Unlike the Blook family, Asriel is dead and only persists due to having been accidentally revived as Flowey. Once he collects all the souls in the underground, he gains enough power to recreate himself, but chooses to restore everyone instead. Physical God, in his boss monster form he not only has the power of 6 human souls but of all the other monsters the child has encountered except Napstablook, making him even more powerful than Photoshop Flowey. Playing with fire, one of his attacks, shared with both his parents. "Please don't leave me," said almost verbatim during the final fight against him on the pacifist route and combines this with Berserker tears. Portmanteau, Ascari plus Toriel equals Asriel. Ascari really is bad at naming things. Ridiculously cute critter, his child form is this to many fans of the game. Rule of Cool, the form he takes in his first form during his boss battle is this to AT, his attacks and his appearance all incorporate things he really loves: stars, prismatic color schemes, and, as mentioned before, his mom. Deep down, he's still just a little boy. Significant anagram, his name is an anagram of serial murderer, of all things. Not so appropriate for Asriel himself, but it fits Flowey to AT. Suddenly shouting, if you take his boss subtitles as this, especially the way the letters shake and leave after images on being spelled out. Asriel, it's me, your best friend. Transforms. Asriel Dreamer. Suicide by cop, unintentional, but Asriel purposely held back his power and the fallen child's influence when the latter went to attack his hometown. The humans merely saw a monster carrying the fallen's corpse and believed they were avenging him by slaying the monster. Asriel accepted this fate rather than let the fallen annihilate them and possibly kickstart another war. Tender tears, even admits that he's a bit of a crybaby. That man is dead, invokes it on himself to Frisk, claiming Flowey is so different that he's someone else. Time crash, seeks to cause one after another using the power of the 6 human souls along with every monster soul, locking Frisk in an eternal loop of life with him so he'll never have to let them go. Tragic villain, he clung desperately to the memory of the first child, was used as little more than their pawn, and was forced into evil as a result of their unholy influence. He has suffered more than any other character. True final boss, of the true pacifist ending, which requires having gotten the neutral pacifist ending. Interestingly, he's both climax boss and zero effort boss. Doesn't stop the entire boss fight scene from being an awesome moment on its own though. Used to be a sweet kid, every indication from the story is that Asriel was just as kind as his parents, if not more so. Things quickly went downhill following his friendship with the fallen child, the subsequent demonic possession, and finally his reconstruction as Flowey without a soul. The betrayal and inability to feel twisted him into something totally unrecognizable from his former self. Victory is boring. After his reincarnation and acquiring the power to save, he actually did a lot of good deeds throughout the underworld, achieving the best ending possible. But lacking his love and emotions, found it was all hollow and pointless. he started going down evil paths to see if that would give him any satisfaction, only to brick wall against fighting Sans. Villain respect, being able to stay alive after being attacked by barrage after barrage of his godlike power makes him admit that Frisk really is something special. Wise beyond their years, Asriel is pretty well spoken in his child form, probably due to how many times he's reset the world as Flowey. Despite not much time actually passing for the world, Asriel/Flowey himself has had a very long time to learn about things beyond his age. Wishful projection, just like Flowey, they believe Frisk is the fallen child reborn, but unlike Flowey they finally lose the delusion upon their final defeat. Whether he's mistaken or not depends on if you did the genocide route before the pacifist route. If you did, the fallen really is along for the ride, but Asriel doesn't really know this, which might be for the better, since that fallen child has long since stopped being the human Asriel knew. Wooby, destroyer of worlds, much less ambiguously than the human souls or the fallen child. The worst thing Asriel ever did was take the fallen child in and try to be friends with them, and the tapes in Alfie's True Lab indicate that even though he wanted to help the fallen complete their plan out of platonic love for them, he still had his reservations about it, and furthermore he tried to stop them when it came to fruition. It's because of the fallen child's evil that he died, lost everyone close to him, was stripped of his emotions, and gradually turned into what he is when you fight him. So, while his omnicidal actions aren't justified per se, anything he might have been responsible for that brought him to that point was only in the best of intentions, and the greater scope of everything bad that happened wasn't really his fault so much as it was someone else abusing his goodwill. Yandere, just like his Flowey persona and for the same reasons, his desire to keep Frisk, who he thinks is Chara, in the underground is a platonic variant. Unlike Flowey however, he grows out of it when he finally comes to his senses.
We are number
HPATK. Def. Gold. EXPLV. Every time a number increases, that feeling. That's me. Chara is a character of ambiguous age, gender, and personality, much like Frisk. When they were alive, it is said they ran away to Mt. Ebot because they hated humanity. Chara was the first human to ever fall into the underground. They were adopted by Asgari and Toriel, becoming Asriel's best friend. But things took a dark turn when they tried to destroy the barrier by killing themselves, merging their soul with Asriel's, and using Asriel's body to go to the surface to gather 6 human souls. Before they could hurt anyone, Asriel panicked and took back control. The humans saw a monster carrying Chara's body and mistook it for a murderer, killing Asriel and Chara along with him. Chara's body was mummified and later buried beneath the flower patch in the ruins, where Frisk would eventually land upon starting their journey. This stirs Chara's lingering spirit from their body and attaches it to Frisk, unwittingly bringing them along for the ride. Chara's role is hotly debated among fans due to their seemingly limited interaction with Frisk/the player. Early interpretations saw Chara as the game's overarching villain, but fans have progressively found plenty of evidence in the game's lore and Easter eggs that point to Chara being the game's narrator and quite possibly the player/anomaly itself. Despite the many theories about the Fallen, only one thing is for certain: if you pursue the genocide route, you're in for a bad time. Abstract apotheosis, as the character quote states, they are the embodiment of RPG stats. On one hand, the fallen human becomes the embodiment of killing everything to gain power in the genocide route. In order to achieve 100% completion, you have to do some pretty horrible things, including kill every single friend you've made in a previous run. On the other hand, the fallen's stats help protect Frisk in the pacifist route. Audience surrogate, a soulless entity who can only feel what their host's soul feels, and has the power to reset time simply out of curiosity, just to see what will happen next. In the genocide route, it turns out Asriel, as Flowey, felt the same way. Ambiguously evil. Very little can be said for certain about this character's true goals, at least in the game's backstory. They may have been sincere with Asriel about wanting to kill only enough humans to break the barrier, or may have wanted to lay waste to their home village, or possibly to get revenge on the entire human race. In addition, the game has many different story routes, and none of them are really canon or non-canon. What you personally played is what happened in your game. Therefore, it's easy to make a Chara defense squad case if you only take into account the pacifist run, but equally easy to interpret them as a villain if you take into account a genocide run, and the lines only get blurrier the more routes you take into account and in what order and how many. Chara would have been labeled as the sociopath if not for their love for Asriel is truly genuine. In a genocide run, they are very clearly this, destroying the entire world without a second thought as opposed to just humanity, and, if you buy the narrator theory, acting completely and utterly detached from every innocent creature they kill up until that point. As stated under ambiguously evil, it's not completely clear when they became sociopathic, or if they were simply evil all along, or even if they were a sociopath before they became evil and only picked up your behaviors, just that they did. After completing a true pacifist run, the player can walk all the way back to the first screen of the game where they fell down, where they'll find Asriel. If talked to, he'll say that he became so fixated on Frisk because he saw them as Chara. However, he'll admit that this was an incorrect assumption, as a pacifist Frisk is the kind of friend I always wanted, whereas Chara really wasn't the greatest person, and mentions Chara's vehement hatred of humanity. Ambiguous gender, just like Frisk, the fallen child's gender is left ambiguous. And I must scream. Examining Chara's grave reveals that Chara was mummified. In the genocide route, and possibly in the neutral and pacifist routes, Chara now remains stuck as a voice in Frisk's head. However, after completing the genocide route, they can completely take Frisk's soul. The Antichrist, it is said that the fallen's presence brought much hope to the underground. If the fallen human is interpreted as evil all along, they are this. Otherwise, they're either an anti-hero. Antichrist, one interpretation has the fallen human once being evil, but then turning good through the pacifist route, supplying Frisk the final memory to save Asriel. The Atoner, the narrator Chara theory would make them this in the pacifist route. After being responsible for the death of their brother, the breakup of their parents, and Ascari declaring war on humanity, all by trying to kill people to save the underground, now they're going to use Frisk to save everyone by not killing everyone. Subverted in the genocide route. Axe crazy, in the genocide route. Where are the knives? Badass adorable, should it ever come to it, that cute little kid with the rosy cheeks and the sweet smile can easily destroy your entire world, take your soul, and use your body to murder everyone you love. The bad guy wins. If you go through with getting the genocide ending, the first child wins. Forever. Even on subsequent playthroughs. Well, that is until the player edits the game's files and undoes their corruption, but details. Or do they? Did they actually want to destroy everyone they loved? Did they even love anyone in the first place? It all depends on your viewpoint. Bad Samaritan, want to back out of the genocide run in the last minute? Or want to go pacifist after you already helped them achieve their goals? The fallen one will turn on you. Became their own antithesis, manages to be this in opposite directions, depending on how you interpret them. If you believe they were originally a well-intentioned extremist who genuinely wanted to just free monster kind, then the fact that their plan led to death, suffering, and widespread despair among the monsters makes them this trope, and in the genocide route, it goes even farther by way of them destroying the entire world. If you believe that they originally were a bad person with dark ulterior motives, and buy into the narrator Chara theory, then the pacifist route can be seen as their redemption. Being tortured makes you evil. If dying a tortuous death from poisoning or being killed by an angry mob hasn't turned you evil, life as a mummy might. In the room with all of the sarcophagi, the red coffin yields the message, it's as comfortable as it looks. And Asriel thought being turned into a daisy was bad. Best served cold. According to some, the fallen's hatred for humans unfortunately outweighed their love for their adopted family, and that Asriel's betrayal and Chara's mummification was a catalyst for this murder spree. Big Bad Duumvirate, seemingly with Flowey of the genocide route, until it turns out Flowey is also on their hit list as well. Big Bad, for the genocide route, and worst of all, it's your fault if they win. Although, technically the player could also be interpreted as the Big Bad for the genocide route. Big Good, if interpreted as the narrator or player, see Anomaly, they are this for the pacifist route. Body Serve, the fallen human and Asriel plan to unseal the barrier by having Asriel take their soul, going up, and taking 6 more souls. Asriel backed out halfway through, killing them both. In the genocide route, or all routes, according to some fan theories, the fallen human now resides in Frisk. Blood Knight, in the genocide route, the encounter icon will be replaced with smiley face, to wit, after you've killed every random encounter in an area, the fallen will attempt to engage in a fight with the empty room. Repeatedly. Bootstrapped leitmotif, Small Shock or his theme can double as Chara's theme, but for the genocide route, slow anticipation down and you get the fallen's oppressively mechanical theme, In My Way, which is also used at the end of the demo if you go for a genocide route, right as Chara comments that was fun. Let's finish the job. There's also that creepy minimalistic theme that plays when you do actually encounter them at the end of the No Mercy route. Some people also believe that Once Upon a Time, one half of the game's theme tune, is their theme. This is mostly because, though it shows up in many places throughout the game, outside of during a genocide run, it is most prevalent when Chara is involved in some way. Blush Sticker, has a permanent rosy blush to their cheeks. But thou must, choosing to not erase the world has fallen human tell you that you're not in control, and then does it anyway. Selecting the option on any subsequent genocide playthrough has Chara say that you made your choice long ago, and still do it. Came back strong, if they are the narrator of the pacifist route, then they are kinder and wiser than they were implied to be in life, and help Frisk save Asriel and break the barrier. Came back wrong, in the genocide route, Sans and even Ascari, their own adoptive father, fail to even recognize them as human by the time it's all over. And let's not even start on when they finally show themselves to thank you for guiding them. Canon name, the fallen child's name is whatever you chose at the start of the game, though the names of some characters will be denied. Promotional material for the game had the player's name set as Chara, as in character, which is said to be the true name if you input it. Main Chara/True Chara is what Frisk's and Fallen's files are named within the game, and the game defaults to Chara as their name if the player skips the title screen through hacking. Care Bear Stare, for the pacifist route, if they are believed to be the narrator or player. They may have hated humanity, but even though it would only take the monsters getting Frisk's soul for Ascari to unseal the barrier and declare war, they aid Frisk in saving everyone, monsters and humans, without a single person getting hurt. The Corruptible, if one subscribes to the narrator Chara theory, then it seems like that they were turned into an omnicidal maniac by the anomaly's influence. Creepy Child, even in life, the fallen child was described as having a creepy face, laughing off Ascari getting sick, and nursing a hatred for humanity. Creepy Monotone, the further you go down the genocide route, the more monotone the narration becomes. By the final cutscene, the fallen child speaks in a deadpan tone, without voice grunting and in mostly short sentences. Cruel and Unusual Death, killed themselves intentionally by eating relatively fresh buttercups. It's probably better you don't know what eating buttercups can do to your digestive system and bowels. The dark side, becomes increasingly corrupt with the more EXP and LV you gain. Dark and Troubled Past, Asriel implies that Chara had good reason to run away from home. Deadpan Snarker, if you believe the narrator Chara theory. No matter the route, the game's narration is full of sarcasm and dry observations. Even in the genocide route, Chara says Monster Kid looks like free EXP. After failing a puzzle, wow. You are super fast at being wrong. Examining behind Papyrus Sentry Station. There's a camera behind the sentry station. Decoy protagonist, after a fashion in the pacifist and neutral runs. The opening of the game, along with the subsequent naming sequence, lead the player to believe that Chara is the character they're playing as. It's not until the end of the pacifist run that it's made clear that the player character is Frisk. In a genocide run, they're a straight-up villain protagonist. Demonic possession. In the genocide route, the Fallen gradually begins to act independently of the player's inputs, which culminates in them killing Ascari and Flowey without any input from the player. And ignoring your choice to not destroy the world in the genocide ending. If you sell Frisk's soul in the ending and reset for true pacifist, the Fallen escapes the underground under the guise of Frisk. If you try to tear yourself away, they'll remind you that you were never in control. Death Seeker, implied in the backstory. They climbed Mt. Ebat, where people are said never to return from, for reasons that weren't very happy, according to Asriel. Determinator, was most likely this in life, being willing to do virtually anything, including put themselves through an agonizing death, to pursue their goals. May also be this within the game, depending on your feelings on narrator Chara and anomaly Chara. Sans, I know your type. You're, very determined, aren't you? You'll never give up, even if there's, absolutely no benefit to persevering whatsoever. If I can make that clear. No matter what, you'll just keep going. Not out of any desire for good or evil, but just because you think you can. And because you can, you have to. Diabolus ex nihilo, along with Frisk, little is known about Chara's reason to visit Mt. Ebat, their life before the underground, or why they have a hatred for humanity. Didn't see that coming. Chara assumed correctly that Asriel would absorb their soul after they died, gain untold power that the Fallen would take control of, and easily slay humanity. They didn't realize that Asriel still maintained some control, though. With Asriel holding Chara back, they end up sustaining mortal injuries from the human mob. Dissonant serenity. Once the Fallen child introduces themselves, they look the same as Frisk but with their eyes wide open and a hearty smile instead. That gentle facade will fall apart if you try to defy them, though. The dreaded, there are no townspeople in the genocide route, the NPCs have all evacuated and hid in a shelter somewhere, not stopping to clean out their money drawers. Doggo shivers when Frisk approaches him. Drone of dread. After the protagonist empties the ruins of enemies, the music for the area changes to a distorted ambient track. This track is called But Nobody Came. After exiting the ruins, all overworld songs are lower pitch, slower versions of their neutral and true pacifist counterparts. Emotion Eater. One interpretation is if Asriel became soulless when he attaches to a flower, Chara might have done the same with Frisk. According to Asriel, he can only feel the feelings of the soul he's attached to, so it would also explain why Chara's emotions reflect Frisk's actions. Chara's narration grows warmer over the course of the pacifist route, while it grows colder over the genocide route. The empathy. If we assume they're the narrator, they seem surprisingly good at reading Frisk's emotions at certain moments, which is awfully impressive considering how nonplussed Frisk looks most of the time. Enemy without. In the genocide ending, they break free of listening to you and start doing their own bloodthirsty thing, so that they can keep killing and destroying forever. Enfant terrible. Regardless of their ambiguously evil status prior to death, there's no doubt whatsoever at the end of a genocide route that they've become one of the most evil children in video game history, a complete and total omnicidal maniac, utterly devoid of any empathy or compassion. Even evil has loved ones, while they were still human at least, and jerk-ass moments notwithstanding, they had a good measure of love for Asriel and his family. Even if you complete the genocide route and come back, they'll call you out for carrying out the previous playthrough, which included killing their entire family, and thinking you're above consequences. Even evil has standards. In the genocide route, the fallen human is so disgusted by Jerry that they'll just let you spare him immediately. If you complete the genocide run and come back to the game wanting another playthrough, they'll call you out on thinking you're above consequences. After all, you just killed their entire family and their only home after they sacrificed themselves, in vain, to save everyone. Playing through 2 genocide runs causes the fallen child to accuse you of having a perverted sentimentality that they cannot fully comprehend. They even feel the need to suggest going for another ending. Unfortunately, if you've completed the genocide route, the fallen child will only want a better ending so they can destroy humanity themselves, either because they were evil to begin with, because you taught them to be evil, or as revenge against you. Evil counterpart. One interpretation sees Chara as the Antichrist to Frisk's messianic archetype. The 2 kids even look similar, except for the color of their clothes and skin, and Fallen's disturbingly sunny disposition. Chara's jumper, yellow and green, is a color negative of Frisk's, blue and purple, for instance. Evil has a bad sense of humor. In the genocide route, Sans is even alarmed when they fail to respond to any of his initial jokes. He then attempts to hide them behind a conveniently shaped lamp, but an impatient Chara walks past it. That comedian. The comedian in question is Snowdrake. If Snowdrake is not killed before the counter is exhausted, the save point text will change to "the comedian got away." Failure, and the genocide route will be aborted. Boy, tough crowd. What few jokes Chara does make in this route lean toward the tasteless side. Upon being inspected, the hole in the laboratory wall will yield the message "it's just here to complete the look." They will describe the bag of dog food as half empty, as opposed to half full, followed by the message "you just remembered something funny." This message appears after killing lesser dog, greater dog, and doggo. Evil laugh, from the tainted pacifist ending. If you choose to stay with Toriel, it's even more horrible than Photoshop flowies. You can also hear the traces of one in their jump scare if you select Do Not to their question at the end of a No Mercy run. Evil only has to win once, no matter how many times you finish the game with a pacifist ending. All it takes is for you to reset the game and finish it with one genocide end, and all of your runs from then on will be doomed to end with a horrible ending, no matter what you do. The only way to reverse that is by going outside the game to edit save files or alter how the game reads them. Evil weapon. We don't see what the real knife looks like in-game, but judging by its Steam trading card, it glows blood red. True enough, hacking the game as to get the real knife early, or on a non-genocide run, would make most monsters instantly sparable, implying even the monsters can see how evil this weapon is. Eviler than thou. By the end of a genocide playthrough even Flowey is terrified of them, and is eventually reduced to begging to be spared. Should you feel remorse and refuse to destroy the world, they'll point out you don't have any say in the matter. Exact words. The name entry screen asks you to name the fallen human. It never said which fallen human. The child being fallen can also refer both to the child having fallen into the underground, fallen as in died, or fallen from grace. Exposition fairy. The narrator Chara theory posits that they are this in neutral and pacifist runs. I awaken. If you happen to clear a pacifist run and stay with Toriel after selling your soul to the fallen, the last cutscene of Toriel bringing pie to Frisk ends with them waking up after she leaves, with red eyes, a huge grin, and a terrifying laugh. Face of an angel, mind of a demon. At the end of a genocide run, their rosy dimples and sunny smile run entirely counter to the kind of creature they actually are at that point. The Faceless has their face hidden in the intro and in Asriel's flashbacks. It's only in the genocide route when we see their face. Faux affably evil, they're quite genial and even grateful towards a genocide player for aiding in their victory. But if the player chooses to disobey them at the very end, their true self comes out immediately. Foreshadowing, depending on the route, regarding their true nature. For the genocide route, when you finally get to Toriel's house and inspect the kitchen. Where are the knives? During the genocide route cutscenes, Frisk will sometimes walk forward, despite your controls not working. it is believed the fallen child is taking direct control. For the pacifist route, in the True Lab, none of the enemies seem to have a list of acts, and even when you use those actions, Frisk doesn't quite respond to them normally. And then you play the videotapes discussing the fallen. The fourth wall will not protect you. Want to go back and reset after the genocide route? Bad news, Chara destroys the game. Literally. The final thing Chara attacks is the game itself. Greater scope villain, the first child is this during the neutral run due to being responsible for all of the recent problems in the underground. They become the big bad if you successfully did a genocide playthrough. The Grinch, in the genocide route, inspecting the Christmas tree at the center of town displays the message "nothing for you." The protagonist can also take 3 snowman pieces from the snowman until he becomes a useless pile of snow. Heartbeat soundtrack, their theme when they speak with you in the genocide run involves a hollow, creepy use of this. Heel, face turn, it's implied that they underwent one in a pacifist route or one of the better neutral routes. Made very explicit if you abort the genocide route, after beating Ascari, Flowey will say the fallen human's name instead of "you idiot." After you spare him after his boss fight, Flowey calls out the fallen human for going back on the genocide run, and ends by saying he believes the fallen will just turn evil again sooner or later. Hello, insert name here. When asked to enter a name at the beginning of the game, they are the person you are naming, rather than the character you are controlling. Hidden depths, Jerson indirectly implied that while living with the Dreamer family, they were just as embarrassed as Asriel by Toriel and Ascari's moments of being sickeningly sweethearts. Apparently, they really like animals, from the narration, which may or may not be Chara, gushing over dogs throughout the battles to even Toby Fox's own tweet about what would happen if Chara encountered a cat. Met-atten meow. Archived post. If you subscribe to the narrator Chara theory, there are also some indications throughout the game that they may have had a passion for botany, like their enthusiasm with learning about the Tifa in Toriel's gardening books and Ascari having planned on giving them a worn dagger, which the narration identifies it as a perfect gardening tool. Hidden villain, despite being the catalyst of the Dreamer family's breakup, Ascari's declaration of war against humanity, and Asriel's death then revival as the wicked Flowey, none of the characters save for Frisk, Flowey/Asriel, and possibly Sans ever uncover or know of the first child's impact on these events by any ending, including the golden ending. Although, the Easter egg on the naming screen where you can attempt to name the first child after the main characters may prove otherwise if such is canon. Hijacking Thulhu, under the idea that the player is a third entity, the twist here is you are Thulhu, controlling Frisk against the loving child's will. If you pursue the genocide route all the way, it awakens the first fallen child, and they in turn, seize control of Frisk away from you in the ending. If Chara is in fact the narrator, then this actually happens to them in the pacifist route. Frisk's emotions rub off on Chara in the same way the monsters help Asriel feel again, and Chara becomes a benign force influenced by Frisk. Humans are the real monsters, one interpretation of Chara's view of humanity, which becomes ironic when they try to kill them to unseal the barrier, and becomes a downright became their own antithesis if they embark on the genocide route. Humanoid abomination, Chara's actions through Frisk in the genocide route cause several monsters to wonder if they're human, or even a monster. Also worth noting is that within the game's canon, a human cannot absorb a human soul just as a monster cannot absorb a monster soul, yet the fallen child can still take your soul at the end of the genocide route. Identical stranger, the reason Flowey confuses Frisk for the fallen child is because they look almost identical in appearance and even fashion sense. I know your true name. When attempting to name the fallen child Chara, the response becomes the true name. Ill child, you learn on the neutral path that they suddenly became very ill and died, with no explanation given. This leads to Asriel's death, Ascari's vow of revenge, and Toriel's departure. On the true pacifist path, you find out that they deliberately poisoned themselves as a Venados gambit. Interactive narrator, if they really are the narrator, they're this trope to previously unheard of extents, starting with them being able to tell Frisk/the player about different monsters by checking them, and the player being able to affect and corrupt Chara by killing monsters, making the narrative itself change and reflect your choices and actions, and finally ending with them subjecting you to the horrifying narrative tone you gave the story in the genocide run. Interspecies adoption, adopted by the Dreamer family, a family of monsters, after falling into the underground. Jerk with a heart of gold, apparently played a lot of pranks on Asriel, but were still quite good friends. If Chara is interpreted as the narrator, they're this way to Frisk in their sarcastic comments. However, Jerk with a heart of Jerk, many fans interpret them as simply being rotten to the core. The killer in me, the villain protagonist of the genocide route, a crazed killer whom the lesser monsters fear and the more powerful ones die fighting heroically. Knife nod, the first red text you get from Fallen is them wondering where Toriel keeps her knives. At the end of the game, the rumored real knife replaces the worn dagger as the strongest weapon in the game. About time. Lack of empathy, it's implied that, like Flowey, the Fallen has no soul and literally cannot feel any emotion. Lemon a narrator, if one believes that they narrate the pacifist and neutral routes. They regularly tease and joke with Frisk, make sarcastic comments about the scenery, and rename the items into funny abbreviations during battles, e.g. butterscotch cinnamon pie becomes Butts pie. Lethal Chef, putting buttercups instead of cups of butter into a butterscotch pie made for Ascari. Mask of Sanity, while initially cast in a sympathetic light, Asriel admits at the end of True Pacifist Mode that Chara wasn't really the greatest person and adds that they hated humanity, indicating some misanthropy. Asriel also mentions that Chara laughed it off when the two of them accidentally poisoned Ascari. Though some fans think this was done on purpose, and that Chara wasn't merely laughing off the situation, but just laughing. Meaningful name, it's worth noting that Chara, along with being based on the word character, is a name, Kara or Kara, which means loved one or beloved. Now it might seem to be an ironic name for them during the genocide route, but when you take into account what love stands for in Undertale. Memento MacGuffin, the locket, which is found alongside the real knife towards the end of the No Mercy run. Chara mentions that they can feel it beating, and when they put it on, right where it belongs. Menacing stroll, a few characters notice the way the fallen child walks is unsettling. Papyrus calls it shambling. Metaphorically true, you are asked to name the fallen child at the beginning of the story, giving you the impression the game meant Frisk, when it really meant the fallen child. The mirror shows your true self. It's me, Chara. In debug mode, it is possible to have unused Chara sprites appear as the protagonist's reflection in puddles and mirrors. This was probably going to be a feature in post-genocide playthroughs. Misanthrope Supreme, they developed a hatred of their home village and humanity before arriving in the underground, and are more than willing to kill at least a few humans in exchange for getting out with Asriel. How many targets they really had, and whether it was for the monster's sake or for their own vengeance, is up to the player's interpretation. Mission Control, in the genocide route, they advise Frisk that Sans can't keep dodging and to just keep attacking. They might also be this in neutral and pacifist runs. Mission Control is off its meds, played straight in the genocide route, even telling the player that Monster Kid is just free EXP. My death is just the beginning. The first child convinced Asriel to go along with a plan to poison them, so that Asriel could absorb their soul, and the two could pass through the barrier, allowing them to take the souls of 6 additional humans to open the barrier. This plan fails when Asriel gets cold feet and resists the first child's attempt to attack the humans at the village they arrive in. Mysterious Past, although it's been said that Chara's reason for traveling to Mt. Ebot was because they hated humanity. Though exactly what made them hate other humans is unknown. Narrator all along, a widely held theory within the Undertale community. Nice job breaking it, hero. In their first and only appearance, Chara reveals that the protagonist's human soul and determination were the cause of their reincarnation, and that the bloody events that transpired over the course of Undertale lead Chara to realize that the purpose of their awakening was power itself. Nightmare Face, in the No Mercy route, if you refuse to erase the world, their features warp and melt unnaturally as they laugh maniacally and rush the screen in a jump scare. Since when were you the one in control? No kill like overkill. Near the end of the genocide route, if you choose to attack Flowey, Chara/Frisk doesn't just strike him, but hacks away at him over and over until there's nothing left. And then, for the final kill of the genocide route, the Fallen attacks the game itself, which fills the entire screen with nines, causing it, and the window itself if the game's being played in windowed mode, to shake uncontrollably and crash the game. Rebooting it will open up to nothing but an empty void and the sound of howling wind. Oh crap, although they can handle virtually every monster in the underground, there is one characters they fear, Sans. You feel like you're going to have a bad time. You feel your sins crawling on your back. Omnicidal maniac, at the end of the genocide route. Only friend, Asriel. For all the ambiguity that surrounds the fallen child's character, there is evidence presented in-game that Chara genuinely loved their adoptive brother. The biggest examples, being the locket, the symbol of their friendship with Asriel, prompting a special message once equipped during the genocide run note, and the fact that even after initiating a battle with and cutting down Ascari entirely without any input from the player, Chara will not kill Flowey when he begs them to spare him using Asriel's face and voice unless you press Z to further the text box. That being said, there's also evidence suggesting they were manipulative and possibly psychologically abusive toward him, so it's also entirely possible they just saw him as a favorite pawn kind of thing. Player character, either a subversion or double subversion, depending on how you view Chara. Are they the main villain, the narrator, or are you controlling Frisk because you are Chara? Poisonous friend, the Fallen pressured Asriel into a plan that would ultimately involve murdering humans no matter what. It backfired, killing them both. The Fallen may continue to be this on the genocide route towards Frisk. Reversed in the pacifist route. This is expressly stated by Asriel if, after completing a pacifist run, the player walks all the way back to the first screen to talk to him. Asriel will admit that Chara probably wasn't a good person and he shouldn't have so readily trusted them. The prankster, it's mentioned that they pulled a lot of pranks on Asriel. Psycho strings, an unearthly, screechy sounding noise forms part of their leitmotif, from when you encounter them at the end of a No Mercy route. Rainbow Speak, by the end of the genocide route, much of their narration turns blood red. Reaching between the lines, the 999999999999999 was the world being hit, not just Frisk, hence the screen shuddering on impact. The reason you suck speech, delivers a few pretty scathing ones towards the player after playing the genocide route. The fallen child after resetting after the first playthrough, it was you who pushed everything to its edge. It was you who led the world to its destruction. But you cannot accept it? You think you are above consequences. The fallen child after reaching the end of the second genocide playthrough, but, you and I are not the same, are we? This soul resonates with a strange feeling. There is a reason you continue to recreate this world. There is a reason you continue to destroy it. You are racked with a perverted sentimentality. Red eyes, take warning, in the soulless pacifist version of the scene where Frisk is shown living with Toriel, the Fallen's eyes glow red as they remind you they now own Frisk's soul. Fandom regularly shows Chara with red eyes at all times, whether they're evil or not. Rewarded as a traitor deserves, after Flowey kills his father, after trying to warn him of you, he tries to make himself seem useful so you won't kill him. He gets hacked to pieces for his trouble. Try to back out your run at the last second and they'll kill you. Riddle for the ages. Is the fallen child the villain, the hero, the narrator, the player, or some combination of any of the above? No answers are provided in-game, and each theory leaves many holes, leaving the community to debate which answer is the most correct. What was the fallen child like before the events of the game? Did they used to be a sweet kid that got pushed over the edge? Or were they always an enfant terrible that only saw their adoptive family as stepping stones for their revenge? There's no definitive answer, and the few hints we're given could point to either extreme or anything in between, and as a result their ultimate reasons and motivations for doing what they do are also shrouded in mystery. Some mysteries that are hotly debated included: did Chara poison Ascari by accident, or was it on purpose? On one hand, cups of butter and buttercups are a spoonerism, but those who believe Chara was truly evil think Chara did it on purpose. In addition to this, when Asriel says Chara laughed off the situation, was it a nervous laugh because it was a bad pun? A nervous laugh out of fear? Or an evil laugh because they were completely evil? Did Chara truly care for Asriel and the Dreamer family, or see Asriel as a stepping stone for getting revenge on humanity? There are plenty of small details that point to Chara being the joy of the underground when they were alive, but others see this as a mask to darker intentions. More recently discovered, did Chara even hate humanity to begin with? On one hand, we get word from Asriel at the end of the pacifist run, but on the other, why would somebody who hated humanity aid a human in surviving in the underground when all the monsters would need to wipe out everyone was their soul? And even in the genocide run, why would they wipe out monsters with the aid of a human? What was their relationship with Asriel like? Interpretations swing wildly between Chara and Asriel truly being best friends that went awry, to Chara being Asriel's abuser and manipulator. Did the fallen human actually want to unseal the barrier? Or was it a means to destroying everything? Another major question is the extent to which the player influences them as a character. The EXP and LV values the player is shown on the interface are for Chara, not Frisk, and it's through the player's choices that their LV and EXP rise. This, along with dialogue thanking the player for their guidance in the genocide ending, suggests that the player's actions twist the first child into an omnicidal maniac, rather than them having been that way all along. Is the fallen child making Frisk move during cutscenes in the genocide route, or is Frisk moving on their own from the fallen's negative influence? The former is widely accepted among the community, although Asriel's dialogue in the epilogue hints that he could take away control at any time, just as Frisk may be taking away control from you, the player. Sanity slippage. Some theories suggest that the progressive effects of EXP and LV corrupt Chara from a benign force into an omnicidal maniac. Senseless sacrifice. They killed themselves, by poisoning themselves with buttercups, while we're at it, so they could merge their soul with Asriel's, cross the barrier, gather 6 more human souls by killing 6 more humans, and returning to destroy the barrier for good. At the last second, Asriel became terrified of the Fallen's plan and took away control from them before they carry out the plan. As a result, the humans killed Asriel, and Chara along with him, led to despair among the underground, Ascari declaring war on humanity, Toriel leaving Ascari, and Asriel ending up as Floey. Sharing a body. While the details aren't elaborated on, they probably do something along these lines to Frisk after they fall into the underground. Whether it's symbiotic possession or demonic possession depends on which route you pick. Speak of the devil, referenced if you complete 2 genocide runs, calling themselves the demon that comes when it is called. Spooky photographs. Chara appears again in the true pacifist ending credits if a genocide run has been completed beforehand. If the protagonist decides that they have places to go, the photograph after the credits will have the faces of Undertale's cast crossed out in red, except for Chara, who replaces Frisk. The end appears in red, either implying that Chara has awoken and killed them all or to remind Frisk of the results of the genocide run. This may also be a reference to the ending of The Shining. Stepford Snarker. One possible explanation for them laughing off the time they accidentally poisoned Ascari. Stupid evil. After killing everyone in the area, Chara will constantly try to pick fights with the empty space. Superpowered evil side. By the time you reach Undine, it's obvious Frisk is not winning all these battles through sheer luck and pluck. There is something more malevolent at work. Symbiotic possession, possibly in the neutral/pacifist roots. After looking in the mirror in the playable epilogue, it's still you, beat Frisk. Talk to the fist. Beyond what the player does through the genocide path, the Fallen will increasingly walk forward during conversations, engage in fights and strike enemies without any input from the player. Terse talker, becomes one in the genocide route. The save point text being reduced to X left and determination is one of the more famous features of the route, but all of Chara's red text comes across this way. Then Ado's Gambit, the recollection of New Home's monsters would have you believe that the Fallen suddenly fell terminally ill. The truth is that the Fallen poisoned themselves and convinced Asriel into letting them share a body. It is unclear whether the goal really was just to get souls to break the barrier or kill everyone on the surface, but Asriel resists before anyone can come to harm and ends up mortally wounded in the process, dying not long after, and eventually being reborn as Floey. Token evil teammate, might be this to Frisk on a pacifist run. Took a level in Jerkus, for the genocide route. They already hated humanity, but now they're out to kill all monsters and eventually reality itself. Took a level in kindness, for the pacifist route, if they are believed to be the narrator or player. They may have hated humanity, but even though it would only take the monsters getting Frisk's soul for Ascari to unseal the barrier and declare war, they aid Frisk in saving everyone, monsters and humans, without a single person getting hurt. Trademark favorite food, chocolate. Toriel keeps a bar of it in her fridge out of sentimentality, and if you check Ascari's fridge at the end of the game, the Fallen child grouses that they don't have any. Troubling unchildlike behavior. It is largely unknown what they were like before their nightmare-inducing soulless genocide incarnation. However, at 5 to 13 years old, like Frisk, their age is ambiguous. They were, at the very least, a misanthrope with a chip on their shoulder for the people of their hometown, not to mention laughing off poisoning Ascari, if only by accident. They planned their own slow agonizing suicide via buttercup poisoning, convinced Asriel to assist with said suicide plan to fuse souls to pass through the barrier, and they were planning to kill at a minimum of 6 humans in their hometown for their souls. They also had a fixation with knives, with Toriel removing all of them from the house before Frisk's arrival. The unfought. The only villain of the game that is never really battled. Your only real encounter with them is at the end of the genocide route, when it's already too late to do anything against them and where they destroy the world. This is a very justified trope. If they are the embodiment of your stats, the only way to beat them is to not do the genocide run. If they are the narrator, and by extension, your mission control, you'd essentially be fighting a voice in your head. And if they are you, you'd basically be killing yourself. Used to be a sweet kid, the presence of a hand-knit sweater in Ascari's room that has Mr. Dad Guy written on it, and its description in the genocide run, implies the Fallen was at least somewhat fond of their adopted parents. Was once a man, after their plan with Asriel failed, they're now a soulless entity akin to Floey, only possessing Frisk instead. Well-intentioned extremist, Asriel describes a kid who was hurt in some way by human society, that found a loving family in most unlikely of places, who was willing to sacrifice their own life to repay this compassion, but ended up screwing things up in the worst way possible. Not the greatest of people, but not the devil either. Wham line. On the genocide route, anything with red text. Where are the knives? Looking in the mirror at both Toriel's and Ascari's houses, it's me, Chara. Wicked cultured, checking the royal guards in a genocide route actually results in an alternate description which directly references a passage from an obscure Japanese novel. The quote is exact enough to seem to be deliberate from the Fallen's perspective, and uses the same first-person pronouns as the rest of the altered text. Wubi, destroyer of worlds, possibly, depending on interpretations of their hatred of humanity, and how they fit into the neutral and pacifist routes. Asriel notes their reason to climb Mt. Ebat, where people disappear never to return, wasn't very happy. The narrator theory holds it that genocide route Chara is what happens when this got sent up to 11. Would hurt a child. The opening lines to their fight with the monster kid in the genocide route is in my way. And if you examine the enemy, the description is looks like free EXP. Fortunately, Undyne intervenes. Writer on board, in a genocide route, the player is implied to both be Chara and not Chara at the same time, Schrodinger's little murderer. Canonically, the player is, at least in the genocide route, an evil being who does not deserve a defense. You bastard, it's extremely unclear where the lines between Chara, Frisk, and the player lie, and where one stops and the other ends. The Fallen is supposed to be a representation of the player, so you're admitting to being evil here. Your soul is mine. After killing everyone and destroying the world, it's the very last thing on Chara's wish list. And Chara will get what they want to if you want to replay Undertale ever again after completing the genocide route. This has profound implications on any further playthroughs you do decide to do.